Yo, let's go.
Live, and it's Friday night. Holy moly.
We're here.
What's up, fellas?
What's going on, man?
Not much, man. How was your evening? How was your day?
Pretty good, pretty good. Just editing some Knuckles Up footage. Can't wait to get that out. It's gonna be real exciting. Lots of fun behind the scenes. Me and Ryan.
Oh yeah, dude. We
We got some people here.
Yeah, James Fuller in the house, David Marr in the house. What's up, fellas?
What's up, boys?
Glad to have you, dude. We're gonna have Crazy Train on in a little bit. He's trying to figure out how to connect, so hopefully that will happen very soon.
Hopefully we get that connection. It's kind of integral to the interviewing process. Dave, how are you?
Oh, hey, everything's just wonderful. We had the grand reopening of the Irving Street pool right next to my place today. And fortunately, I wasn't thinking fast enough. I would have put the table in the middle of the closed East Tillman Street and recruited.
Okay.
Of course, that probably would have been a liability issue, but whatever. Missed the opportunity.
That's all right. It's all right. James and David, how you guys doing? How is your Friday? Anything planned for the weekend? I know we got Memorial Day weekend going on here.
Memorial Day weekend, dude.
That's
All I
right.
did all day long, literally, was stain our deck.
Oh man.
All day long. Well,
I don't know. I actually have a free Saturday for once. I sent a note to the Harrisburg group asking if they were practicing tomorrow, and only about 19 people have seen it, and none of them have responded. So I might actually get Saturday off.
Nice.
We're both 4 hours away.
Telling him to go to a Safari page.
Oh, I guess his like default browser is Safari or something. But yo, what's up, Captain Obvious? What's going on? I love the emojis. I love that. The reaction Henry and the biceps. It's so good. It's one of my favorite combos.
Cool. Reaction Henry. Captain Obvious, pretty good. Crazy. My first opponent, my very first tournament. Great guy. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, Jimmy says, that's what I was just looking at here. First opponent ever was Crazy Train.
Cool, Jimmy.
Oh wow.
How did that match go?
That's wild.
Did he intimidate you with his yelling?
It was probably very loud. Probably Jimmy's loudest match ever. Yeah, and what was the result? We're very curious. Oh, David's staining his deck tomorrow. You want to go help him out, Ryan? You want to do it all over again?
I don't. We woke up super early, ran to Lowe's, picked up all the stuff, came back, and just been doing that all day. The sexy bastard. Hey, you sexy fucking bastards. All right.
Let's go, baby. What's up?
Yeah. I think it probably means more Dave Shell than us.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's...
But yeah, so I think we have Winter Blast location lockdown. We're going to look at PJ Wheelahands for another smaller tournament, probably this week sometime or not. I don't know. And then I got to go to Vera Wednesday to look at that location, which is in Cherry Hill also. Well, that's like a big music venue.
Oh, okay. Because I was like, I don't know what that is.
Possibly the Latimer there, because that has space for it.
Oh, okay.
PJs, we could do something smaller. Yeah. We could change the date of that one.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
But yeah. Anyway, how about if I clip it?
Are we ever gonna come up north? I'm not familiar with venues up there, so these guys will have to say.
He's having trouble getting on.
Okay.
It's wanting him to use Safari. I don't know if he knows how to switch to Safari browser. How else could we get him in here? Let me think about this.
Oh, Poconos?
Well, it's weird. Safari throws a fit when I try to bring this up on my computer.
That was good.
But on the phone, it works just dandy, which is weird.
We could throw something up in the Poconos. I've looked at a few locations out there, or at least something much closer.
Well, in fact, I was talking about there's a place in Jim Thorpe, but it's really too far out for our big thing. But called Penn's Peak, up in about halfway to the Poconos.
It would be pretty badass to have it at the top of a mountain, like a closed ski resort or something, just up there.
No, I'm only about an hour away, so you can, if you needed somebody to run up on a regular basis, I'm fairly close.
Sexy bastard, you sound like you're having a great weekend, or you've already started, or you're going to have a great weekend. So you're just making me feel jealous. Please tell us your plans on how you're going to be the sexiest bastard.
My wife's trying to get me to do as much work this weekend as I can before the surgery.
Oh,
she knows then I won't be able to do anything for a little bit.
Oh, true. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, she's like, let's get this done and let's get this. Warren Raber in the house. What's up, Warren? How you doing, buddy? Any exciting plans for the weekend? But yeah, our next tournament. Well, it's not really our next tournament, but we have the September skirmish planned. But I suspect we'll have a couple more before that, or at least one before that, and then September skirmish. I think we'll have one we might have one in August. We might have one. I don't know yet. We're waiting on all these locations to,
Yeah, confirm.
Brother-in-law party on Sunday. Nice.
Yeah, Warren, it looks like the Harrisburg practice died. I put a note saying I have nothing to do this weekend. Is anything going on? And about 19 people saw it and nobody responded.
The sexy bastard. Yeah. Gatineau in Canada, like Gatineau Park, like the park up there. I have a cousin that lives in Gatineau. Yeah, Arm Gods is partnering up with us for Winter Blast this year. So all of Arm Gods badass super matches will be Friday night, and then Winter Blast will be Saturday.
Gonna be huge. Gonna be huge.
Learn to say my last name. You butchered it last weekend.
So it looks like Siglitano.
Oh, I don't know, Dave.
Did I come close? So, Anthony, Siglitano. Did I get it?
Right. I think you're right.
Siglitano seems nice. I forget what you call it. I wish I could remember.
Hey, after
Squiggly something.
teaching for 16 years, you get pretty good at guessing.
I know if you guys are taking some time off until Keystones. Yep.
Close enough? Okay, thank you,
Close
Anthony.
Siglitano. That sounds right.
Well, who was it that somebody I said recently? I said, how does I forget? I said, how do you really pronounce your name? And they said the way you do. One of the tournaments.
B is cool. Yeah, Gatineau in Canada. I have a cousin there. Surgery next Friday. We'll see.
Does that mean you're gonna show up here drugged, or are we gonna have to run it ourselves?
I don't know.
Man.
Well, I don't know if they're making me stay in overnight or not. I have no idea. So you guys might have to control it without. I don't know yet.
Well, I'm trying to remember. Have I ever come to you from a hospital? I think I have.
Yeah, you were in your.
Yeah, when I was in Kansas City.
Yep.
Yeah, I came to you from the hospital in Kansas City.
Wow. Look at the loyalty from Dave.
Yeah. Oh, he was legit, on top of it.
Warren,
I want to arm wrestle before surgery.
Are we going to be at Keystones? I don't know. I might. We'll see. I might film.
Yeah. Yeah, that's mainly why I am not getting my surgery on the shoulder, because I'd basically at the end of pulling left, and they don't want to pick up anything heavier than 25 pounds. But this is ridiculous. So I'm going to see if I can do anything to loosen it up a little bit, but I'm definitely not going to get surgery.
Yeah.
Yo, Voodoo, what's good,
Voodoo in
bro?
the house, Queenslander in the house. Man, we got a full house, dude.
And to answer Warren's question, no. As it happens, I have a cousin who's getting married for the second time in her 60s in Valley Forge. And so I will be at that, not at Keystones. Otherwise, it would be there.
I don't think James would want me at Keystones. Honestly.
Well, I didn't say I'd actually be giving James any money, but I'd at least visit.
Yeah.
You know, but,
I don't think he'd want me there. Might not go over. Good.
You don't want to just like show up and
I mean, I could just show up, but I don't know how that would go over.
Well,
yeah, not sure yet.
it's one way to find out.
I'm hoping someday that we'll cross paths and be able to talk a little face to face instead of over the internet, but hasn't happened yet. So we'll see. We'll see in the future. What else? What happened this week in arm wrestling? Lots of stuff.
I think some like Brian Shaw training, but
That's been going on for a few weeks now. Like, I want to see him arm wrestle, dude. Like he's a unit.
yeah.
Can you imagine like someone like him? Like just he gets it, you know. Just
It
picks
seems
it
like
up.
he's paying attention.
Yeah.
But also Voodoo, also meeting you at Knuckles Up 3. I've been working on the footage, so I can't wait to put that out. You're in it, so look forward to that. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah, dude. We went to Sean Hancock's tournament.
True.
In Atlantic City.
Yeah.
That was pretty fun, dude.
That was a good time.
Sean Latimer made it out there. Tim Bresnan, we got to hang out and joke around with those guys. That was fun.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
Great tournament by Sean Hancock and his crew. We were happy to be there and help. Dave Shell did the brackets. Sue Fisher was there. The whole crew. We had fun. Johnny crushed it on the live feed. Although we do got to work on the audio because the audio thing we had just didn't have enough power to run.
Yeah, it kind of pooped out on us.
So we just ordered some equipment today. That should be in.
Yeah.
So I ordered more equipment for us for that. The Roadcaster Pro 2. It should be pretty badass.
Yeah. So just a reminder, all that you guys donate and everything, it all just goes right back into trying to make everything better. So we appreciate you guys. Thank you for supporting us in 98.
Yes, we do appreciate it.
In all fairness, Shell ran half of the brackets. Boom's girlfriend ran the other half. You know, give her credit for that.
Jocelyn did beat Sarah Backman at the female invitational, and oh my god, dude, good on her. That's a beast move right there. That's impressive.
Yeah.
She's, what's next for her? It's got to be Gabby.
If her name wasn't out there before, it sure is now.
Sure is now. And yeah, she was at Winter Blast. She kicked ass at Winter Blast too. And
oh yeah, she did.
Super nice girl, man.
Yeah.
Ray gripped up with her and said her hand and wrist felt like that of like a male arm wrestler.
That's awesome.
So yeah, pretty cool, man.
Well, and I'm sure Ryan will get mad at me for mentioning this, but actually, Jocelyn's been challenged by some idiot male arm wrestler from Georgia.
Oh my god! Yeah. Eric Harlan, the racist, decided to challenge her. I'm like, dude, first off, you're going to lose. Second.
Yeah, that's not a fight I'd want to take because it's a lose-lose.
Challenging women, dude. Like, you're such a loser.
Yeah.
He does it for attention. And he was like, yeah, of course he had to bash her a little. It's like, dude, come on.
Some people have weird ways of making friends.
Yeah. This is the same guy who was bashing Elizabeth Mosek and other women.
She benches 350? Oh my goodness.
350, Jesus. I can't even bench 350.
Yeah, right? Like,
I can't even bench 50 pounds right now.
I know. You need to take it easy. Your wife's over there slave driving you.
Still arm wrestling, though.
Clip that and send that to you.
my lawyer.
In Minecraft, apparently. In Minecraft.
My hand and wrist feels sexy of course it feels sexy, dude.
He's a sexy bastard. What part of him isn't?
Guy Allen in the house. What's up, man? Happy Friday to you too, buddy.
Oh, I saw Voodoo said Palco pulled Auden. That's cool. I haven't seen that. I'm curious how we pull that up.
I did not see it yet. No, I've been slaving always.
Yeah, you've been literally.
My wife wants everything fixed before I get my surgery. Stain the deck, do this, do that. So on her to-do list at the bottom, I wrote divorce. So we'll see what happens.
She hasn't seen it yet.
No,
That's pretty funny.
probably sleeping on the couch.
Oh yeah, because I remember I saw Palco in Canada. I saw some update he put out there.
Practice pulls, but Auden made easy work of it. Wow, that's impressive.
Let me get this up on my YouTube.
That's impressive right there, dude. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, maybe we'll check that out.
Yeah. Play a clip of it after.
Yeah. But before we check that out, should we tackle the Latimer lunch special right now?
Yes. Oh, boy.
Yeah?
Hold on. Yeah.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah. Can you handle that?
Yeah.
Because
All right, we'll do that.
I'm getting a call from Anthony.
Okay.
I'll mute myself.
Hopefully we get Crazy Train on here. I know that's the big draw tonight, so hopefully we can all work that stuff out. But I'm going to present to you guys, this is our new little fun segment. Sean Latimer likes to post the most delicious food on his socials. It makes my mouth water. And we all like to joke about it because he doesn't stop. And so we have a challenge today between these two I've picked. We have this delectable, just melting, how many is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 patty burger. And a pepperoni pizza grilled cheese. Guys, what are we taking for our lunch today? I'm curious. Dave, you got any first impressions?
Yeah, I mean, God, that's a temptation, but yeah, I think I'd go with the burger myself.
I feel like it's kind of hard not to.
I mean, I'd need I'd probably need to, get a bib, and I'd be slopping it all over myself because while I have been rumored to have a big mouth, I don't think it's that big. But other than that, pepperoni's nice though. But now I think I'd go with the burger.
Yeah, I think every time we've done this so far, the burger has won.
Look at that, dude. Pepperoni pizza grilled cheese, dude. Come on. You go back on for this.
You're going for the
that cheeseburger though, dude. That's a tough one. I'd have to go cheeseburger, but I mean that's a close second. I mean, if I had to choose, you know what I would do? Like, I'd cut them both in half and eat half of both.
See, that's the thing. I honestly, the pepperoni is enticing me because it's easier to eat. Like you can just eat it.
Yeah. See, I would just want to try both of them, like one bite of each or something. You know. I don't necessarily need to eat the whole thing, both of them, but how do you pick just one? I'd be like, let me just try them both.
Yeah, let me just a little bit.
You know?
Oh my goodness.
Which would turn into me just eating both of them. Completely.
Yeah. All right, I'm ending the poll. So for the poll, we have 50-50, split down the middle. This is one of the.
Holy moly!
I know this has been the most
I would put
intense.
them both in the blender and turn it into a protein shake.
Ryan's post-workout meal.
Like you guys always think I'm drinking like water here.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, it's all like chunky and like.
This right here is a cheeseburger.
You have to like try super hard to get it out. Yeah.
You're looking at me like. My face is turning red. Trying to suck the chunks through the straw.
I don't know.
Captain Obvious.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's true because all that grease and the pepperoni. I don't know.
Explosive diarrhea. Nice. Nice. True, man. True. All right, I'm sending him the link again. He didn't mean to call me.
Oh, really? What is his phone just like? Voice call. The burger looks sexy than fuck. But the grilled cheese looks okay. All right, so what are we picking here? Oh, the cheeseburger gets a 9.5. The sexy AF. And the cheese gets a 9.0. That's nice. That's a very astute ranking. Thank you for being that, involved.
Dude, every time we do this Friday nights now, I'm like, where could I order this?
I know, because now I'm actually hungry. I wasn't
hungry. Yeah,
like 5 minutes ago.
Terrible, dude. We actually ordered pizza tonight because normally my wife like cooks. She gets home chef, so it's like all healthy ingredients and food and stuff, and she makes that. But because I worked my ass off today on the deck and everything, she was like, we can order pizza like a treat. You know what I mean? And I was like, I don't need you to tell me what I can and can't eat in the first place. Divorce.
Yeah, I mean, and that way you won't have to smuggle in something from the delivery service about 11 o'clock tonight that you'll find in the garbage tomorrow. Since you're not good enough at hiding the wrappers.
Dude, I'll go outside and throw the wrappers or the bag or whatever in the trash outside. And she finds it and is like, what is this? And I'm like,
nailed again.
That was psycho. Like, why are you searching the trash can? Why are you looking in the recycling bin? Divorce.
Yeah.
All right. This is, I don't know if this is the one. It's really bad quality. But we can maybe see.
Yes.
I'm going to try sending it to his phone instead of Instant Messenger. Oh, is this it?
All right. This looks like it was a live stream. Last practice with Kevin Palco. This is on Alden's channel. And it seems like, amazing quality. 100% amazing quality.
It looks like he filmed it with a microwave.
This is like stupidvideos.com days.
Yeah.
How have you been? What you got coming up?
Oh, this is gorgeous. 240p.
Sorry guys, I'm
What's up, Meta?
Auden's channel here for a second.
Meta.
This is probably Auden's last practice. Probably, I don't know, we'll see. But I got Kevin Palco in the house tonight, so freaking awesome way to end the prep. Best in the USA, So Kevin and Auden, everybody training. High hookers.
There you go.
May
Devin said best in the USA. Stamp of approval for Kevin.
You're the one that messaged me.
Man, I wish he just videoed this.
Hey, what you got that knife on the front of your head for, Kevin? Oh my God, you're gonna kill somebody.
Oh yeah, how could he forget, bro? Wait, and then he didn't turn it around?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, this is like looking at some painting on LSD. This is insane. PSA to everybody: just record it and upload it later. Oh, there we go.
There we go. Now we're official.
There's gotta be more
what do you
footage
do
of this.
mostly? Do you do strap or no strap? Strap, yeah. Yeah, it's in the strap, yeah.
Especially I got a really
Yeah, back in the 2000s,
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. And you have never had a problem slipping, right?
so early.
Yeah,
on,
Auden
I
has
did
been
have a
eating those
problem.
cheeseburgers from earlier we saw.
Too slow.
Too slow, yeah.
I realized
You got to throw that.
gotta be 100%.
100%. Right.
Yeah, what's up, Devin's Forum?
And which way do you slip?
So I used to slip.
Yeah, you're in two places
Under.
at once.
Yeah.
I'm getting better.
You're in our chat and you're in
Which
their
one
chat
do you
as well.
think is better?
Look at you. You don't miss anything, do you?
Slipping underneath hurts more.
Hurts more,
And
yeah.
I can slip up high.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Yeah. And do you think that matters if you got a long arm or a short arm? Think there's any truth to that?
I mean, you got a long arm, slipping underneath
Right.
harder.
Yeah, harder, right?
So the thing with me, like a lot of the taller guys, they have to come down to me.
Yeah.
So I can keep a high post.
Yeah.
Which will actually make it easier for me to slip out of high.
Absolutely. absolutely.
Yeah,
But he gives you the split option too, right? Against the really tall guy.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're
I mean,
sketch
that's my
artists.
main thing is I want to be as well-rounded as possible. So if I have to slip underneath, I can. If I have to slip behind, I can.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
You ready for the strap?
Oh my gosh, look at the size difference. Auden's just
Nice
towering
knee.
over.
Yeah,
it.
that's it.
How tall is Kevin Palco?
He's short. It's probably like 5'6",
Okay.
7.
This is so awesome. Oh my God.
Is this reminding you of your super match with Paul Uptown?
It's so cool. Hey, Rabbit, you don't want to miss this.
Except instead of height-wise, I was wider than him.
No. But just to see you guys lock up, this is the first time, right?
He's not whispering. Only Mama's here.
Oh, here we go. Oh, I can actually see their faces. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness.
I mean, he's slow down.
He's too big. His lever's too big.
Look at that forearm, dude.
Dude, he's making Kevin's forearms look small, and that's
Okay.
crazy.
All right. I was worried before. Now I see that my fears were justified.
Kevin's gotta feel like shit right now. Dude, he's rock solid. Way to go, Auden. Oh my gosh.
What are they listening to, Jeremy? Right?
I'll hook you. All right.
Yeah, I know. You listen to the background?
And then I would listen to right before suicide.
It's like some interpretive dance. Wait, what'd you say?
It sounds like something I would listen to right before I off myself. What could I-
You're just crying.
What depressing song could I put on and like?
Your mascara is just falling down. It's just
Yeah.
Wait, I think it's Taylor Swift. I'm pretty sure it's Taylor
That's
Swift.
even worse, dude. I hate her. Yeah.
Ooh, we got chicken hook there. And the hook, I don't know.
Oh, Paul Hutchinson. Hey.
No, you're too tight and close. Too tight.
Yeah, Auden must be up there. with
Honestly,
230.
I think we should cut it right there.
Yeah?
I think we should cut it right there and just have fun now.
Well, yeah, I mean, we can keep going live. Like, whatever.
Yeah?
We can just enjoy it, or whatever you want.
Nah,
You
Devin's
people
right.
Much luckier than I
It's a
would have
tough ball.
given you. I would have cut you right there. I would have been
I
like,
was like, no.
see you guys on the 15th of June.
Incredible.
15th of June in Orlando, Florida. Dude, James English, listen, man. You're a great bodybuilder. You're a great bodybuilder. You remind me a little bit of a smaller version of Leonidas Arcona. But that is left. Dude, that's his left hand. Where he dislocated his shoulder.
This is making me suicidal.
Speed. I gotta stop the speed.
Between,
You're too
dude,
strong.
between like the video quality and the music, like it's like a double whammy. Like, all right,
Oh my
Someone's-
gosh.
where's that? Our buddy Anthony, dude. How else can we get him on here?
Kind of wish you didn't wait till the last second to try it. We gotta tell these guests, listen,
Well, yeah,
know what you're doing.
we might have to. We might have to off him.
Cheers, Paul. Wish I was drinking right now, but I might be heading to the shore tonight. We'll see.
Don't you drink and drive?
You know, tempted, but kidding. It's a joke.
I think
So he's
in the
on it.
mountains or something, so he's having trouble also with his connection.
Auden. What was that? James English? Is that who Auden is pulling?
I think so.
Okay, I've never seen him. Kind of curious what he's up to.
I used to make a point of getting to Palco's practices whenever I was out in the the Midwest, but then they moved them from Sundays to Saturdays, because his work schedule changed, and so I don't get to them anymore. But it's always had some good ones. But,
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, Dave, I'd save that picture.
Mm.
If I was gay.
Well, that's an interesting point, since the vast number of my pictures do have these days who have male figures. Of course, most of them have a little bit more clothing on than Johnny does, but yeah, whatever.
Again, he brings it up. Johnny, you better go put a shirt on, Dave.
I know. I feel like, you know what? Maybe I should do this. Is that better? There we go.
He's pitching tents over there.
I'm just trying to attract more viewers, just whore myself out for social media.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to talk about like
your modeling career.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, dude. That's the only reason I want to talk to Anthony. I need the connections. That's so funny, dude.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Let me see.
I want to see what, speaking of scantily clad buff men, I want to see what James English has got.
Let's see.
What's his name? Kirill Sarachev?
Yeah.
RVJ offered to coach him. Oh wait, are we talking about
against Auden?
He's pretty smart. Oh, that's good. Like smart on the table, or like
Insane.
just in general?
He hardly even
Like Terrence Howard smart?
That was like a year ago.
Dude, that podcast.
Have you seen all
Awesome.
the stuff Terrence was saying?
He's got 97 patents.
Dude,
The dude's a genius.
I think he is. People are trying to debunk him and say that he's not, but
No,
I think
he's a
it's
genius.
because they don't understand what he's talking about.
Yeah. What do you mean there's no gravity? Dude, if there's proof that there's no gravity, I don't know what to say, man.
Yeah, Voodoo, that is awesome getting the Arnolds back.
Oh, yeah.
Good on Knuckles Up, man.
And they were always right arm only. Tim Lewis asked me if that was going to be still the case, or if they're going to do right and left.
Oh, we got Lachlan in here. I'm curious. Here, let's see. What's like a good spot to see here?
Oh, he's pulling with Ryan Bowen.
It's got Bowen. It also, maybe, I'm curious why Kevin went out there. Is he like a similar build? Because James also looks short. Like his lever kind of looks like the same
I
size.
don't know why. Maybe just visiting.
Maybe they were like, we want to see what he feels like. So Kevin, you're the closest specimen. Get out here. Maybe that's, I don't know.
UFOs use as thrust.
Yeah, dude.
That is quite possible, dude, because he is right about frequency and color and the oh my god.
And how about him having he like set up augmented reality, but then his lawyers kept like chipping away at him, and then he just got rid of it, and now everybody uses it. Like that's insane.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
That is crazy. That is funny. Ryan's arms have the hue of raw brown. Oh yeah, dude. Oh, Ryan Bowen. Okay, yeah. Screw that guy.
And then we got actually with Lachlan here. We got Lachlan and Paul Lynn coming up.
He's not gonna move. He's not gonna move Lachlan, dude. Look at this guy.
I'm really curious. I'm very interested in that fight, to be honest.
Oh, Paul Lynn and Lachlan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see it. I've always liked Lachlan. I've always liked Paul. So I'm curious to see. I like them both, but now that they threw the West podcast on top of ours, now I hope Lachlan wins. just that reason alone.
Yeah. Unnecessary to do it the same night as us.
What is he like? Arm
Do they
wrestling?
go 8 hours like we do?
Unlikely. I don't think we're going 8 hours.
Yeah.
Anthony goes, it says it wants me to join a studio. Yes.
Yes, yes, that is, yes, do that.
That's exactly what I said. I put, yes, do that.
That's so funny.
Gripped up against you or Lockwood?
I would love to see this guy more recent. This is a year ago. It seems like a year ago he got into the sport.
Oh, yes. Well, some people pick it up a little bit faster. Some people like me, still stink after 7 years.
Come on, Tony.
Oh, yes.
Brandon Allen's a good dude. I like Brandon Allen. I'm sure he trains with a legit team. I wonder who it is. Who the team is.
Anything new going on with chat? Oh, what's up, Lucha? Good to see you in here. You guys pulling anywhere?
Yeah, what's going on?
I know we got Keystones coming up. Any of you guys going to Keystones?
Any of you guys doing anything crazy this weekend?
Two things in the Northeast going on this weekend. You have the thing up in Rochester. The challenge matches up there. And then Virginia, VAL, has something going on in the Richmond area. But that's the closest. And Ivan Moreau just showed up. He better get his ass up to New York Western New York, because that's where he has his match tomorrow against Peter Brana, as I recall. Although maybe my memory may be failing at my old age again. But
He thinks it's his Wi-Fi giving him trouble, and he said maybe he'll try next week when his niece and whatever are there. But he's going to keep trying, he said.
Okay.
So we may not have him on tonight.
Okay. I like Voodoo's comment here. A smart move would be to not get a VIP ticket to East vs. West and just put $1,500 on Alden. That is so smart, bro.
Dude, listen. I was looking at that. $1,500 for their VIP pass, where Knuckles Ups is like under $200. And you're still seeing high-level people.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the $1,500 includes a hotel room, but it's like, what's that? Under $200 for a hotel room?
And a bottle of your own liquor, which, I can bring one of those myself.
Yeah. $1,500 seems a bit steep, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, if they got people willing to pay it, then...
Yeah, you know what it will be? It'll be non-arm wrestlers paying. It'll be like
You'll see Snoop Dogg chilling in the crowd next time, just hanging out.
Tournament after Big Mac card and wrestling. Yeah, nice. Buff tile guy.
I don't know, Voodoo. Every time you show up one of these tournaments, you end up injuring yourself before you get to crush me. Of course, you could probably still crush me even injured, but by the time I get to him, he's been pulling somebody and pulled something out of whack.
Look at that, Voodoo. He's gonna be VIP every Knuckles Up, boys. That's awesome.
So will I, man.
Be looking forward to seeing you there every time, man.
Tall Paul, yes, we did. He brought it to Winter Blast, and they brought it to Knuckles Up, so we got to play with it a lot, actually. Winter Blast VIP tickets would be free. Just show up.
Yeah, we're going
Maybe,
to have.
maybe we should rethink that.
If you get there early, you can sit in the front row.
Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
depending
this
on
year-
costs, maybe we should.
This year, the stage might be in the middle, and everyone will be around it.
That would actually be really, really fun.
So that's going to be cool.
Yeah.
Maybe more like a, you know, like the letter C.
Mm.
Because one side has to be for our brackets people and live feed and all that.
That would be dope.
Well, this
For
room's
sure.
huge. This room is huge. And there's like 3 or 4 smaller rooms off to the side of the hallway where we could do some other stuff like, you know, press conference, all that.
It could be the whole. They can be the holding place for the holding pen, the people in the super matches, so they don't go wandering off and get lost like some people did this year. Not to mention any names, of course.
Shubich.
Dave Shubich in the house. He
Shubich wants the link. Yeah, Shubich wants the link so he can come join us.
Oh, he would.
Yeah, might as well. Since we don't have a guest.
Tonight on the 98 podcast, we have Dave Shubich. Yeah, he's having trouble. He feels bad. He's like, I hope I didn't let you guys down. Well, Anthony, you did.
Yeah,
I didn't say that. I said, no problem. We can do a post about it later. And, you know.
Gee, Shubich. I'll have to ask Shubich when he comes on if they're doing a. Now they're probably not doing a practice either because of things going on in New York.
Is David Marr still in the house, dude? We got to have his son Austin on a few weeks also. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to type once I'm in this weird.
Yeah, dude, you got a lot coming up.
Hopefully, I can type.
Hopefully, you can drive. Hopefully, you can do lots of things.
Wipe my own ass.
Yeah, right. Like,
how do you switch hands for that? That's tough.
I don't know, bro.
Tried it, dude. I tried it like in advance. I'm like, I'm so screwed, dude.
You go to your wife. You're like, babe, listen. I already tried.
We're getting a bidet now.
Yeah.
And I was like on Amazon looking for like ass wipers. They actually make some to help you wipe your own butt when you're injured. I'm like, well, order me 2 of those suckers.
Yeah.
There's a site called Ample Stuff, like AMPLE, Ample Stuff, and they, among other things, have basically these brushes on a rod that you can use to wipe your ass if you weigh 400 pounds. But and of course, you're wondering, how did I know that? Well, one time I weighed 400 pounds. Not that I ever used one of those, but whatever. But yeah, I did ask Ryan last week or during the week if you did any driving coming back from the tournament. He said yes. I said good, because if somebody has to drive the vehicle with the trailer behind it, probably not going to be me.
Yeah, it's not that bad, but
no experience in that at all.
It's kind of the typical way things have just kind of worked out. We kind of just understand. I'm the one driving home. He's the one driving there.
I agree, Captain.
He gets plastered and he starts hitting me. Like it gets bad.
I'm gonna start drinking whiskey or bourbon or something on the podcast from now on.
It's something I used to do. It's nice. But wait, you haven't had any yet, right?
Never tried it,
dude. So, all right.
Is it gonna be disgusting to me though?
It might be. I mean, I like it.
You like the taste of it?
It's like really abrasive.
It's abrasive. What? Even on ice? Well, are there smoother versions?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you could get like a nice, like I have like a Knob Creek like maple.
Yeah.
And you put that on ice, that would be pretty good. That'd be nice. Yeah.
But is it going to be like strong?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm like
I mean, I kind of shaved recently, but like you see all this, this is from my
man fur.
This is from my bourbon drinking.
Shit.
It was not there before I started, so.
I'm just put like a tattoo there, dude. Like,
Dude, I have not seen all your tattoos yet.
From drinking White Claws. I did have a White Claw ale. It was not bad. It was not bad.
Oh, wait.
You guys ever think of cutting your chest hair into like a Hitler stash?
Oh my gosh. Unfortunately, Shubich, and I mean, unfortunately, I don't really grow much right here. I can grow a pretty badass stash, but
not in the middle.
It's not a lot there. Was that your first White Claw mango at Atlantic City?
Yeah.
Dude.
I was like, yeah, let me try one.
Because you came over and I forget who I was talking with.
It goes down like Kool-Aid.
Yeah, dude, I think I was talking with Badger Drews. And you came over and I was like, I smell mango. I knew you were near me.
Yeah. That was the only drink I had, though. And, it's probably a good thing that Tim Bresnan's mic got clipped. Like, it's better that the crowd didn't hear what me and Tim were saying.
You want to say some of it now?
No. I'm trying to behave, Johnny. I'm trying to
That's
behave.
right. That's right. That was a test. That was
Turning
a test.
a new leaf.
That's a test, Ryan. Oh my gosh.
We are not going to talk about Engen's eyebrows today.
No, we're not going to bring it up.
Oh my God.
I'll have to bring my famous grain punch to a future event. See how you
Grain
like that.
punch?
That can sound really smooth too.
Famous grain punch. That doesn't sound like Scrapple.
Smooth.
It's made with
Kool-Aid, grain alcohol, and vodka. And if you want to
Kool-Aid.
really throw in some citrus fruit. Except the Dailies liquid concentrate instead of the powdered stuff. Mixes it better.
So we have a 98 like a whiskey night where everybody sips whiskey.
I would only trust the Kool-Aid if Black Ice is bringing it.
Yeah. I mean, that's
You could do that at
Nitro's.
Nitro's. You could do that at Nitro's birthday camp out in July, and then we just all stay there rather than drive home.
He says that every year. Nobody camps out there.
Yeah, well, just once. Yeah, I forget who stayed. Somebody stayed one night, but generally they don't.
For the most part, no one does.
No, you're right. They don't.
I feel like if you stay in a field that Nitro owns overnight, that he's probably gonna sneak in.
Nobody stays for the raping.
Is that a bear out there? And it's just him growling
In a bear suit.
I know,
Yeah.
of course.
Dude, that one time he went climbing up a cliff, like a rock wall with his knife, like just vanished.
Like in his
the
mouth?
woods. Yeah,
It is,
just
that's
vanished
exactly
into
what I
the
was
woods.
thinking.
Dude. We're like, where's Nitro going?
And he just vanished. Wait, what was this? Like, where were you guys?
And Brecken Rosenblum ran off into the woods with Jimmy G doing mushrooms and like.
Oh
psychedelics.
my gosh.
It's like, well,
Brecken and then Steve, what's his name? Steve Demet. He was
Yeah.
part of the operation too,
Yeah.
remember?
I think it turned into like a weird thruple in the woods.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
There's some stories
That's
there.
far from
Oh,
the coast
Paseo
of
TV says,
Pennsylvania.
hello, gentlemen.
What's up, Paseo?
Manolo Sanchez in the house
Oh,
from Puerto Rico.
dude, Manolo's everywhere, huh?
He is everywhere lately.
Yeah, where did I just see him last time? California or somewhere?
That's
I forget.
Polling and refereeing.
Yeah.
Man does it all.
Yeah, we had Australia with us earlier. A Queenslander was on making comments.
Yeah.
Nice. I just
good
tuned in when
crew.
you guys were talking a little bit about James English and Ryan Bowen. What spurred on that topic?
First we started out watching Auden versus Kevin Palco. And then Devin mentioned his next match, so we were like, oh, let's go see how that dude's doing. And he was pulling Ryan Bowen and Lachlan and those guys.
Yeah, that kid's pretty good. I've been following him for a good bit of time back when he was a natural, and he's been on gear for a couple of years, and he's strong as shit. Like even on like table movements, because he's been training with under Lachlan's tutelage. He's putting up some good numbers, like for like table specific work, like on containment, back pressure, pronation.
Yeah.
Still don't know where his side pressure is at, or if he's got like his press. Like once he gains access to it, finds that lane, which isn't too hard for him.
Yeah.
He's really good.
Nice. Was he natural
So it
back
could
when
be a
you
good
were
match.
natural?
It would just take Auden. Yeah, same time.
Delayed reaction.
Yep, he was natural back when I was natural, and I'm still natural back when he's not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We missed you at Knuckles Up, buddy.
I think it's honestly a match. Yeah, I missed
Donnie
you guys
missed
at the
it.
Korean
Knuckles Up.
barbecue.
Oh, dude. Don't worry, we crushed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I was crying the whole time.
They came out and they were like, "No more meat for you."
That's exactly what they sounded like. 100%.
Racist. No more bow wow for you. No more meow meow. No.
0 cats in that
That's
neighborhood.
messed up.
Oh yeah,
sorry.
yeah. Whose son were we messing with? Was that JJ?
JJ Jackson's son, like,
we were making comments. We were like,
you notice there's no cats in the
Guys,
neighborhood.
No. Keep that shit under wraps.
Did you hear that bark?
Don't tell me you're messing with anybody's son.
Yeah. Shh.
Yeah, I think next time
we do
we'll
not mess with kids.
stay out for unfortunate. We'll missed out on most of the pulling. Everybody pretty much given up by the time we got out there.
I was thinking of having the Boy Scouts come out to Winter Blast and have Tim Lewis run the brackets.
we did not talk about this, Ryan. We did not talk about this.
It was just a thought. It was, I don't know where they come from.
Ryan, when you grew up, were you a leash kid?
Oh my gosh!
like on a parent's leash?
Yeah.
No, but I'll
was
tell
it
you
a
what.
harness or was it around your neck or your wrist?
It was more of a
It had to be
helmet.
a leash, definitely.
It's more of a helmet with like a harness attached to the back.
And a
so
shock collar.
Yeah.
That explains a lot.
No, I actually was a good kid. I didn't get corrupted till much later.
Oh, okay.
Much later, being in his mid-teens.
Yeah.
Just to be clear there.
I'll tell you what, though. Today, when we went to Lowe's, I wish I had a leash for my daughter. He just was going up to every single person and like having a full-on conversation, and I'm like, stop talking to people.
That's good networking, man.
Yeah.
If you train her on what to talk about, like the 98.
I should have been like, hey, ask them if they'll sponsor Winter Blast.
Yeah. Ask them how much money they have. What do they do for work?
What do you do for work? How much money do you have? Do you want to sponsor an event?
Yeah. Perfect.
What's your social security number?
Just like that. There we go.
Yeah. Hey, David Marr, when can we have Austin and you on the podcast, buddy?
Yeah, does Austin have to sign a permission slip to be on as a special guest?
Yeah, he might. David might be like, I don't want him going on there with 98. He might leave corrupted.
Who asked a question that I thought was cool? Paul. Who y'all think is going to be Brian Shaw's first match? That's pretty interesting.
Like everyone else, they're probably going to put him in against someone like Ryan Lowen.
Is he really the gatekeeper? Like,
I don't know.
For new people?
Maybe. What about Derek Smith? Because they've trained together and done some grip stuff together.
It'd be really cool if it was someone he's never pulled, though. But
would be.
Maybe that's not like advisable.
Who's that guy that RBJ pulled at the last Knuckles Up? Not this last one, but at Knuckles Up too. Brandon.
Brandon Allen. Yeah.
Brandon Allen. I feel like that'd
be good. Holy moly!
They're both in the strength world.
Brandon Allen would be a fun match for someone big like that, just to test where someone's at.
Yeah.
But yeah, that'd be cool. We have a $20 super chat from
Yo
Bastard.
Uh-oh.
Hey Ryan, YouTube won't allow my last name in the chat. Shadow banned. Let me in as a mod, and stripper South Carolina will flow. Devin Swarm will vouch for me. LOL. Won't be a dull moment when I'm on. You jerk. All right. Hold on. How do we do that?
We're just gonna give him mod. You
just make him a mod on this one. You want to be a mod on the Sexy Bastards?
It's up to you. Has he earned it? Does he deserve it?
Wait, Is this the guy?
Is he sexy enough?
I'm pretty sure he just paid us off to become a moderator.
Yeah. Are we?
I think this guy's last name is Gregory. Are you okay with that?
No, is it?
I don't know.
Okay, imagine if that was the trick, dude. Or his last name's Harlan.
Just using the winnings.
Yeah, I feel like we shouldn't mod people we don't know.
Sexy bastard. Yes, we see you. We do see you, sir.
But awesome donation. Definitely appreciate that.
Yeah.
First super on the live stream tonight. Way to go, buddy.
Yeah.
Just so you know,
Winter Blast already.
any super chats are going right to Winter Blast because
Yes.
Winter Blast this year is going to be expensive as hell because we need a bigger spot for collaboration with Arm Gods. So it like doubled our fee of how much it's going to cost to throw this thing. But so yeah, any super chats go towards that and right back into the sport for 98 stuff so that we can throw better tournaments for you guys. So thank you, and we appreciate that.
Heck yeah.
Every little bit adds up for us, like big time. So really, thank you from all of us for doing this. Andrew. Oh no, Andrew. Andrew Wood.
Next year's Dragon Trophies come with a hoodie.
Can you imagine Andrew Wood having a conversation with Terrence Howard?
I don't really know much about Andrew Wood and his kinds of conversations, so I can't say. But
just know that it would be something.
You
haven't experienced Andrew Wood yet?
A little.
Sometimes he's very cordial, down to earth, and then other times he derails a bit. But I think he means well.
Let's just say he makes a lot of sense until he stops making a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Halfway through the evening.
But he means well.
Mm-hmm.
Terrence would get frustrated and walk off. Should we try to invite some random people on here?
I don't know. Terrence is a wacky bastard, too.
Who is? I saw Nanya's been coming back
Terrence.
around. Yeah, dude, have you seen some of the videos lately? Now, I saw some people
caught up on the videos or the posts.
Well, he's done some crazy stuff, but I did fact check some of his stuff that he's been talking about that people are calling him crazy about. And he legit does have all those patents.
Patents for what?
Dude, he basically invented like those virtual reality goggles and stuff. Like he wrote this whole patent for a system very similar, and then shut it down. And then every other person or company that came up with VR stuff used his patent as like the blueprint for what they were doing.
Oh,
I think it's valued at like $7 trillion now.
Yeah. $7 trillion worth of people using that patent. And he closed it down. Like he could have made a ton of money off it.
Yeah.
So
that's some Iron Man shit right there to come up with that.
Oh my goodness. Look at this. $5 super chat. From Sexy Bastard. Andrew Wood, you'll be my first sexy fan to sign up, you sexy bastard.
Sexy Bastard's got deep pockets.
It's a very hearty night.
We appreciate you.
Nanya was most stacked. He could have been most stacked. I don't know. Dude, honestly, he disappeared for a while, and he recently came back and was back to acting crazy in the AWU chat.
Which is remarkable because he swore he would never come back until they threw me off, and they refused to throw me off, but he's back anyway.
You should bring that up to him.
Yes,
I'm still over here thinking about who I would pair Shaw against. I'm thinking of like Khaled or someone. That'd be interesting.
Yeah. Or Put him with Larry Wheels.
Kevin Kaler.
Kevin Kaler.
Yo, could you imagine?
Kevin would kill him.
Kevin's like, I really don't want all this attention. Straight to the top, buddy. Like, everyone's watching you.
Oh my god.
Pull Brian Shaw.
Yeah.
I was talking with Sean Latimer, and he doesn't think that Devin is the right person to teach Brian. And I was like,
I agree.
Yeah, I feel like they're going to be very different styles, and Devin kind of only does Devin's thing.
Yeah. That's how they all are, dude. Like, I know some people that paid like $600 to go spend the day with Travis, but all Travis does is show you how he pulls. So it's like, if you don't pull his style, you just wasted a ton of money.
Yeah. And so I was asking Sean, I was like, well, who would you put him to train with? He was like, me. He's like, I would train him. And I was like, dude, that would actually be awesome. But, you know.
Well, there's something to be said about that, because, like, I feel like you'd get way more training with someone like Sean Latimer than you would from Devin.
I feel like I agree only out of bias, though. I mean, I've never really interacted with Devin, but knowing Sean and knowing he also came from the sports background, like strength sports background, just like Brian, like it just makes a lot of sense. And he's a great teacher.
And just for reference, we haven't forgotten about the dragon under the hoodie.
Where's that even coming from?
We didn't forget about that. I just want to throw that out there.
Oh, okay. I was making sure I didn't miss a joke.
I got off track. Back to Brian Shaw.
Yeah, but you know, Sean was saying, like, you know, since Brian Shaw is a celebrity,
yeah,
you know, like you have to be a celebrity trainer to
probably.
You know, he's not going to train with someone who's not like celebrity. So, and I looked at Sean. I was like, well, Sean, I can change that. And he was like, no. He like doesn't want any publicity.
Sean, I mean, if you Google just his name, tons of stuff comes up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, there's tons of stuff about his powerlifting days, and you know, some pictures and stories and stuff. I love listening to Sean Latimer's stories.
Yeah.
Justin Gilbert.
I saw Kevin Kaler has a match out in the Rochester thing tomorrow, which kind of surprised me because he usually doesn't go that far.
Yeah, I know that's a far drive. I was almost going to go with him, but then I realized how far the drive was, and he was going up separately with his wife, and I was like, all right, no carpool, super far drive. I don't know. I really wanted to.
It's faster if you don't have to drive around like lakes and streams when you can just walk across them. That wasn't nice. Anyway, good luck to Kevin, though. I'm sure he's going to win. I mean, he is Kevin.
Yeah, I think he's going to do awesome. I really wanted to record that whole thing. That would have been really cool. But we'll see. Do we know if it's going to be live streamed at all anywhere?
I'm sure it will be.
Okay. I don't even know the tournament.
Those Rochester guys live stream stuff, so.
Well, no, I mean, they're doing a pay-per-view for this one, aren't they?
I don't know. Are they?
I'm fairly certain it's pay-per-view, yeah, because Tim Lewis is one of the people in it, and he was offering if you put in his name or something, you got a certain discount on it. Yes.
Yeah. The sexy bastard coming in tonight.
He's crushing it, dude.
Showing so much love to 98.
Fucking bastards, in theory.
Is that an Australian? Is that Australian? You're all sexy fucking
bastards. Any matches y'all are looking forward to? I'm always looking forward to matches. Yeah.
The Paul and Lachlan match has been on my mind. Schoolboy and Bowen has also been on my mind.
I want to see Roger Bailey. Roger wants to pull Uncle John lefty.
Yeah.
And so does Jody Williams. So that could turn into a three-way match possibly.
Oh, that would be cool.
That would be awesome.
A thruple match.
Yeah.
Personally, I'm looking forward to Ryan Granda's first victory because we've been waiting 4 years for that.
Oh my goodness.
Dave, that's probably not going to happen for a while.
No holds barred.
Now that I am getting this surgery Friday.
Head in the water for a while.
I think Friday's surgery is going to set me back a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, that's gonna be rough.
Who's
I'm
Kevin
irritated
Pullen?
that they have to mess with my bicep, dude. Like, just fix the rotator cuff. Leave my bicep alone.
Yeah.
Well, or figure out how you want them to attach it to make it stronger, and tell them do it this way.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's people out
You
there.
know what's funny is Paul Italia hit me up and Bob Brown saying to ask them to reattach my bicep on the pronation side because it will add like pronation, and I might not be able to straighten my arm all the way, but it will increase my arm wrestling potential depending on where I tell them to attach the bicep. And I'm like,
Dude, you could turn so many doorknobs that way. That'd be
Yeah.
fantastic.
can you imagine, dude? Like, opening jars, just easy.
Just make sure it's still like enough that you can still wipe your ass.
Dude,
Be like, put it between the
Really?
jar opening and the ass wiping.
if there's
Johnny-
anything that's fucking stressing me out, dude, it's that.
Dude,
About this
Johnny,
whole-
now that you mention it, it takes a little bit of supination to wipe your asshole.
Yeah.
Jesus
Jesus Christ.
Dude, like, just as a test run, I was like, let me try with my left. It didn't go well at all. I'm like, I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm just like, no, it doesn't work that way. I'm not used to doing it that way. So now I'm like, I'm just gonna go lay in the bathtub.
We are getting some suggestions
Just
here
like
for your
push around.
first victory.
Ryan versus Beerman. Beerman would kill me.
Or, hey, we got another one here. Justin Gilbert volunteered.
I'll take the challenge, dude. It's gonna have to be. I don't know, however long after the surgery when I make a comeback.
That's a no for me.
That's what I'm gonna have to do, dude. A bidet.
Hmm.
I have to get a bidet that just squirts the butthole, or I could glue my balls to my butthole.
Dude, that song's been in my mind. I've been editing Knuckles Up footage. That song's been playing over and over.
Dude, me and Johnny drove all the way to AC listening to "I Glued My Balls to My Butthole" again on repeat for like fucking 2 hours.
It's easily one of the best songs.
It was down to Antietam.
Was it really?
First time.
Oh,
yeah.
the first time was Antietam. Yes. And we've just kept it going.
Dude, and then we get Ray in the car on the way to.
Oh yeah, the
Love
AC.
City.
Dude, we've kept it going for 3
we played
times.
a different version first, remember?
Oh yeah, the synthwave one.
Synthwave one, and he was like, "What is this?" And we're like, "We'll shut it off, dude. That's not your thing." And then we played the original. And he's like, what is going on?
Yeah.
I
Oh
took
my
Ray
gosh.
home and then went
That's
over.
gonna hurt when
went
he
over
gets
to get-
cold, huh?
Yeah, dude, Shubich, you need to listen to that song, dude, and you're gonna be hooked on it, just like you are. Dude.
Oh
I think
my
it's
gosh,
that-
what did I do?
Parmesans.
So good.
Yeah, you definitely said it to me.
Taking my brother and his wife out for steak on Tuesday but we're going to Texas Roadhouse. Thank you.
Gilbert, they make those. Justin
too
Gilbert
bad.
had this idea, but they do actually make those.
Yeah, I was just talking about that. In fact, I still have some probably up in the bathroom cabinet. I can bring one down and wave it at you.
Yeah,
Sure.
they're gonna fix my fully torn rotator cuff, and then they're gonna fix the partial tear, and then for some reason they're cutting my bicep off and lowering it.
Okay.
So that kind of sucks.
Yeah,
I didn't
that's-
expect
To be honest, I
them
thought
to
that last bit
do that.
you made up just for like an arm wrestling thing, because arm wrestlers always talk about like reattaching their bicep in a
Mhm.
lower spot.
No, so the top of your bicep is attached to like a tendon that goes in through a groove. My tendon popped out of that groove. And he said, whenever we try to put it back in there, it's more prone to continue to fall out from that point forward. So typically they'll cut it and just attach your bicep lower. So that you don't have to depend on that being held in that groove by that tendon. So, I mean, that kind of sucks because they're adding more trauma to the area, really.
yeah.
Is that your coracobrachialis or whatever? Did they give you a name of it? Like which exactly?
Oh yeah,
attack it?
they named all the tears something ridiculous. I don't know.
Yeah, can we make this simple?
I gotta find the paperwork, but yeah.
Have them swap your
at
bicep
least
for
for,
a
like-
calf.
At least like the whole time that it's been hurting, it's kind of validation to get the MRI, and they're like, "Oh yeah, you really did tear your."
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know, man. Maybe this is your claim to fame. Maybe you'll come back like stronger and you'll pull like differently, and it'll be like awesome.
like, hey, you're pinning that bicep to my bone. I want 2 pins.
Yeah. Can you just give me more tendons in there? Can we put
And
more
then
in?
when you sew my my rotator cuff back together, I want extra stitching, and I want you to use Kevlar stitches.
Yes. Some adamantium from Wolverine as well.
Adamantium. Dip my shoulder in adamantium.
Yeah, just like
Or unobtainium.
yeah. Such a good reference. Oh my gosh. So good. That unobtainium needs some
Vibranium.
freedom.
Vibranium.
Yeah.
What,
We were
what
talking
is
about wiping our ass with our left hand, and that made me think back to
Aren't we gonna
John
not talk about these
Thompson.
things?
John Thompson. It made me think about him and his
Thompson.
left.
Oh yeah,
How's his left? If Roger wants it,
that's his better hand. He's better
Yeah.
lefty. Yeah.
Yeah. Now you can't mention left without saying cleft. Speaking of the beast himself, Travis Bajent, he's doing
Oh yeah.
a comeback match with Derek Smith and then I believe another puller, right?
oh wow,
At that challenge series. I want to say he's pulling both right.
I don't
and
know
left.
why, but him
But I
versus
think different
Bajent
guys.
like doesn't excite me at all.
does Derek Smith actually have the gas for that?
Where's
Like,
Derek?
yeah,
Yeah.
for Travis.
Yeah, like I don't know why. I just don't really care about that
Yeah.
match. Like it's not exciting to me.
The only
Also,
thing
we
that's
gotta-
gonna be exciting for me is them two in the booth after the match. Go ahead.
Got a nice super chat from White Wolf. Let's go, baby. $10. Thank you, bud. Yo,
Thanks,
lads,
White
what's up? Happy Friday. Why the heck isn't the sexy bastard Ahmad? This dude is funnier than Paul Maiden filming Neil Pickup in the shower.
He said something like he thought he's being shadow banned because of his last name, I guess, bastard.
I've been seeing his chats, so
Yeah, I saw him. Hold on, let me go back and look. Let me see what's going on here.
maybe when he types out his name, I don't know. It's a possibility. But we don't just want to mod someone because they threw $20 at us. Then anyone would just throw $20 at us. Which again, it would be nice, but
If he comes on
we gotta know the person.
and helps us troll Engin Terzi's eyebrows, then we'll make him a mod.
All right, I'm gone. Goodbye. No,
Diabolical Billy.
no, I'm kidding.
Diabolical Billy in the house.
Diabolical.
White Wolf, I stand correct. Hey, White Wolf, are you excited for the Winter 98 Arm Gods collaboration at Winter Blast next year? And will you be there? Let's talk about the match that doesn't make sense. Paulin Jr. versus David. Yeah, that match to me does not make sense.
I don't know where they are level wise. I've felt David, but I'm not Paulin.
I pulled them both, but it's like David is like a new up and comer.
Mm-hmm.
So you'd think he'd want to challenge himself and try to go above him, but it seems like a lot of the young pullers just want to be on the stage and they don't care whether they win or lose.
I see.
It's like they want to just get their names out there kind of thing. Because his match at Winter Blast didn't make much sense either, because that other dude destroyed him.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
He was 60 pounds heavier and he was like a beast,
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I know he didn't ask Justin, but he asks for super matches like every week from everyone. So I was talking to Josh Vinicore about it, and he's like, dude, the young guys just want super matches all the time for some reason. And, you know, they could, to me, it's probably because of social media. You know, like all you're seeing as an arm wrestler now is like super matches all the time.
Yeah, it's like the new cool thing to have in your reel.
Yeah, so it's like the younger guys think that you'll get notoriety by doing super matches, I guess. But
no, but yeah, and that's very true.
Justin, I know. He told me, just Vinacore told me he like rips into him, like, you know, about training, about everything. I mean, he should have trained hard for that super match at Winter Blast, because that was a really good opportunity to showcase yourself. But Josh said he didn't seem to really take it as serious as he should have, I guess.
Interesting. Well, I mean, he is 16. Maybe that's part of it.
Yeah, and that's probably part of it too.
He's gonna be nuts when he's older.
Schubert said he'll be back with a better connection. We got Andrew Wood trying to come on. Let's see if he is in normal mode.
Hey,
Andrew Wood, are you in normal
Andrew?
mode tonight?
I just want to say that those jokes I made about falling down on my face had extreme consequences in real life.
Oh God, what happened? Justin, maybe I will. Well, maybe after my surgery.
Oh,
what happened, Andrew?
Really fell down on your face?
someone died.
No.
Yeah.
Like someone close to you?
Yeah. I made jokes about falling on my face, and someone fell on their face and died.
Did you have anything to do with it?
No, I just, it's kind of fucked up making jokes about that, right before it happened.
Yeah.
Maybe we've discovered Andrew's superpower. This
Do you
is very
think
scary.
it happened because you put that into the universe?
I don't know. The way one of my friends put it is, it's part of your life, so you're making a joke about it.
Yeah.
Time is relevant, I guess. Did you see Mazarenko's new side pressure machine?
I did actually. What did you think about it? Being a side pressure machine expert.
I I really want his little wrist. You know how you can change like from supinated to pronated position on the wrist.
Yeah.
I really like that. I want that. But I noticed that he's got the telescoping rectangular setup just like I do.
Yeah.
Except he's running a real fancy knob, so there's infinite lengths you can put it at.
Have you thought about just making everything that he makes but better?
For the longest time, I think like my first endeavor when it came to like replicating a fitness machine would be like an ISO hammer high lat row, or an ISO hammer low lat row, or the ISO hammer pull down.
Gotcha.
I think those were like my first this machine is great. I want to make one because I can't afford one.
Yeah. They do have
I thought it was interesting that I think Mazarenko took a little bit from me, dude, because he usually uses a slotted screw for his telescoping movements.
Oh, yeah.
And I just thought it was interesting that his telescoping design was the same one that I've been using. So I'm kind of proud of that. I feel like I added some bit of value to his machine,
Yeah. It is cool to see all the stuff that they have out there, like arm wrestling specific machines.
Mazarenko actually sent me a friend request this week. I thought, you wonder how he ever heard of me.
Oh, that was me for my fake Mazarenko account.
Oh, okay.
I'm just
Well, I
kidding.
accepted this, you'll know.
I'm just kidding.
Have you guys ever watched that cartoon Baki? Have you ever heard of it?
Baki, no.
It's like the strongest monster, and it's like his dad is this dude
Oh.
who runs beating people.
It's an anime, right?
Yeah.
I think I saw a little bit of it.
Well, one of the characters in there is like a fucking is like the kung fu doctor person, and I saw someone comparing Mazarenko to that guy, and I thought it was kind of funny.
Nice. Justin Gilbert. By the way, the table is still kicking ass. It's addictive. I can't even do a workout without it anymore. Justin was the recipient of the free 98 table made by Lucas Raymond, Arm Assassin Strength Shop at Winter Blast. So pretty cool, man. I'm glad you're putting it to good use.
That's sick. Justin also said he would smoke Paul Lynn. Did I read that correctly?
Dude, Paul Lynn's looking low test, man. I mean, I honestly think he's going to be low test for another 2 or 3 years taking a weight cut like that. I don't think people realize what those weight cuts do. You know, you can try you can supplement your way back through it, but nah. And Lachlan's been like on the theoretical same type of training regimen that that Russian dude that's pulling the Australian dude is, you know. Except Lachlan's never gotten injured like that Russian dude did. He went snowboarding, broke his arm, right?
Yeah.
So why are they cutting your bicep if it didn't tear? So you dislocated your biceps, so they want to cut it?
So up at the top of the bicep where it attaches to, like, there's like a tendon. It comes down to like a tendon and it goes over your shoulder. There's a groove there that keeps it in place, and it popped out of that groove. Okay. So they said whenever they put it back in the groove, they tend to just always be like falling out of that groove in the future. So they were like, typically, if we have to go in there anyway for something else, it would be beneficial to just cut it and attach it to your.
That is the most retarded orthopedic experience I've ever heard of, man. They didn't have any sort of range of motion skill you could use to put it back into the groove. They didn't have any kind of.
Said sometimes they've made the groove deeper to try to keep it in there, but he's like, for the length of time it's been out of your groove, it probably they get stretched out. He said, and they'll just be susceptible to falling out more often.
And there's no way for him to just grab it and put it back.
Yeah, he just said that it will fall out.
Well, I mean, like at that doctor's visit, like without surgery.
No,
that's insane, dude.
Yeah,
I can't believe they said that to you.
Yeah, I don't know. He was going by the MRI, and but you know the funny thing is, dude, is this doctor goes, I told him like my hand's been numb since physical therapy, and he goes, "Wow, that doesn't make sense. There's no nerves in your shoulder." And I was like, "Well, sir,"
he said that.
I said,
"You need to go somewhere else."
Said, how do the nerves get from my body to my arm?
You're gonna let this dude cut into your flesh, dude?
If you touch there's no nerves in the shoulder, and you touch your shoulder, you shouldn't feel anything on the shoulder.
Right.
You feel with your hand.
Right. That's what I said to him. I said, well, I said, that's funny because I don't know how the nerves would get into my arm if they're not going through my shoulder from my body. Yeah. And he
I'm a history major, not a science major, and that sounded even stupid to me.
Yes.
Have you looked anywhere else for different? Have you talked to anyone else about your damage?
Yeah, my lawyer.
Seriously, no, another
my lawyer who says do not get it done by these weirdos.
Yeah, sounds like they just want to experiment on you.
Yeah, I'm just gonna.
He's got a shoulder problem. Let's
see
move
what
his bicep.
Did I wake up and like my shoulder's attached to my taint?
I remember I tore my shoulder and the doctor was like, "Are you training for the Olympics?" And I was like, "No." And he was like, "Okay, well, it's not worth repairing then."
Jesus. Well, here's the problem too: is because I got hurt at work, not arm wrestling.
Yes, of
it's
course.
going through workman's comp. So all the workman's comp doctors just work for insurance, so they just fucking do whatever. They don't care if it benefits or doesn't benefit me. They're just like, whatever, they're going to make more money insurance-wise.
Well, I mean, if you have a performance, if it's how you present yourself is the result you're going to get. You can be, well, it'd be really nice to just be able to walk again.
Oh, yeah.
Unless, or it's like, actually, I'm an ultra marathon runner, and I plan on doing 100 miles of running a week for the rest of my life,
Well, a bunch of arm wrestlers said it's actually better if your biceps attached lower. for arm wrestling. That is
Bullshit.
that's what I swear to God. Like Bob Brown, Paul Italia, people that have had their bicep tear, all said, if you're getting it lowered, tell them to attach it on the pronation side. So
Dude,
that,
that's on the distal end. You're talking medial damage to your bicep if it's the shoulder, you know. The distal side where it ties into your forearm, yeah, I can see how that could be a play, but like on the medial side of your bicep, you know, you would want it heightened to expand the volume of your bicep. Whereas if it was on the distal side where you're reattaching it to the forearm, you would want to have it lowered to stretch the volume of the bicep.
I'm gonna have them pull it up over my shoulder and attach it to my like shoulder blade.
That's disgusting, but that would kind of, you'd have like a double bicep then, you know, because you could flex your arm
over the shoulder and attach it back down to my hip. Imagine, dude, like I'd be like that kid that could like broke his arm and all of a sudden could throw like fastballs.
Did you blow your labrum off?
Yeah.
Yeah. God damn, bro.
I don't have a labrum anymore.
I think you should. I think you should have Dr. Shubich.
I thought you said labia. My bad.
Well, I mean, obviously your labrum is still there, but I mean, did it disconnect at some point?
I'd have to read the paperwork because they're using all sorts of technical. Hey, the other Paul Lynn's here,
bro.
Better when your penis is low. Oh God.
The other
put that up on screen.
Be on your way to
started on. Look, I'm just saying, if you're in the right doctor's office, your life is worth $40,000 to them.
Yeah, no kidding.
Maybe just put your bicep, like add it to your tricep, and then commit to pressing. Just put more muscles back there.
Well, you need to have both. You need your bicep and your tricep engaged, and you need both of them to perform and function. You know.
Yeah.
You need to somehow be engaging supination and pronation at the same time.
Other Paul Lynn is in the hotel and all weighed in. Nice, buddy. Good luck on your super match.
Well, I'm going to head out. I'm going to pack, get ready for the shore this weekend.
See you, buddy.
You boys don't have too much fun, all right?
Go slay some.
Well,
go slay some.
Slay some vagines.
Some bobs and vagine.
Can Ryan afford Italia's surgeon?
Hey,
oh
Miller.
my gosh. All right.
So, Jablonski's wife was telling you to put weight on, huh?
Me?
Yeah, was Jablonski's wife telling you to add weight?
I'm trying to remember if an altercation like that happened, but I don't.
Well, I don't know if it was an altercation, but it looked like she was trying to tell you to that you're too skinny.
Nah, I literally can't put on weight. My metabolism is too fast. It's too hard.
I think
like the amount of food I would need to eat.
She was being mean because Johnny pinned.
What do you think? Do you think Jablonski was born as big as he is?
Yes.
He came out that exact same size.
Yeah.
A full grown.
Like
man.
I was born as tall as I am. I was just stretched out over time, so that's why I'm skinny.
Yeah, dude. Honestly, man, like taking a shit like 5 or 7 times a day, it's a lot. It's a lot, man. You're basically you're like half your day is either.
The hotel he's in is the birthplace of crack. That's not good. Oh, yak, big
Johnny, what's the highest calorie diet you've done?
I think 4,000.
What's the highest calorie workload you've done, fitness wise?
I don't know if I tracked that.
Yak just wasted $2.79 Canadian to say big whoop.
Dude,
and he just saved me from sending him a nasty gram. I'll erase it now. I've been looking at the AWU chat, and we had invited him on, and he didn't have time to join us, but he has time to write notes and say things like, "I'm literally a fat cunt." I mean, really, Yak. I mean, yeah. Hey, what the hell?
Hey, Miller.
Yeah, Meta, I agree.
What's up, Wood?
I had this lady come up to me in Gold's Gym, and she was telling me I shouldn't be eating while I'm working out, saying that I had like this big 44-ounce fucking styrofoam thing full of whey protein and ice cream from the place next door, some bananas in there and shit.
Did
I
you
was
say?
just fucking slurping on that shit between sets of dips and pull-ups, and this lady's like, "You shouldn't eat while you work out."
Did you say
What?
eat a dick, Karen?
Like, when do I stop eating? Why would I stop eating?
Oh my god!
Are you insane?
Schubert's with $1.99. Big deal, Dave.
Well, so he asked me to like his big whoop comment. So fine, okay. Since he gave us $1.79 Canadian, which is like 79 cents American, I just put a check mark on it.
That was nice of you, Dave. Can you imagine how much money Yak would spend on our podcast if they did sounds and he could record his live farts like he does in the AWU chat?
Oh, God.
I think that milkshake was 2,800 calories or 3,200 calories.
Did you tell her to F off? Like, what'd you say to her? Like, calm down, Karen. Or did you stop eating?
I think I only had to eat like that for like a few years though. Like 10,000 calories a day minimum.
I must be muted.
It sucked, man.
Trendsetters.
Yeah, I don't like count calories or anything.
You ever hit 20,000 calories in a day? I bet Grondin has. Always talking about those fucking meat buffet restaurants.
I would pay good money to fart on this stream.
Yeah, whenever I see a recording from him and it's anything under about 7 seconds, I don't listen because I know what it is.
Hey, Yak, you could come on live and do it.
You should make him pay, though. He has to pay a certain
you
amount.
still have to pay if you're doing it live.
Like every time.
Right.
Johnny, you ever pay for like an empty half gallon of like eggnog at the store?
No, that is oddly specific.
Or
I feel like you're speaking from experience.
Or like a half gallon of chocolate milk. You ever paid for an empty one at the grocery store?
No. But I am going to head out because I do want to head to the shore. So have a fun podcast, you guys.
I'll
talk to you later.
I will text you all of Andrew's questions for you later.
What part of the shore do you go to? What part of the shore are you going to?
The part where there's water.
Well, but I mean,
I don't
New
want-
Jersey. I mean, I'm sorry, avoid New Jersey. Go to Ocean City, Maryland.
Parts where he's trying to leave and you just kept him again.
Yeah.
Just Ocean City,
So,
Maryland. Forget New
Peace out,
Jersey.
boys.
See you,
Bye.
bud. Let's post the exact address of where he's going.
I've had family members with eating disorders, and I was just trying to do my best to reach out. There's nothing wrong with eating too much food, but if you don't eat enough food, man, it can be bad for you.
Yeah.
Brain starts to starve off, and not only do you have muscle loss through your body, but you have brain loss in your brain.
Yeah.
Well, this is very true, obvious. Whenever I go to Wildwood, it reminds me of like moving South Philly to the shore with all the pizza places. I mean, bullshit. If I'm going to go to the shore, I'd rather have the crab houses and the lobster houses and the, basically soft shell crab and that kind of crap. Like Dayton's Crab House and Thrasher's French Fries and all those things in Ocean City.
So
Maryland,
you got it,
New Jersey.
schoolboy versus the Australian ginger man. What is that guy's name?
Ryan Bowen.
Ryan Bowen.
Yep.
Schoolboy versus Ryan Bowen. Which arm is it?
I don't think they're going to use their arms.
Oh, is it like Belichick?
They're going to like leg wrestle.
Oh, Belichick.
Yeah.
We had that at Keystone the once. Remember Josh Alpha and took on Miguel Fernandez and absolutely crushed him in wrestling when that was the first year they were out.
Oh, I got to let my dog out. I'll be right back.
Well, you're leaving me here with Andrew. Oh my God.
Over me and
this place may be wrecked by the time you come back.
Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
Well, that's a rather broad,
All right. Well, let's talk about history.
Yeah, it's
You know?
broad set of possibilities.
So,
Uh,
did you
well,
hear the reference to comparing the U.S. Civil War to Israel and Palestine?
Good Lord, no. I'd have to, give some thought to what the comparisons are there. But actually, what I'd rather talk about what do you think the odds are they're actually going to have AW5 in fall? Comes, goes, it comes and goes.
I have no idea, dude. They like blocked me from seeing their content for like a couple years now. I have no fucking idea.
Yeah.
You guys have been talking about how the event isn't going to happen, but like it's like number 5. So, I mean, they've done it the past 4 years.
Yeah, I guess because they had a 4.5 recently that that Wade Carlson ran, but maybe nice to get down there sometime. But when I came through Texas the last time, they're all in hiding. But
hey, do you know how tall the major arm wrestling something with the C Mac? How tall the Mac tables are supposed to be?
I mean, I have plans for a table. I don't have the Mac now. But let's see. Sexy Bastard is just fronted us $20. Say, let's see. Thanks, White Wolf, you sexy beast. Let's see. You know the rest. I don't know. You know the rest. Let's see. All the best. You know the rest. I don't know. There's more to this than we're seeing here. Worldwide are persecuted. Armed gods in 98 are killing it. I'm going to be there. I'll buy the first 15 rounds. You get the rest. Excellent. Yeah. Hey, we will do our damnedest to have an excellent event. And like I say, we're certainly not making any, money on these things. The absolute contrary. By the time Ryan gets done, putting something into it, and really, I've been telling him, when I loan front money, I keep track of it. I keep telling Ryan, keep track of this. He said, I'll get it back eventually. He's put quite a bit into it, but yeah, we like if you weren't here earlier, we were saying we're getting close to finding a larger venue. We had looked at casinos, but they were extremely expensive, so we weren't going to get anywhere there. But we did look at some of those. And what we will do in the meantime is have some smaller events. Probably we're going to have, we're definitely going to have at least, 1 or 2 over the next couple of months. And one with we're working on in cooperation with Sean Latimer in New Jersey, and we have one coming up in Pennsylvania, in the Philly area, and Salem. Let's see, when is that? That's September, I believe. In fact, I'm making up a new list of upcoming events in the Northeast. It'll go up in the next couple of days. So, but let's see. What does Suryak says? Suryak said, he said, in fact, let's take this in order. You are not blocked. You have us blocked. We'd be happy to have you view our content. And so happy to have you back and in the AW group. So time, maybe you need to check yours, Andrew, and see if you are the one doing the blockage.
Well, there's a difference between blocking an individual and blocking a group. Those are 2 different functions.
Well,
so the story goes that as an individual, if I don't want to view, your content to the extent where I feel like it should be removed, I can block you. And someone convinced me to unblock someone, and that person, when unblocked, promptly blocked me from seeing the group entirely.
Well, I generally, if it gets weird, I just ignore it for a while, because every time I try to get out of something, they drag me back in.
Yeah, I find those words to be quite openly friendly, cordial, but I see it as a sinister trap at this point.
Well, and of course, the great non-yaw threw me out of the one. I used to be in 2 of them, but I'm only in 1 now. But that's enough. Let's see.
I mean, if that's what you're into, that's what you're into. It's just not my cup of tea, you know?
Well, to answer your question there, Houston, we've certainly get some better characters on the show. Do you have people suggest? Hey, because we'll ask almost anybody. As long as your initials are not Eric Harlan, we'll probably let you on. But got anybody you have in mind, let us know, and we will see if they're willing to join us.
Yeah, this is what happens when none of you assholes get on here, is I get on here and fill the seat. Keep the fucking runtime up so the overall watch hours are boosted per view.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see. Yeah, I don't know. I know the one group is what there's like 3 admins, but as I went in and quietly took my nickname off it the other day. Figure somebody else can come up with something more inventive. Hey, Houston, we have invited Yak Toast on, and absolutely. In fact, we were. I specifically even gave him an assignment. Said what I'd like you to talk about is arm wrestling in Atlantic, Canada. You can tell us all about that, so I can see if it's worthwhile coming up there this summer. Number one, and you also tell us. We'd even let you talk about AW5, which, if you've known a little bit a while ago, you would have heard me say, "Gee, I wonder if it'll ever take place." And because certain people that run it, then they kind of disappear for a while, then they come back, then they disappear for a while. And of course, as you may have seen, the Eric Harlan person is calling out female arm wrestlers again, but who would probably crush him. But okay, good, Sir Yak. We will take you up on that. Let's see, next Friday, where will I be? Yeah, I may be late next Friday because I'm going to be out in Battle Creek, Michigan, because next Saturday a week is the Michigan States, which I figure I should get to at least once before they leave the Kellogg Arena, which apparently this is probably the last year they're in that. So I'm going to go out to Thursday, leave for Thursday, go to the East Ohio practice in East Liverpool. In fact, I've suggested to that other mad inventor, Stacy James Kapinski, that I will be there. And so he may show up. And so that'll be Thursday. And then, and here, okay, did we get you?
Have you heard of the Odessa team? Odessa, Texas, Odessa, Midland, Texas. Apparently they got an arm wrestling team out there.
And here we have Cole Raven, and we still just took some of the silencer off so we can say hello. So hello, how the heck's life today? And are you you're at work as usual on a Friday night? But there we are.
Yeah, I brought my computer this time though, because something's wrong with my phone. My internet keeps crashing on it. Trying to close out this other window, I keep hearing the
So slow night.
I plugged my phone into the computer earlier today and freaking crashed the whole shit, dude. It's weird.
Yeah.
There we go. Now I got it.
Houston Arm Jam.
Complaining about same old boring people. Why don't they get on here and try to entertain us, huh?
Yeah. Hey, we welcome almost anybody. Certainly, almost anybody.
Except that one.
Let's see.
I don't know. I feel like they'll let anyone on here if they're in the mood for it.
Yeah. How you doing, Wood?
I mean,
yeah, no, always
here. So obviously they got fucking some tolerance.
Yeah, and the link is in the chat. Ryan just put the link in the chat again, so all you have to do is click on that. And if your name is not Eric Harlan, we'll probably let you on. But yes. And there it is again. But so anyway, so how's life in Louisiana?
It's all right. Getting ready for Mississippi State Tournament in about 80 days or so. That's gonna be fun. Got a lot of good pullers over there. But everything's good. No bad weather yet. Too bad. We're gonna have some coming though.
Well, just no bad weather, meaning no hurricanes, but it's probably humid as hell.
Yeah, it's hot already. Super hot.
Mm-hmm.
Sweating, but it's helping me on my little weight loss journey. Them boys talking about they have trouble gaining weight. If they come eat what I eat every day, I bet I can get them to gain a little weight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, bro, 4,000 calories, that's one meal, dude, and that's not even a full belly when you're on full weight.
Well, I'm a big guy. I went from 387 to 347 right now, which I've been doing it real slow instead of really fast. So I'm trying to change a lot in my lifestyle, you know. But even when I got off work yesterday, I went to Burger King and I ordered me a double Whopper. But I mean, that'll fill most people up. But I got to have another sandwich on the side of it. So
yeah, dude.
That's where I don't think skinny people do that. Eat 2 double Whoppers and a fry.
I mean, there's rules to getting big. Like, you don't go to a steakhouse unless they sell a porterhouse, and you don't go to any place that sells burgers unless the burger patties are at least half a pound. You know.
What's going on, everybody?
Howdy, Justin.
Hello.
Well, and I've been hearing some of those burger places. I don't go to burger place unless I'm out of town, but supposedly some of them are really
Justin Gilbert.
Expensive as hell.
Well, I know this place in Austin called Casino El Camino, and I used to get 3/4 pound burgers at discount prices, and they'd hook me up for like $7.25 a burger. So I'd get 3 of those boys. It was great.
So,
being a manager at IHOP, I have access to too much food.
Please, I live right in the Bucks County area. Every 5 seconds is a food place.
People, I thought it was funny, you know, I work at IHOP and everybody refers to steroids and shit as pancakes in the arm wrestling community. But I eat the real pancakes for this.
It's a lot of pancakes.
I have a lot of pancakes, dude.
There's nothing wrong with that, though. Pancakes are the shit.
So, Justin, let's see, I was going to say, are you going to be in practice on Tuesday? But that's right, I can't be at the practice on Tuesday because I got a dinner engagement. I will try to get down there more often than I have been lately.
I am there majority of the time unless something comes up with the kids, but that's very, very minimal.
Mm.
I mean, I'm definitely
hello, fellas.
I'm definitely trying to get out there because, you know, after Winter Blast kind of opened my eyes what the competition's like and shit. So, you know, I really don't have an excuse not to train between having the table now. I have my gym gave me permission to bring the table in, and plus Tuesdays with Josh and all them. So there's really no excuse for me not to get better at this point. I just got to cut my weight down.
So are you going to donate a table to the gym, or are you just going to bring it in every time?
I just bring it in. It's only 4 set screws. It's not rock science to take apart, really.
Are you trying to say I'm fat?
It's a whole different liability if you leave it there.
Well, that's the thing, too, because you get a bunch of dumbasses who abuse it, and they'll get this on it, that on it. People end up somehow breaking it like a dumbass, so it's not worth it.
Well, when we had the tournament in Atlantic City last week, we had a table that was sitting out in the hall, and people walking past. Well, I walked out to the hall to go down the hall to the restroom, and there were these 2 kids that, you know, had apparently never seen one before. They were pulling, but they were standing behind the peg. They were standing on the sides of the table, reaching over the peg to, you know, pull. I said, I don't think you want to do it that way. But
that is actually standard practice in a format I know for social arm wrestling. So I could see how that's how the table would look. especially with the offset. So you still have like the pad close enough, and the pad that's offset closer to you is the one you use. I mean,
Yeah, but
Well,
the
I mean,
probability factor
that,
of that.
well, that was the thing. Well, that was the thing too. It was actually set up for pulling left arm, and so they were pulling right arm, but from the ends of the table. And so I said, no, come around to this side. But then I had to move the pads if they wanted to, stick
have you
on
ever
right arm.
have
I
you
guess
ever done you ever done
they
thumb
really wanted
wars
to.
with your offhand while you arm wrestle with the other hand?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever done that?
No, can't say I have.
Grondin, have you ever done that?
Have I ever what? Say that again.
You're like arm wrestling cafeteria table style. One
Yeah.
arm wrestling. Other arm, thumb war.
No, never tried it.
Really?
That's too much going on for a stupid ass like me. I lose both because I'm too concentrated on one of them. And my luck could be the thumb war.
Jack said,
Yeah, dude. The thumb war.
that's the answer is no.
Yeah, dude.
Thank
The
you,
thumb
Yak,
war
for
always gets you, man.
Another super chat from Canada.
And he asked a question, but he answered it. Do people concur?
Cutlout said Derek Smith's going to mop out of shape Travis. Probably.
I think it's the battle of the injured, isn't it? I mean, they've both been busted at some point in their career, and they're both like lacking side pressure now.
I feel like a lot of people lack side pressure, actually.
Yeah, because a lot of people get fucking busted early on, dude. It's really hard not to get your medial tricep head busted in your early arm wrestling career. It's like that's why they don't want you pressing, because like you get that medial tricep head fucked up, medial distal tricep head fucked up, and you never get your fucking side pressure back. And like that's where all the pitcher's elbow is, all that rotations is on that interior fucking tricep going into the forearm.
I don't know. Trying to recently train more side pressure kind of sketches me out, because last year I tore a quarter of my bicep, and every time I train side pressure or I get in that position, my left arm is on fire every time.
Yeah, dude, I've had a few bicep injuries and like over 75% to 80% workload on like my pull-ups, and like for sure I have like latching and shit. You ever get that? Like these dead points in your range of motion? It's fucking horrible.
So, for me, what happened for me was it happened partially at work and partially at the gym, because I work on cars, and there was a brand new headlight, and a tire fell off the car when I took the lug nuts off, and I caught it, and I felt the tear, and I just dropped it. and then, ironically enough, a week after, it was I think it was Steve Walker's event from Hitting Hard in the Backyard in Jersey. I ended up walking up pulling a right hand, and Josh, who's the team lead on my team, he ended up smacking the shit out of me. Like, what are you doing pulling? Well, I'm not using my left arm, so screw it.
Oh, yeah. I remember that at Henny's thing.
Yeah, that's right, because you were laughing when he smacked the shit out of me.
Yeah. That was funny.
See, like, people keep asking me, like, events like that, like, oh, was this your first competition? Like, for me personally, I consider Winter Blast my true first one, because Hitting Hard, it was an old guy who never did it.
Right.
And then it was I keep forgetting how to say his last name, but John. So I was in a win-lose situation, literally. I went against a pro and literally a brand new guy. He wasn't really a competition.
Right.
But Winter Blast opened my eyes a lot, because I know I have to work on my setup a lot. But, I mean, I didn't do great. I mean, I understand I was a 200 novice, but being the smallest guy in that class for both arms, I mean, I gave people a run for their money, so I'm doing something right.
Yakimovich is disappointed that you're not being a son of a bitch. He said he thought you were going to jump on and be a real ass. But since you're being polite, he's offended.
I honestly feel like you just want to be a fucking psychopath. You just go hang out in AWU chat. It's fucking local psychopath hangout.
Well, they have a shortage of psychopaths from Nova Scotia. So, most of them are American psychopaths. So he has to hold up his part.
Yeah, Gobi tried to cosplay as one, and then he got beat up or something. he disappeared. Whatever happened to Gobi anyways? He like came back for the bottom 8 or something, and then he disappeared again.
I don't know. You got me. Like I say, I don't follow it that closely. You got me. Well, I'll tell you, speaking of pulling things back together, things falling apart, as those of you who have seen my posts on Facebook know, I was, since I got both of the knees taken care of, I was thinking about the left shoulder, but, basically what they were saying is I wasn't going to be, doing anything with that arm pretty much for the rest of my life. Couldn't lift more than 25 pounds, wasn't going to do any pulling, and, would have been in a sling for 6 weeks in the summer.
I mean, it's basically you have to say like with like every movement you make in rehabilitation is like a mantra of you saying you're gonna get better,
Well,
the better it's gonna get. But anyways, have you heard about Damian Schlosser? I've heard about this guy for a few years now. He was kicking ass over there in Florida, and apparently now he's kicking ass all the way over to Texas too. So that's pretty
Damian, he's North Carolina. That's from Hunter Welsh's group.
Oh, I thought he was Florida because that's the last time I heard about him.
No, he's North Carolina.
Oh, Andrew, I found the findings of my MRI. If you would like to know.
Yeah, truthfully, what's going on with this? 2 of the main people in 98 are both crippled as shit right now.
Yeah, no shit.
What?
More of us, like Burger's just coming back from some injuries.
Were either one of you two even arm wrestling related to how it happened?
Not this time, no. This injury was work related.
No, and me neither. Mine's just old age related.
Work related, you guys.
Masturbation issue. Chlorate masturbating in a porta potty.
That's the bad side effect of having the superpower of tolerance.
I was masturbating in the porta potty. Someone pushed it over while I was in it.
Do you remember hearing about that guy who was hiding inside of the shit side? He was hiding in the shit.
Ugh, hell no.
Because he was like a voyeur. He wanted to like look at girls' booties, so he was like literally swimming
in it. Oh my god.
That is absolutely.
Imagine he just has like a mask on and he's just like one eye out of the shit watching them.
That literally sounds like a shitty version of a glory hole.
It's like some fucking. He's got like a rebreather on and everything, All
right, I'm gonna read this to you, Andrew. Moderate supraspinatus and subscapularis tendonitis with full thickness tear of the anterior superior rotator cuff measuring 2.2 centimeters and 1.9 centimeter medial retraction with spared few residual supraspinatus fibers posteriorly and subscapularis fibers inferiorly. Moderate infraspinatus tendonitis with partial undersurface tear. The teres minor tendon.
Say that part again. The undersurface tear part. What was that thing called?
The moderate infraspinatus tendinosis with partial undersurface tear. And then the bicep,
bro, what the fuck?
Medially subluxed within the substance of torn subscapularis, mild long head biceps tendonitis without tear.
Okay, so your bicep is fucking moving through torn material, so they just want to cut
it's out of place, like the groove that it sits in. It's like off to the side, mixed in with all this.
If they cut that, then they're getting their ass whooped, and you should tell them just like that, dude. Fuck that motherfucker. Put a hook around it, pull it backwards, where it's supposed to be. If anything,
they can increase that groove's depth so it sits there better.
So it sounds like a double-ended, like almost like a stupid process. I mean, like, yes, obviously you gotta get your shit fixed, but why tear more shit apart to try and fix something?
Well, because you're putting load on what's going to get repaired. Because if it went through where it tore, that means it's going to be pressing right where it's torn.
Yeah, but isn't there a certain point of a recovery process where you don't or can't do anything?
the idea is you cut it as well, so now they're both damaged and they both repair around the fuck upness of each other, or something like that. Some fucking sick shit.
Either way, dude, when they're going to put me under, I'm going to tell them, like, first off, nobody better peek at my penis or touch my butthole while I'm under.
Hold on. Were you getting surgery yet?
Premier,
Bro, Grondin, they could just do.
I'm about to do exactly what you said. You can't happen.
Okay, look, Grondin, you could just do a fucking. You could just do a nerve block. You could do a nerve block so the muscle stays loose and you don't have to cut the fucking bicep. There's other ways to stop like putting stress on the fucking repair.
I don't want my bicep cut.
Yeah, so why is he saying he doesn't cut it off and put it back?
He just wants to cut it. I think he wants to.
Dude.
All right, guys. I got to dip off.
I want to
the kids talking, so I'll see you guys later.
See you, buddy.
All right.
I think he just wants to cut my bicep.
So can you push any? Can you push it all?
Push?
Yeah.
Dude, I've been arm wrestling this whole time.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I just my side pressure is not like when I go side hard.
You feel like your shoulder's separating, like walking.
Yeah, it hurts my shoulder. Yeah.
Like this little space in the front is getting bigger and bigger, or is the space like in the middle, or is in the space in the back?
I don't know. I just let off before I get to that point.
Yeah, but where are you feeling it? Like where, like
I don't know, dude. Today, any way I move it feels like that tendon that's out of that groove is just rubbing across stuff. Like it doesn't feel today. It felt really awful.
I mean, if you can feel it, then can you try to put it back?
Not really. I mean,
you'd want to like pull your hand above and your shoulder, your elbow behind your head, I guess, so that you could close the bicep tendon a little bit and try to get through your delt. But the problem is your delt's going to be all firing off while you're in that position.
I know, dude, it sucks.
You really need someone with 2 hands or even 3 hands to manipulate your arm when you're like relaxed and actually get to it and grab it and put it back.
I want to get to a point where like both the doctor's hands are on my shoulders and he's like, you're going to feel some pressure. And then I feel pressure like in my backside, but his hands are still on my shoulders.
Here's the thoughts from Brother Shubich.
Shubich, well, he's a doctor. He's from Russia. Terrorists know all about that stuff.
Yeah, that's fucked, man. So your shit's like, it's right in the deep part of like the center of the shoulder, you know?
Yeah. So I like when I'm arm wrestling, I've just been loading up back pressure and then just trying to like hit for position here and then just holding people till they can't
give up.
Keep going. I mean, I shouldn't be arm wrestling, honestly. I probably made it worse.
Yeah, but in all fairness, you didn't know. I mean, they were, basically they should have shoved the MRI a little bit farther front and instead of manipulate before they did the MRI.
Yeah, that's what pisses me off. They did all kinds of physical therapy on me before the MRI, and I was like, you guys probably did more damage moving my arm all around.
Well, that's normal movement, dude. If you can't do that, if that movement's causing damage, you got a serious problem.
Well, like some ways they were moving me, dude. Like it hurt like hell, and I'm like, "What are you guys doing?" And then,
well, that's a red flag, and now insurance is definitely on board with getting it fixed,
dude. And the biggest red flag was when I went to the orthopedic surgeon with the MRI results. He immediately was like, "Okay, do not do any more physical therapy." So I'm like, well, why have you had me doing it for a whole month before getting an MRI?
Yeah, it seems like, whenever it's a workers' comp case, I mean, I've had friends that have been in a similar situation. When it's workers' comp, they just narrow, you narrow your choices a good bit as to what you can,
Well, my lawyer said, you absolutely do not have to use their doctors.
Yeah, I usually, when I talk to, if as soon as you tell a doctor that it's work related, like even like my general practitioner, like
they instantly look at money from insurance.
Yeah, they clam up, bro. I mean, everything changes. Like if it's as soon as you say it's work related, like, yeah.
Yeah, I just want to get it fixed and move on and start getting it back to normal because a few people I've talked to that had similar situations said that it's pretty painful after the surgery too for a while.
Yeah, you're gonna be fucked.
Yeah. I'm just gonna do heroin probably for a little while.
I think they prescribe that shit
or do some fentanyl.
Well, I know where you can find some. So Paul Lynn posted that they have one of those Narcan things at the front desk of the hotel he's staying in.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
What happens if you do Narcan and you don't need it? Like, what if you're not overdosing and you just do some Narcan?
Yeah, I don't know.
My lawyer that I've been talking to about the workman's comp stuff, he wants to sue the place I got hurt. I told him, well, hold off for a minute. Calm down, buddy.
Yeah, about an hour ago, he put up our hotel has a Narcan kit at the front desk.
That's pretty cool, dude. I'd ask to take a selfie with it.
I don't know if you can hear the fireworks in the background. The Iron Pigs game is over.
What sport is that?
I got to finish staining my deck tomorrow. Give it a second and third coat. That's what I did all day. What'd you do all day, Andrew Wood? Hey, Andrew, the person who died, like, were they a family member? Hey, Alex, David Ryan.
Why do you guys keep going off topic? I thought this was like an arm wrestling show.
Nice coming for one next year. Nice, cool, Alex. That'll be cool, man.
I pulled weeds, I guess.
Pull weeds, nice.
Yeah, that was fun. Some of them for like fucking turning into trees and bushes and shit.
Yeah. I did that the other day. Oh, here we go. What do we got here? Mohammed. Hey, buddy.
Hey, what's going on, Yak?
I love that picture, dude.
Oh, Canada, where they import from Vermont the greatest syrup in all of America.
Oh my God. Where did you learn that song?
I just made it up.
Wow, dude, that was a hell of a freestyle.
We never would have guessed.
Thanks.
I didn't know you were a freestylist like that.
What can I say, man? I mean, I hang out with derelicts of society, and writing poetry is apparently something that people do. You have to be proficient about it. It's something about proving your wit, you know?
Yeah, Alex, I saw that. Vermont's having a big tournament coming up.
Really?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, it is on the list that I'm going to be putting up in the very near future. Upcoming events. Let's see. What was that? Vermont is take this once get the damn Word document to open up on my computer. What do we have here? We have Vermont State Arm Wrestling Tournament in Ferrisburg on the 15th of June.
Yes.
And the only other thing that's going on 15th of June is one that is here in Pennsylvania.
What is it?
Yeah, we have something. Well, at the moment, that's all I know about. We
don't talk about that.
The one we're only helping Nitro run in Eastern Pennsylvania.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Yeah, those two on the 15th. And let's see what we got coming up.
Oh, that makes sense, dude. Is that true, Dave?
What? Is what
The only reason that you're having all these operations in succession is to cover for your opioid addiction.
No,
Jeez,
I
dude,
used to be addicted to
that's fucked.
David,
New-
well, we've seen it. Granite Arms again. Always love chatting with you. I'm going to try to make it up there this year for Granite Arms Christmas party.
Man, Ronnie Coleman got destroyed by that fucking botched surgery, man. It just changed
Oh,
his,
yeah.
it didn't change his entire quality of life changed because of that surgery, bro. And that one surgery turned into a lifestyle of surgeries. Holy shit. And now look at him.
You know, Alex, what I was thinking about doing, it's not really quite Granite Arms, but you have something going on up there that Badger has put up on the 27th of July, I think. And I was thinking if Yakimovich makes it worth my while to go to Nova Scotia in August, I could go to that thing on the 27th in somewhere in New Hampshire. It's not Manchester, but somewhere in that area that Badger has up, where it's going to be a combination of arm wrestling and cornhole and all sorts of other stuff. Then go on and maybe see the folks up in Maine with, since I'm old, I can't even think of her name at the moment, but Carolyn. See Carolyn in Maine and go on to Yakimovich in Halifax.
Are you going to sleep at Yakimovich's house in his bed?
Well, he has suggested I could. I'm not sure if that's safe or not. I might, want some advice on that.
Oh, are you down to smell his farts?
Well, I don't know that I have to get as potent as they are. I don't think I have to get down to smell them. I think I'll smell
What
them.
do you think about Bob Sapp cutting weight, dude? He's been running around lean for like a year or two now.
Mm-hmm.
Looking like a fucking 50-year-old fitness nut on the internet. Looking like, have you seen Bob Sapp lately? Have you guys seen this? It like looks like almost like a different person. He's lost so much fat in his face. The whole structure of his face has changed. It's crazy.
Yeah, that is crazy, dude.
But his pecs look fucking like a full-on 50, 55-year-old man pec, dude. Like
got my new passport just for Yak, just to get up there to see old Yak in Nova Scotia.
Oh wow, Dave.
Yeah.
They don't let you just use your taint as a passport?
No, you have to have this little baby here. Passport, United States of America.
Oh, Andrew Wood, people asking you for permission. Look at that. Andrew Wood, do I have permission to take 1/3 of a Xanax bar so I can sleep?
Hey, do you remember the names of those characters from Ghostbusters?
Gee, we talk about such generosity here, if that's the word I'm looking for. See, Yakimovich doesn't think I'm gay like the rest of you people. Or maybe he thinks I am, and that's why I'm safe sleeping with his wife. I don't know. It could go either way. That could definitely go either way.
Are you disappointed that he's married?
Well, I mean, I was aware of it because a lot of times that's the excuse he uses when he has to behave on here. He can't come on because, the wife is sleeping because they are an hour ahead of us. It's almost midnight up there.
Dave, if you had to choose to sleep in a bed with the wife or Yak himself, what would you choose?
Boy, that would be a difficult one. I don't know. He does seem to be a very friendly sort of individual.
Yeah, he's friendly, all right. Yak and Dave in the same bed.
God help us.
See Dave huffing his farts.
Hey, when I go to these tournaments, I always get a 2-bed room just in case somebody wants to, needs to crash or wants to go along. As you know, I was saving it for Stephanie Spencer at Winter Blast, and then she didn't show up. And I offered to, somebody was looking for a travel companion, and I said, if you need to share a room, that was what's his name, Sweet Tea. The Sweet Tea said he'll let me know for the Michigan States.
Oh, he's little, dude. You could use him you could use his whole body as a dildo.
Hey, Shell, I got a question for you.
Ask away.
Have you ever used a variable speed aquarium air pump to pump blunt smoke under a door so you could smoke someone out without them realizing it was happening?
No, I can't say I ever did.
Oh. I was talking to Marcus today from Arm Gods. So they're going to do all their matches Friday night and not any on Sunday now. So it's going to change a little bit. But yeah. So
are you guys going to start announcing their events on Fridays?
they're coming to Winter Blast and they're going to do all their super matches that they normally do for their events on Friday night at Winter Blast. So we're collaborating and they're doing like one of their super match series at Winter Blast on Friday night.
So super match series Friday ran by Arm Gods, and then
Winter Blast Saturday.
Yep. Bracket tournaments, right? Do you do? So, but if you
we're gonna just do the bracket tournament Saturday, and not do any super matches, and let Arm Gods do all of them on Friday night.
I mean, you could always. I mean, if it becomes a problem, I would suggest doing an undercard, aka midday matches leading up to the Arm Gods main card super matches. You know, I mean, does that whole the tournament runs 2 days, right? Or is it all one day?
No, it's all one day.
Well, it will be one day. We had done super matches the night before last time at the tournament.
Yeah, we did some super matches the night before last year, and then some super matches the day of. But since Arm Gods is coming, we're probably not going to do any of our own super matches and just let them do all their good ones Friday night. And then Saturday for the tournament.
So you're going to be sharing the venue, or is it going to be a different venue per day?
Same venue.
Yeah, I see Ryan's already answered this, but I got there's an offer you can't refuse, except you did.
I think I don't have any super matches probably the rest of this year after the surgery. I don't know. You never know.
Yeah. Yeah, well, let's see. Well, of course, see, I had a different thing with the arm. I had a broken. But yours is probably going to take longer. Let's see. Yeah, I was pulling with the other arm. Let's see, October, November, December, about 5 months after I waited 10 months to pull with the arm I broke.
Yeah. I'll just inject my entire shoulder with like BPC 157 and Tren all day long so that it heals faster.
You just need to find someone who runs like a massage parlor that doesn't speak English, and they can put your bicep back in the groove.
They probably can too.
And like last time I had some shit like that, they charged me $10 and I paid them $20. It was a joke, you know. Like it costs like $50 just to reschedule an appointment with the fucking doctor these days, dude. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alex, I had to tried to drag him along last year. Didn't quite work.
I forget why I couldn't go last year. I had something I had to go to, But I was thinking, Andrew, they could totally put my thing back in place and possibly a happy ending.
And what?
A happy ending. I go to the right masseuse.
Apparently, that's not a Texas expression, since he seems puzzled.
What, happy ending?
Yeah.
He knows what it is.
Well, I do now.
He's just playing innocent.
I think we all know what a happy ending is.
Yeah.
Just playing innocent.
Dave Shell has the never-ending story.
Hooters. You guys like them Hooters? I like them massage parlor Hooters.
Look at this, dude. I have the smallest wiener in this chat.
Dude, you ever save up a whole week just to go fucking ruin some massage parlor girl's day? You know, it's just to clean the whole fucking room, get up on a ladder and clean the ceiling and everything.
Oh, God. Semen dust everywhere.
Yeah, seriously.
Alex, he ate that before he got back to Pennsylvania.
No, as a matter of fact, Alex, they sent home so much food with me I gave some to my brother, and I took the rest into practice at Predator and said, okay, we took it in Predator and took in some Ziplocs and said, okay, who wants this? Who wants that? And, I was giving food away. They were feeding Team Predator the next week.
Holy moly.
Yep.
Wait, that's the Predator. Oh wait, it's a. There's two fucking tunes playing at once. The Predator tune, you can't do that as a single. I guess maybe a professional beatboxer could do that tune, but there's two tunes playing at once in the Predator theme.
Not that I know of.
Where's 98's next tournament, yo?
Oh boy. Well, we have one already planned for September called the September Skirmish. But we're planning the Sean Latimer New Jersey Championship. And that'll probably be before September. So we'll probably have two more before September, and then we're gonna have one probably in October and November.
Nice.
And then that'll probably be it for the season until Winter Blast.
Well, I heard you say something about Summer Blast or starting a Summer Blast. I wish y'all would.
Brandon from Flow Arm Combat wanted to collaborate on a Florida Summer Blast tournament, possibly.
I'd be there.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's only 4 hours away. I mean, it depends on where in Florida, but
yeah,
I could probably get there in about 5-6 hours, probably.
That's cool. Yeah, we'll probably take more details.
12, 13 hours,
Yeah.
Yeah, the Scrapple was 2 years ago. This past year, I brought some Chow Chow. Yeah, Scrapple was 2 years ago.
Dave and his Chow Chow. Yak said his dad could easily beat you in a thumb war, Dave.
Mm.
And he did not mean to offend you with that.
Well, can't say I'm really ever tried thumb wars, but
Florida finger blast.
No experience with that whatsoever.
Who's going to win the war between Florida Arm Wrestling League and Flow Arm Combat?
They'll probably just there'll come a time when there's so many drones in the air doing a long range attack that it'll just be more efficient to drop a nuke. And then the real question will be is if there will be retaliatory nukes and if it'll escalate from a local event into maybe a regional or even global event where these EMP strikes just become, just like in a matter of moments, escalate to a worldwide catastrophe.
It looks like Flow's got a lot of momentum right now.
But if I was an accelerationist and I wanted these nukes to go ahead and fucking glass this sandcastle, I would be 3D printing drones to go convince someone that a giant EMP weapon is the best idea.
Wood's on day 3 again, guys.
What, are you okay? Yak said, did you guys land a match for Damon Ransom at Winter? Dude.
Hold on. Was that his answer?
Damon
for
Ransom.
that question?
I'm not sure. It could have been. Damon Ransom. You mean the fastest puncher in the world? 13 punches in 2 seconds? 14 punches in 2.5 seconds? Woods World party time, excellent. Nice.
I got 2 likes on my social media post, and I only liked it one time myself. So that means that someone besides me liked my post. I'm moving up in the world. All right.
Yeah, you are, dude. Who could we have pulled Damon Ransom?
Is he big?
No.
Oh.
He's very irrelevant.
Well, I don't know. How about Damon and Andrew Wood?
Andrew would kill Damon.
But then again, so would almost everybody else.
Pretty sure, yeah. Except for Robert Kelly. Robert Kelly lost to Damon Ransom. That's embarrassing.
I hope Robert Kelly's doing all right. I saw his stereotype in a news profile, and that would be, concerning if Robert Kelly was that person.
He looks like the type that pisses on youngsters. Why is
Bro,
Cole scared of
There
my
goes
left?
Yak again with his bullshit.
So, are you guys going to be affiliated with Arm Wrestling Uncensored if they have a fifth rendition? Are you going to associate yourself with them?
I don't think so. I mean, their only match that was going to be affiliated was what? Something to do with Harlan, or I don't know. Dave was going down there to pull Popeye.
No.
I think it's a good place. It's a good match, dude. Because like lots of casuals and amateurs are allowed to have an option to get into a super match.
Yeah,
so it's a whole thing. It's like a platform. I guess, like you were saying earlier, win or lose, people want to get in the match so they can get their face out there.
Yeah.
Hell, I was going to pick up Harlan at the airport and was share the room with her that Kotlo had paid for, or that, Kotlo paid for. But, then he went off the damn rails and was going on how they should, fuck us and fuck this and fuck something else and talking shit about every female arm wrestler from here to fucking the Philippines. It's like, hey, pal.
I mean, Arm Gods are pretty legit with their, decision when it comes to women in sport, and I feel like that should be an option. And I mean, it is what it is, dude. Like, go ahead. You're a big girl. You can go have a big girl event.
Yeah.
Stephanie is in the house and has noticed that you are yawning already.
Sorry.
That's because we're 3 hours ahead. Girl, it's only 8 o'clock in California.
I don't sleep.
Well, I'm only going to be on here for a little bit longer, maybe. I'm not sure. I might have to step away.
Yeah, I'd like to know, why do we have two things on the screen here that say Andrew Wood on them?
Really?
Somebody else pretending to be Andrew Wood.
I did a thing. It was very painful, but I did it. I might do it again.
What was it?
Should we see who the other Andrew Wood is? Who else is disguising them as Andrew Wood? What do you think, Ryan?
What's that?
So should we see who the other person that's disguising themselves as Andrew Wood?
We can for a second. Oh, it's just a video.
I really like that isometric stop at the top of the rep. I feel like it adds a lot of value to the rep. I wish that was incorporated with more gym equipment, those hard stops, rather than like having too much range of motion, like actually having like something. I don't know. It is what it is. I see some other people, like they have like a hollow tabletop, so you can like go through the table and have like an over exaggerated range of motion.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was holding on with my pinky.
That's crazy.
It hurt really bad.
I bet.
I was doing a bunch of it on my index finger the other day, and I tore my hand pretty good.
Your meniscus biscuits.
I need some sort of glove so I can apply a load in the same spot that I'm holding on to without like tearing my flesh.
Yeah, we certainly wouldn't want you to tear your flesh.
Definitely not.
That looks like too much contraption for me. I'm at home picking up 5-gallon buckets full of water.
You seen Monster Michael Todd doing his daily training on camera?
I see a lot of them. What, today?
Like he's doing actual live streams.
Oh.
Like rather than video format, he's also doing the live format now. But he's got his wife filtering the chat. And his wife is like running a gardening show while he's running a fitness show.
I started to watch that, but I was like, nah, doing a little too much there.
Well, Stephanie, it's like this. Good luck, except you bloody well better not do it on Friday nights. So, with your arm wrestling podcast with bedtime stories.
Everything's a podcast these days. The only question is, can you get the view hours to get the super chats?
Yep.
Schubert still with us?
No.
So what's the name of the What's the name of the event in Vermont you're talking about? You said it's happening in a few weeks.
Come on, Yak, you don't want none of my left, buddy.
Did you hear him, Dave?
Hey, Shell, what's the name of the Vermont? It's happening in a few weeks. The Vermont.
He's asking you a question, Dave.
I missed it. No, I was.
Yeah. So, what's the comparison to be drawn from like the Confederates and the Palestinians? Why are they saying those are the same people?
I have no fucking idea.
Why would someone draw that correlation between the Confederacy and the Palestinians? That is so weird.
Because they're stupid.
Is it stupidity? I mean, like, what did they mean by that? What does it mean? What does it mean? Is it like peanut butter in your hand? Like, what does it mean?
I have absolutely no. Let me give that some thought. Why the hell would anybody make any comparison to the Palestinians and the Confederates? That makes no fucking sense at all.
Isn't that interesting, though? I saw that. I saw that.
Well, it's demented is what it is.
It's what?
Demented. Wacko.
Don't say that, Dave.
So you're telling me the Confederacy is demented and wacko?
No, I'm telling you, whoever's making that comparison, I would love to hear how they're coming up with that, because it's just bizarre.
Are you saying Hamas is what you're saying? They're the wackos?
No, I'm saying that if somebody is trying to make a comparison between Hamas and the Palestinians and the Confederate States of America, I'd love to hear what the fuck it is, because it makes no sense at all.
Do you know what a bummer is?
A bummer?
Yeah, didn't we have this conversation about where the word bummer comes from already?
I don't think so.
I think we did. Oh. What was that? What the heck was that?
Not me. Not me.
What was that noise?
I don't know.
Wood, was that you?
Was it you flushed the toilet wood or what?
I try to, but like there's so much calcium in the fucking water that the fucking floater is really slow. So it like fills up whenever it fills up, and flush it whenever it can flush. It is what it is. I ain't replacing it. It still kind of works.
Good call.
No, you got me on that. I can think of basically no normal comparison between the Confederate States of America and Hamas.
Okay, so the word bummer, what does bummer mean? When I use the word bummer, what am I using it? What is it?
Brian Grondin did not make any of us say.
No, bummer usually means gee, that's too bad. I'm sorry to hear it.
Yeah, like your whole town got fucking looted and burned by the incoming army during the Civil War.
Well, it's not a comparison between the Confederacy and Hamas. I mean,
Well, I mean,
certainly General Sherman was not trying to save civilian casualties when he came marching through Georgia.
Okay, well, he had special troops called bummers or something like that. They're called bummers, and they were the ones who were burning the fucking. They were the ones doing the scorched earth and the looting.
I've
And
never heard the term.
They were specialty troops just for that. And then you look at that area of town over there, over near those seas and oceans and stuff. And they're getting their villages blown up.
Well, the swath that Sherman made marching through Georgia was probably wider than the entire Gaza Strip.
Yeah, no shit, right? Could you imagine running across Georgia from town to town and they keep burning the place down and you're like, fuck! And then you run to the next town and they burn that place down too?
Yeah. Seriously, what's the name of this motion called Punch Up? No. Sounds questionable to me. So we're not going to lose you there, Ryan, are we?
I don't think so.
All right.
Trying to download something, but what's that noise?
There's a lot of
You got me.
It's Rabone, dude.
Oh, it's Shell.
We already discussed this. It's Rabone.
David, it's you.
But there's nothing going on here at all.
I don't know. When I muted you, it stopped.
There's some ambient noise on Rabone's end.
There it is again, Dave.
It's like yeah, we can't even hear you. Yeah, your mic's busted, dude. It's ambient only. It's like
I'm running nothing. I have 2 lights on.
There it is. There it is again.
I don't know. Let me get out of this and get back in again. Now, there you would have heard street noise behind. I have absolutely no idea what it could possibly be. Because I'm hearing it there, but you got me. Now let me get out. I'll come back.
I'm pretty sure it was my earbuds or whatever.
Yeah, man, I prepared my bubble bath all right. I did the laundry today. So I'm going to bed on clean sheets. Oh, yeah. So are you what's the name of the Vermont event, Shell? You never told me. You said there was an event happening soon in Vermont. I'm assuming that's in like 20 days or so.
Yeah, in fact, I mentioned what it was. Hang on, I can bring it up again.
What was the name of the event?
The name was Vermont Arm Wrestling something or other. Hang on. They have, let's see, wait for the document to open. Arm Wrestling Tournament is what they're calling it on June 15th in Ferrisburg, Vermont. Well, that's the only thing I know of in Vermont.
Hey, Shell, what if someone beat you in an arm wrestling match and then whipped out a half Confederate, half Palestinian flag and started running around waving it and screaming to celebrate them arm wrestling?
I'll tell you, some of these people that are protesting, in favor of the Palestinians are so fucking stupid that, honest to God, I could see them, waving that half Palestinian and half Confederate or something or other. Of course, what people normally think of the Confederate flag was not the Confederate States flag. It was the battle flag of Virginia.
The stars and bars. Do, 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 do,
do. Nope. Yeah, the Confederate flag is definitely not the one that you usually see people calling the Confederate flag.
Yeah, the Confederate flag just looks like the French flag, and it's all jumbled up.
Yeah, with two extra stars on because they were giving credit for two of the states that didn't actually make it in the Confederacy.
Yeah,
Tennessee and Tennessee and Missouri, but I could be wrong. Or not Tennessee. Tennessee made it. Kentucky and Missouri.
Did the French economy collapse first, and they had the bread riots, or did the Civil War happen first?
Well, the American Civil War started in 1961. The French were attacked. The French had a revolution in 1948, and then they had the Germans took over, and they had another revolution in 1971. Really weren't tied together.
Okay, so there was a revolution in France in 1971, and then the U.S. revolution was in 1967.
No. What are we talking about? The original French Revolution, the American Revolution.
You said there was a revolution.
1776. The French Revolution was 1789. But the French had other revolutions, including after they got the shit beat out of them by the Prussians in 1871. It's when they set up the Third Republic.
Okay, so 1871 they got their ass whooped.
Yeah.
What year was the U.S. Civil War?
61 to 65.
Damn, bro. It took almost a decade for the French to get their ass whooped for supporting those racist, slaving Confederates. And I can't believe the Prussians are the ones who had to whoop that ass.
Well, they really didn't. I mean, nobody really helped the Confederacy. The Union was hoping that they would not because, the British and the French both thought about it because they were being starved of cotton. But no, they didn't. Besides, the French were busy messing around in Mexico in the 1860s.
I thought the swastikas were down in Mexico during that time. Or was that later?
Swastikas?
Yeah,
Swastika come along.
Nazis were hanging out in Mexico, dude.
Nazis. That's Nazi. That's you're the wrong century. Nazis didn't show up. The Nazis weren't. The Nazi Party wasn't founded until the 1920s.
Well, doesn't one of Mexico's state flags still have a swastika?
Yeah, means luck.
Yeah. So there's swastikas and there's Nazis in Mexico.
Well, okay. There were swastikas in the Allentown post office, but it was aimed in a different direction because it was a Native American symbol. It was not turned the same way as the one that the Germans used.
I feel like Shell just fucking hit me with the blue shell, dude. It had the wings on it and everything. I was out there in a steady lead, and he just crushed me, dude.
I'm just saying, the swastika aimed in the other direction was an American Indian symbol.
Did you know that there's over 1,000 unique faces painted on this one mountain? It's kind of cool.
I'm not sure which
under any rock you crawl under, you can find a face that's painted, and every single one of them is different.
I have no idea. I have no idea what you're talking about. What I'm amazed is we haven't put everybody to sleep yet. But
have you ever arm wrestled in a body of water? I've seen it in a few videos, but I've never arm wrestled while I was wet. I always thought it'd be cool to get in ankle deep water that maybe a creek, so the water is moving. I always thought that'd be cool, but I never did it.
No, we set up a table. We set up a table on a rock in a stream at Nitro's summer party in July, but we're on a rock in the stream. We're not in the water.
I know a guy who got a couple lightning bolts tattooed on him for prison, and I know him through a black friend. It's hilarious.
Let's see.
Oh, well. Anyway.
Yeah. So let's see. Anybody else want? Oh, here we have maybe somebody. Todd can save us from complete boredom. And there he is wearing his new shirt, which has arrived in Texas.
Oh.
Yeah.
What's up, Todd?
Yep, they went out this week. So Carolyn had hers up. Hers made it to Maine. Yours made it. Yours
What's up?
The farthest one away. Texas.
Dude with 666 tattooed on his eyebrow tried to attack me one time.
That's weird.
He kept trying to tell me his name was Satan and his name was actually Marcus or something. I forget.
Well, granted, some people are just naturally weird. So, how's everything going on in the Great Plains? They're, holding your hurricane season or tornado season yet, or not really?
I have no preference.
Everything's going good out here. So, can't complain.
Where are you at?
I'll be right back. I got to let my dog out again.
Okay.
Did you hear about Waco? Are you still in Texas?
Yeah, I'm pretty far away from Waco. So
You hear about that though, yeah?
no, I've been pretty busy. What happened?
Oh, they got the Texas rain. They got that flash flood just from the sheer rainfall falling in one spot at one time.
Yeah, 100-year flood. Yeah, it happens.
Yeah, it was pretty cool though because they actually have some streets that don't have curbs or proper drainage or anything. So it was full on multiple feet of water on just urban streets.
Yeah.
Proper drainage. There's some places that don't even have cricks when it rains. The farm market road goes under for the next hour and you just have to sit and wait for it.
Yeah, I was in Houston a couple of years ago and right before the hurricanes hit. And, there was 100-year flood there and a lot of horses drowned because they couldn't get out of the pasture. The water was so deep.
Yeah, I think it's 20 feet high or something that you need on your drainage in Texas. It's wild.
Yeah.
There's a historic part of Austin downtown on Lamar that floods every time. It's on this creek called Shoal.
Yeah.
And right around 10th Street or so, there's a fucking 7-Eleven on the low side right next to the creek. And that whole 3-block low area always floods. You'll get 2 or 3 feet of water during a bad flood. They've never fixed it. It's always like that.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. When you do any kind of construction in Austin, you got to go through rock. And it just makes everything take 3 times as long.
Well, you don't go through rock. You go through rock until you hit a fucking cave.
Who is
and
it?
then you got a sinkhole. So there you go. That's one way to get rid of it all. Just dig until it all falls down, and then now you got caverns. You don't have to worry about it anymore. Problem solved.
Who is it that has the river walk? Is that San Antonio?
Yes.
Yeah, because we had a fraternity convention there years ago. We were in Dallas a couple of years back, but not really in Dallas. We were out towards the airport. But they were talking about maybe going back there again next year, except I think we're going to go to Las Vegas instead.
Yeah, my senior trip of high school, we went down to San Antonio, and that was the last year of senior trips for that school because, we had to end up coming back a day early. Something about throwing a bunch of water balloons and squirting cops with super soakers, just, I don't know, a bunch of stuff. And people, minors drinking and everything like that. Of course, I didn't partake in any of it, but unfortunately, a little old 2A school and 20 years ago almost, we're the ones that were responsible for the senior trips being banned.
And back there, probably the drinking age was 18, I would imagine.
No, it was 21 still.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Texas was one of the first southern states to adopt 21.
Yeah, we had barely just become a wet county where I live here in Lubbock, because it was still a dry county. You had to go outside the city limits to what we called the Strip, and there was a bunch of beer and liquor stores that looked like the Las Vegas Strip, neon everywhere. So, yeah, that was back in the day.
No, see, Pennsylvania never 18, and so a lot of the states around us were, and so all the running across right on the state line, was New York, New Jersey, Maryland. I think Maryland was kind of weird. Maryland was 18 for beer and wine, but 21 for hard stuff. Like you couldn't get beer and wine or what the hell, Maryland?
Well, I mean, as a teenager, like forcing a fucking shot of vodka is a lot easier than fucking swigging down a 40.
And well, now it's all about marijuana and stuff. People just go over the border to New Mexico and get it and come back here versus whatever, because it's legal in New Mexico, but not in Texas. So
yeah, my friend's older brother is autistic, and he always asks me when they're going to legalize weed in Texas, and I'm like, well, they're going to be like state number 38 or 42 that legalizes weed.
Yeah, now you can get a card for medical, but it's not easy.
Really? You can get medical cards in Texas now? Since when?
In Austin.
Since when?
There's a few veterans that have it. Not very many. I mean, for stuff like glaucoma. I mean, there's, like I said, it's not easy, and there's not very many. So,
whatever.
Not many of the quality. So it's really, you have to be qualified by certain very specific.
Yeah,
is what you're saying.
Yeah, and there's not any dispensaries, so I mean,
I forget how much it is these days, but Austin has like a tolerance policy as long as it's based on a certain quantity.
Yeah, that's just decriminalizing the amount that you can have, so that you don't get put in jail for having, 2 ounces or something like that.
Well, I mean, I know multiple people who've ended up, committing suicide over criminal charges regarding herb. So,
yeah,
well, correct me if I'm wrong. Austin has a reputation for being the liberal corner of Texas, not?
Yeah.
Well, the problem is like, you're selling weed, and then someone's like, oh, by the way, I have this other thing, and you're already basically a black market hub. So it's very easy to just be like, well, I also have this available. I also have that available. And
yeah, the problem is a lot of people will lace everything with fentanyl and that kind of stuff. And so if they would just stick to what the herb was made for, and
bro,
instead of all the decaf and everything else, like the synthetics and everything else. So
that's a different person. I actually have heard rumors of someone I know of that was like killing people with bad heroin a few years ago. I feel like I've said that already, but I was talking about, kids that just like, they want to sell the whole fucking list of party ingredients.
Yeah.
And like, they don't even realize that like all of that shit is prison time.
Yep.
And then the sad part is they have all these social interactions based on this trade commodity that's, highly sought after because of its extremely harsh punishment for trading. And they think all those people are like genuine friends rather than business associates. And so like there's an extreme social shock when that trade commodity is no longer in stock.
Yeah. So how did the tournament go last weekend, David?
We didn't have as many people as we would have hoped, but basically what we ended up doing was just saying, okay, who wants to jump in here, jump in there. It was a nice time at the Atlantic City. There was a tournament going on Long Island at the same time. It was a straps tournament, Jason Vale, because that's what I mean. That all rounds started in the strap. So some people, wanted to go to that. In fact, if this hadn't come up in Atlantic City and was asked to help it, I would have gone to that myself. But so it wasn't, wasn't as large as we'd hoped. But it was a decent.
What was the thought process of a strap only tournament? Just they think it was going to make it go faster, or
the person who was named after is deceased and was very good in the straps.
Oh, okay, so it's
named after him, and all rounds started in the straps. But,
gotcha.
I've been doing that for now. I think
it
was either the third or fourth year.
Yeah, because there's some promotions out here that every once in a while they'll throw like a left-handed only tournament, and I'm like, how does that? Okay.
A strap only tournament. It really just punctuates how far our grip value has gone. What's that fucking shit called? Grip index, grip strength index. Is that it?
Well,
sounds about right.
No, like I say, this guy was very good in the straps for whatever reason, and like I say, he's since deceased several years ago at a fairly young age, and so they do that. No, the only other one I was at a tournament, probably about I'm guessing here 4 years ago, where they had all of the amateur start in the strap, and they were supposedly describing the reason they were doing it was as a safety measure, and that I could not see. I mean, I was glad I prefer the straps, but that I couldn't. I just didn't. It didn't seem right to me. It would seem to me that if you start in the straps, you have a lot more chance for. Since you can't slip, you have a lot more chance of an arm break.
Right.
Not significant thing anyway. But they were saying it. They were selling it as a safety measure for amateur.
Bullshit. Slipping is the safety measure. You weak bitch. Why are you using a fucking strap? Holy shit, man.
Yeah. That was in Albany. Yeah, it was one where actually I don't think Mar is with us anymore in the chat, but his son was there. And even then, his son and I were the only two amateur heavyweights. The kid was 13 and was already in, supers. And, and basically we get up there and he beat me the first round. I thought, Shell, you're an idiot.
That's a big 13-year-old.
Yeah. I said, we're in the straps, do it. And so I beat him the second round. I beat him in the third round. And then, I apparently elbow fouled, so I had to beat him again. But like I say, the kid, I mean, there's no way in hell I'd touch him now. He's like 16. Yeah, 16 now. Actually, it must have been later than 19 then, because he was pretty sure he was 13 then. And I think maybe he's older than 16 now.
Yeah.
But anyway, a couple of years ago, and he was just, even then, huge.
That's crazy.
Yeah. But now that
I know a 10-year-old that my mom thought was a teacher. He was all of 6'4" and 300 pounds at fucking 9 years old.
Mm-hmm.
I think he ended up playing center at college. Forget where.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was.
He was like undefeated arm wrestling all through middle school, and there was a dude a grade above us who was benching 500 before school in the fucking weight room.
Well, I put up something on Facebook today. I put a couple pictures up. The city where I live reopened a swimming pool right next to me, right across the street in the park, and they closed down the street next to my house, and for the whole day. And they basically had food vendors out, and the city was there with our parks department, whatever the hell. I said, shit, would have thought about it. I should have, brought the table out, set it up in the middle of the street, and had some training sessions. Although probably it wouldn't have been a good idea anyway. Probably somebody would have broke their damn arm. But if I would have been thinking about it earlier, I would have thought, shit, I should put this out and right in the middle of the screen.
Dude, something's gonna pop if you got fucking strap only, and then let's say they also do loose ref, and so now everyone's floating their fucking elbow too, and they're in the strap. Like something's gonna pop, dude. That's not gonna be an injury-free event. There's no way. I mean, if so, then awesome, but that's wild.
Not all amateurs say or stop when the ref says stop the first time.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if you're in the strap, you're kind of stuck to whoever you're pulling.
Yeah.
What kind of strap are they going to use? Are they going to use like a double thumb pinch? Are they going to use like a buckle strap, a Velcro strap?
No, just the usual, with the buckle, but just the standard strap. With nothing.
I remember I tried
nothing
making a strap with the buckle that had a release on it. And the only problem with that was that like the overall length, it was taking up pretty much the whole back of the hand, and you'd have to place it almost like perfectly to like not break the bone in their hand.
Yeah.
Release on it? I mean, I'm not sure what it released
It was-
how.
I mean, I was trying it with a metal side release buckle, and it worked, but it was like kind of finicky, and you couldn't like really feed the webbing through. You would have to have it like pre-fed, and then I had to take a file to the teeth on it to change the friction ratio for the actual buckle.
Mm-hmm. Well, apparently Ryan's dog got lost down the street again. I figured this would happen. Oh, I'm gotta take the dog out again, and then he disappears. Yeah, right. Tell me about it, Ryan.
So who else do we have on here? Cole.
Have you ever tried a Velcro strap? Have you ever seen those?
No.
I've seen them in a few videos, but they're super rare. Have you ever done like just without Velcro, just done like an open loop and you just pinch it down on your thumbs?
No. Yeah, Cole's with us from Louisiana, but he joins us from work. So
gotcha. Yeah, he's probably doing some rounds or something.
Yeah, he joins us from work in Louisiana. But so probably somebody came in and ordered a couple pancakes. He had to take care of them.
Mm-hmm.
But so hey, I can tell you what they got the Confederacy on tonight. We got 2 Texas, 1 Louisiana, and me, and Ryan went off.
So, do you think? What about like Velcro gloves? Would that work better than a strap?
I mean, there's no room for climbing or anything like that. I mean,
you can totally climb with Velcro.
Then what's the purpose of it?
It would give you a better grip, So like even if you're slipping, you still got like a bunch of Velcro holding on. So like you can re-grip, but it takes more energy to undo the Velcro.
Then people are just going to manipulate the glove and loosen the glove. That way they have more room to move around in it, move their hand around in it.
Oh, that's one way. But you could get really covered up that way pretty quick too,
Yeah, and then people are just going to grab the slack in the glove and ball their hand up around the slack in the glove like that, and just instead of holding the person's hand, they're literally just grabbing onto the glove and completely changing the angle. Yeah, that'd work about as well as a fart in church.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was the interesting thing about arm wrestling as a kid is like the whole thing really did come down to side pressure because it was such a fundamentally strict position you had to maintain.
Stay straight up. Only use your arm.
Yeah.
I mean,
so like no, you could cup and everything, but you couldn't change position. Like you could engage those forces. Everything was available, but you had to be in that one position. And if you think about it, it was actually a really good mini game to get you trained up on a proper start. The only problem is now you're all fucking tight and wound up because you haven't been. Your range of motion is nothing.
Or that, and if you went into a hook on the tabletop, all you ended up doing is going straight down to the center.
Yeah.
So unless you bent the person's wrist back, yeah, it wasn't going anywhere.
Either that or someone pull out a fucking paper triangle or a quarter and then want to play a different fucking cafeteria game.
All right. What's up, Cole?
Hey,
Glad
guys.
to see you back.
Hey, man. Sorry, I'm at work, so I got to keep running over there cooking food.
Ah. Where do you work at?
IHOP.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Cool.
Mr. Pancake. Definitely interesting work. Dealing with a lot of interesting characters. All the
Yeah.
time.
So speaking of shirts, that one came in.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Be a lot cooler if there's a big cross on that shirt.
Say what? So, your IHOP's 24/7.
No, this one closes during the week. We're 24/7 on Friday and Saturday night. We live in a kind of small town over here, so it's kind of slow on the weekdays. So
The competition's Waffle House.
yeah, they got one of them right down the road. They stay open. But we got another IHOP about 25 minutes away. They stay open all night, 24/7. So
Is there a Denny's over there too?
no, we don't have no more Denny's. We have man, what's it called? Stupid ass. Trying to remember.
Yeah, over here it's Denny's and Whataburger that everyone goes to after the club.
Huddle House.
Oh yeah, Huddle House.
Yeah, we got a Huddle House, a Waffle House, and a IHOP. So
Yeah, I remember those in Georgia. But
yeah, I got a selection of 3 different Waffle Houses I can go to during the middle of the night, and one of them, they do like they're clean during the middle of the night, so they're usually closed when I come in randomly. Or the other one, they don't allow you to do anything but takeout orders because they always get robbed overnight. Or the third one is like literally a fucking 30-minute drive out into the fucking country, and that one seems all right.
yeah, you got an IHOP out there.
Yeah, man. I don't know. IHOP's pancakes just kind of weird me out. I think I ate there too much.
Yeah, me too.
And then, yeah. I mean, everyone's got IHOP stories, man.
I most of the time when I ended up in a Huddle House, Waffle House, IHOP, Denny's, anything like that, I normally don't remember the experiences because I'm already, I was already 3 sheets to the wind and just trying to get something in me before I went home to pass out. So
I just like a Waffle House, man. It's like a real nice small platform. If something's gonna happen, it's gonna be right there. It's no big deal. Whereas like an IHOP, it's like there's a lot of things going on. Sometimes you hear some dishes clash over there. Sometimes you hear some scuffling over there.
that was more the Waffle House and Huddle House in Georgia. Yeah, there's ever a skirmish or something, that's at one of those. IHOP, everyone, or Denny's, people pretty much behaved. All the riffraff, we went to the Huddle House and Waffle House.
Yeah, the Waffle House gets pretty bad over here. Whenever the cops get called over there, the people start coming over here.
Yeah, that's funny.
But they know we don't play over here, so.
I remember in Northeast Florida one time there was some pretty boys that were coming around at the little honky tonk club that was out there, and we saw them later over at the Waffle House, and me being stupid and where I was from, young and everything, they wanted to go out in the parking lot. So the first thing I did, I went out to my truck and I grabbed a lasso, and I was like, "We really want to play this game." You never seen someone scatter until you bring out a rope, and because at that point, you're not playing anymore. They're like, "Oh, we out in the country." I was like, "Yeah, there ain't no one out here to hear you scream." Sorry, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, things changed real quick out there. It's like you ain't, go back down to Jacksonville where you're safe, buddy. We ain't the same up here.
Yeah, I remember the first time I had a fucking truck chase me while on my bicycle in Austin. Everyone calls it like bicycle friendly. Holy shit, dude. It's like
I'll be back, guys.
All right.
What is this?
Yeah, we
shit
don't have
called?
Huddle. We don't have Huddle House this far north, but we've got all the others.
What's a
Yeah.
Huddle House?
Heard
Is
of
that,
Huddle
I thought that was slang. Is that real?
Huddle House is the same as Waffle House, basically. One's got yellow signage, the other one is blue. But it's the same diner concept.
Mhm.
So
Well,
what's
it's
up with
just
these
like,
Delta guys always going fucking crazy once they get back home, man? How come Delta guys always go crazy?
Delta?
Yeah,
You're talking about like
same thing with Navy SEALs, dude. Those guys go crazy all the time too.
if you knew half of the shit that they were exposed to when they get spun up,
Spun up. What is that? I mean, because
when they go on a mission.
Well, I don't know. Like, dude, I know people who get spun up and go on a mission, but like getting spun up and going on a mission means different things to different people, I guess.
Right. I mean, if they come back from seeing some serious shit on an op, then that stuff doesn't just go away.
Was Agent Orange present in any of the Iraqi invasions?
No, not that.
I don't know why it would be, because that was a defoliant.
Yeah.
And since Iraq's a desert, they wouldn't have needed.
I mean, the only thing about the Iraqi invasions was the vaccines, right? That fucked everyone up, and they just like call them weird things.
Well, I don't know, but all I know is Agent Orange was used as a defoliant.
Don't they have like multiple syndromes that they call like Gulf War syndrome or some shit? And it was like all these inoculations they were given.
Like, I don't know.
Like, what was it like? I remember.
So I came in after the Gulf War. So.
Well, I remember I think it was during the swine flu. They had fucking people in the military dropping dead from that fucking vaccine, and that shit quietly got they stopped injecting them with that shit.
There's always going to be shit going on like that. So.
But yeah, it is what it is. I guess different generations handle that situation differently. Some people are like, okay, we killed 9 people with the vaccine, let's stop now. And some people are like, well, let's double check. Let's triple check.
Yeah, there's a difference between doing stuff for the country and then doing stuff for the government. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, I'm just saying, I mean, that's what you sign up for, is to be a guinea pig. They're going to inject you with whatever they want, man. You're going to fucking find something out.
Luckily, I had a few allergens, so I in boot camp I didn't get a penicillin shot and a bunch of other stuff because of some of the allergens I had. So I don't know. Maybe I was one of the lucky ones. Who knows?
Well, we got third countries, or another country spoken for. Dan Plexman in the house from Canada, western end of Ontario. Although I just see some posts up. Just went to the Ontario.
Did you hear about the electrician who got killed? Do you like electricians? How do you feel about electricians?
I did INE, instrumentation and electrical work for a long time after I got out. So
I feel like rubber gloves and rubber boots should be required to be worn at all times if you're on the job as an electrician.
Most of the time, you're supposed to have at least one rubber glove when you're working on a cabinet, anyways.
Do you think someone deserves to get shot like 5 times if they're not wearing rubber gloves while they're an electrician?
Do I think someone should be able to be shot 5 times if they're not wearing proper PPE? No, that sounds pretty asinine. What's the context?
I don't know. Well, I mean, maybe what if they're like wearing body armor and they're stuck to like a current, and rather than beating them with the stick really hard, you just shoot them in the plate to push them off the current.
Shoot them in. Oh, okay. There we go. That's what I said. Give me some context. Context.
Well, I mean, obviously,
I don't think there's enough force with getting shot for them to fall because, yeah.
Do you think that an electrician who forgot to wear rubber gloves would remember to wear a plate carrier?
I mean, if they're wearing a metal plate, then that's just kind of pointless because all that's going to do is arc across their entire chest and they're done anyways.
Well, I mean, wouldn't that dissipate and decentralize the current, so only got like 600 amps per square inch versus like 6,000?
Depends on what the voltage and what the current is.
I don't like to say it's not the voltage that kills you; it's the current.
Yes, the amperage. You know, I dealt with 30,000 volts electricity at 0.001 amps on old CRT monitors doing adjustments and alignments. You know, when you had green, red, and blue color adjustments, you had a low voltage power supply feeding a high voltage power supply, and you had to rack out the cabinets. I mean, we had cabinets that just had thousands of and/or NOR switch cards. I mean, very old technology, legacy circuits versus, you know, just servers.
Hey, how do you feel about China capturing original USA sheet metal stampings for all classic cars when they invade Taiwan?
Do you just randomly look up weird shit on Google and ask questions?
No, you were talking about esoteric. You're talking about esoteric technology that still theoretically works and is still theoretically in use. And
Gotcha.
so
I was more or less talking about old legacy passive sonar equipment. But.
Yeah, and I was talking about legacy stamping in sheet metal forms.
Oh, okay.
The original all the original sheet metal forms for GM, they're all over in Taiwan.
I mean, when it comes to automotive and old legacy equipment and analog equipment like that, I mean, it's
not an analog equipment. That's a fucking die, dude. That's a die.
I mean, all it is. Are you talking about like a metal stamp?
Yeah, and
to form sheet metal.
They have that shit in fucking Taiwan.
Congratulations, they're not hammering shit out by hand. I don't know.
I made a note at 11:48 p.m. was when wood went off the rails.
Are we starting timers when we change subjects?
Whatever.
You play a drinking game from the podcast every time something just goes off. Yeah.
Mm.
No, but we were talking about, before we went off on the tangent of that stuff, you know, we were talking about shooting people instead of, you know, having a rope tied to them to pull them away.
I was trying to be tongue in cheek about fucking Chechens getting gunned down by fucking weirdo spooks with PTSD because they thought their kids were getting pictures taken of them or something.
Yeah, that's a different type of paranoia.
Where you just see a fucking Chechen immigrant and you're just like, I gotta shoot that guy 5 times because he's in the same neighborhood.
I mean, you'd have to really be able to discern who they were. I mean, because
I don't know, man. I mean, you see one video where the kid screams for his mama in a grass field mountain range while some guy laughs and kills him. You've seen them all, you know.
Some people flip, some people break, and there's no coming back.
Do you think this was a flip, a break, and no coming back moment, or do you think this was actually like some Chechen dude in like a fucking shell wing of a honest corporation, you know, who actually figured out some information they thought was valuable for some seditious purposes?
There's no telling. You'd have to know more about the whole scenario before you could even come up with a conspiracy about anything.
Well, someone got shot, and one of them used to go to war in places where people who look like the other guy are.
You know, I mean, I don't want to say that's a classic case of combat PTSD, but I mean, you could classify it as that, and it could go away, and then that'd be about it.
I heard Moldova has never been successfully conquered. Is that true?
Wouldn't know. Never been there. Hadn't read up about it.
Daniel Propocic is from Moldova, apparently, right?
banana.
Well, Moldova. I mean, it depends on what you mean by conquered. Moldova is is between Ukraine and Romania, but between the wars, it was part of Romania.
Well, one of the world record holders for World of Warcraft has gone on multiple rants because he's from Moldova, or he's a Maldivian or whatever it's called, and he always brags about how Moldova has never been conquered, and it's this tiny, tiny, tiny little geographical region.
Yeah, it's a
Congratulations. They probably have no natural resources worth trying to take over to have.
Well, and even once again, it sounds to me like it's more a question of define conquered. I mean, they're between Romania and Ukraine, and the eastern part of Moldova which is called Transnistria, is basically has in effect broken away from the rest of the country and is under Russian influence.
Wait, so they're next to who in Ukraine? Who's the other person?
Romania. They were part of Romania between the wars, between the first and second
is
World War.
Bulgaria? Is it Bulgaria or Romania that's making the resurgency right now? That's like doing good stuff.
I mean, is it doing what? I'm sorry.
I think it's either Romania or Bulgaria that has immigration standards and immigration quotas and border security. One of the two.
A lot of the Europeans are careful that way. I think it's Hungarians that are, being very careful.
Is it Hungarian? Okay.
Hungary is being very careful with that. No.
Well, apparently this Chechen was working for a Moldovan electrical company.
Mm-hmm.
No. I love internet gossip. It's just, sometimes I really don't, I'm not good at reading shit, but really emotionally grabbing words, they're really easy for me to follow. And when I see a good plot, I'm like, oh, I got to read into this. That's cool. That's very interesting.
Yeah, I don't have enough time to get lost in the sauce on those anymore.
Why not, bro? I mean, it's your country, for fuck's sake.
I got two kiddos that keep me pretty occupied until they pass out.
But yeah, do you know Daniel Propocic, the fucking crazy was he a physical therapist, or is that that's Sandra's? No, not Sandra's, fucking Janice. Yeah, Janice is the physical therapist. What's fucking Daniel Propocic? Is he a surgeon?
You got me. You got me on that one.
I don't dive into people's employment really for the sport. I don't. Yeah. Wouldn't know.
I don't know. I think it's just an interesting representation for his country. A collegiate class professional that's also astutely proficient in their sport of choice, which happens to be arm wrestling. I mean,
orthopedic surgeon, I think, says obvious.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, the dude's a
Thank
fucking.
you.
Yeah, dude, he's a fucking comic book character. He's a goddamn fucking comic book character.
There's a few characters in this sport.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what can you describe any of them? Can you give any of them a name?
Yeah, Andrew Wood. He's a character.
Oh, fuck you, man. Come on, seriously. I was asking a sincere question. You hit me with that bullshit.
Hey, you walked right into that one, buddy.
Man, that was you, man. I mean, you want to walk in there? I'll let you walk in there. I ain't gonna stop you.
No, there's just interesting topics on our arm wrestling podcast. I'm here because it's late on a Friday night and I'm not doing anything else. So It's always a fun time.
Yeah, and Ryan disappeared again. I figured he probably would.
Oh, he's sitting at his computer desk. I'm sure he's there.
I don't know. He hasn't made any comments lately. Usually he disappears. He puts a couple comments in. Maybe it's just, he's suffering, waiting for his surgery later in the week.
Yeah. So speaking of surgeries, I don't know if you went over it earlier with this podcast, but you declined one of yours.
Yeah, I had both knee replacements. They both went very very well. I've had a very tight shoulder. Well, it's left shoulder's been it's basically bone on bone. It's
Okay.
arthritic, and and so basically like when and I'm fine here, but if I want to try to stretch my hand out straight out in that direction to like to punch the buttons on a drive up ATM or put mail in a mailbox, it's difficult. And so I talked to them, and basically, what it comes down to is apparently what they're doing now, instead of putting the ball in in like this, that the latest thing is they're actually reversing it. And, that the ball and the socket will be like behind each other rather than getting together the same way. But
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about shoulder surgery. I'm talking about your ball and going in into your in the shoulder instead of going like this. It would be reversed. And
while they're performing the surgery, they have it in that position. I don't understand.
It stays in that position. It's what they. Okay, let me pull
So
up.
then, wouldn't you have a permanently dislocated shoulder?
Well, it's what they call. What do they call it? A left reverse total shoulder arthroplasty. Left reverse total shoulder.
What the fuck is an arthroplasty? What's an arthroplasty, bro?
You got me. I don't know all the terminology.
Okay, so basically they reverse it, and then
they reverse it. Number one, but number two is that if I had a limited amount of time that I had to watch what I did with it, I wouldn't worry about it. But first, I'm not going to pull. I'm not going to pull with that arm again. Okay, I can live with that. There are people that pull with the whole arm, but they also said it's going to basically be a lifetime limit of 25 pounds. I cannot lift more than 25 pounds.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure at that point I'm just going to get injections.
Yeah, well, that's it. Nice. The only time I could lift more than 25 pounds if I'm using, both hands. And so I said no, because really, like as I'm sitting here talking to you, I'm not in any pain. Where I get in pain is, like I say, if I try to, push in a certain direction, and even there, it's not excruciating. And actually, I've had shots twice. The first shot I had really made a difference. The second time I did it, which was 6 months later, I really didn't think that it made much of a difference at all. Now, I'm not sure if it's basically that they didn't hit it quite the same spot, but like if I'm pulling with that arm and I get over, a lot of times, depending on the direction I go in, I don't have the flexibility. So in effect, my elbow gets pushed off the pad because I don't have the flexibility to put my arm back, my arm to, go backwards. And so, whatever. But so I just said, no, I am not going to have a lifetime limitation of what I can do that severely, severe limitation, as long as, I can live with it. And I can. I can live with it.
So you'll deal with the shots and then snap, crackle, pop for a little longer.
Yeah. Between the shots and the Tylenol, hey, that's where we're going here. So actually, I'm going in to see him, not this week, but next. Of course, Monday's a holiday. The surgeon that would be doing the shots is just Monday, Thursday. He does surgery the other days, and so it could have been this coming Thursday. But I said it's probably not a good idea because Thursday I'm leaving. We're going to go out to the Michigan State tournament, which is Saturday. But I'm going to go out on a 2-day trip. I'm going to stop at the East Ohio group and practice with them on Thursday night, and then go on to Battle Creek the next day. Have a tournament on Saturday, and then come back and practice with the Erie, Pennsylvania group on Sunday. And I thought, nah, I probably should be getting a shot in the damn shoulder. We'd be pulling later that day.
So we have a tournament tomorrow in San Antonio. So there's one of our qualifiers is in San Antonio. Andrew, you gonna go? You gonna make the drive in the morning and go compete?
I think Andrews. And I saw that's advertised as what not Eastern. What were you calling that?
Southern Regional Qualifier.
Southern Regional. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw it up as something regional, but I couldn't remember what direction it was. But
it should be a pretty good turnout out in San Antonio. So you'll get a lot of folks from Austin, DFW, Houston. You'll get some from the west and north. Not too many, I don't think, but you'll get some.
Yeah, Dan said he was just in the Ontario provincial tournament. Yeah, I saw your post where you were hopped in the car to head to somewhere, and I had to do some further research as to where you were going to.
Yeah.
But yeah, you got a nice distance to travel there from Thunder Bay to the more populous parts of Ontario. Got somewhat of a distance there.
Hey, so who beats John Theron?
I'll tell you, he has certainly had a variety pack of opponents coming up. I mean, he is, heavier weights, lighter weights. Dustin Jelliff, and he is what's his name? 100 knocks. 185? Did they say? Hunter's, one of the smaller ones.
John Theron versus Hunter Knopf. That's going to happen.
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Yeah, we had a guy out here that I didn't, his brother was trying to push him to go up there to try to pull John, but he already beat John in Houston at AWU. That might have been 3 or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Yes, best of 5, left hand, 185 pounds. John versus Hunter on September 7th in Grand Rivers, Kentucky.
That's pretty light.
That it was 2 weeks before state, so he didn't put his name in the hat here in Texas. So
that is a pretty lightweight for John Theron, dude. Because John Theron is a fucking thick piece of iron. I don't see anyone beating him, and I don't want him to fall into Paul Lynn's trap where they fucking start cutting weight. Cutting weight is a fucking stupid thing to do. Unless you're just like burning off your fucking liver fats real quick,
No.
Yeah, I'm gonna do some redneck liposuction for my next weight loss. It's gonna be a soldering iron and a shop vac. I'm just kidding. Nothing. I said redneck liposuction. You get a soldering iron and a shop vac. You're good to go. Just joking. Complete joke.
Smells good.
Yeah.
And then Then June 24th in Orlando.
Whose vacuum are you borrowing to do that? Could you imagine them getting their vacuum back and it having all that smell in it?
Yeah, I think there'd be too much pain to actually be able to withstand it.
I mean, at that point, the vacuum would start looking like a fucking barbecue pit with all the grease coming out of all the fucking filtered material, dude.
Oh.
Yeah, let's see. Do I need them in that? Yeah. Yeah, it just struck me there. I mean, just knowing some of the people. There's Hunter on the 15th June against Berg, best of 5, weight cap 75 kg, which would be what 165.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, 165. And Therian, weight cap of 95, which is what 209. 95?
Basically a 198 match.
95. Well, 95 is what 90. 190 and 19. Yeah, 209. So they're both going to do 185 in early June. He's going to do a 209 and a 1. That's interesting.
Yeah, I need to get out of the supers. I need to drop down to about 220 and see even be somewhat competitive on the amateur side. There's just too many monsters in the supers.
Yeah.
Especially here in Texas.
I'm
There's just way too many massive men.
I'm just telling you right now that as you go down in weight classes, the monsters just have sharper and sharper teeth. They've just been filed down.
Yeah, I mean, I know I'd be more competitive
There's
at 220.
there are whole levels of strength, and then there's whole levels of scale of strength.
Yeah.
So what weight did you grow up at?
So until I got out of the Navy, I was under 250. I mean, I grew up about 198 pounds, 200 pounds, somewhere in there. And then I got to the Navy, got up to about 220, 230. And then I got out and I gained 60, 70 pounds.
Your fucking
and
metabolism was crashed, and all that shitty diet with all those empty calories they were fueling you with came back to fucking bite you. Fucking ballooning up, man. Shit happens so quick too.
Well,
you didn't realize
what happened is I got out and I got a job where I was on the road a lot, and so I was eating like crap. I was eating out, eating fast food, and it wasn't until I finally moved back home and got a job that wasn't on the road that I got my blood sugar and everything under control and starting to finally get my weight back under control, because I was at my biggest, I was 320 pounds. I'm back down to 280. I'd hit 265 at one point, but then I was in the hospital at that point when I hit 265, and then I got out and put 20 pounds right back on real quick because I wasn't on the super controlled diet that they had me on when I was there from surgery and blood sugar control. And so now I've just been sitting around 285, and I'm like, I gotta, no matter what I eat, if I have a shitty diet or a not shitty diet, for some reason I'm not losing weight. So I'd have to be on a huge calorie deficit right now to even lose anything.
Yeah, I told you about my friend who had seizures because he was running like a 400 or 600 calorie or 800 calorie diet for extended periods of time while continuing to train for hours a day.
I mean, unless you're weighing 400 pounds and you got 100 pounds to lose, that restrictive of a diet is just, I mean, you're not getting enough nutrients for anything, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think he before I met him, he was like a 220 pound powerlifting fucking highway patrolman. And he cut down to 185 for rock climbing physique. And then 5 years later, he was doing a 176 cut for rock climbing. And then a few years ago, he was doing a 167 cut.
At that point, you're just completely lean and there's no reserves. When you get to a certain BMI, I mean, you have to be religious on what you eat. Otherwise, your body's going to crash.
I think he was in his 170s when he blew the bicep off rock climbing.
Yeah.
Yeah, Captain Obvious. This has been talking about the return of Beer Man with the. That's why is this not? It's giving me grief. It's not coming up at the moment. But anyway, the return of Beer Man, tough match with John Brownell coming, and basically, it's tomorrow because they have that's in the. Tomorrow's the pay-per-view starts at noon. And the others, he's not in the pay-per-view, but he's before that. But interesting.
Hey, what'd you think about Roger Learn beating?
Roger Learn beating who did he beat? Who? just this past weekend.
Uncle
Tell you what,
John.
gentlemen, I will be right back. This has frozen up on me, which means I can't let anybody in. I'm listening to you, and you can hear me, but I have to. I'll be right back. I have
All
to
right.
get back in. So,
Ryan, get back on.
oh, he's in bed probably. Yeah, the computer is being difficult, and so whatever. Eventually,
Yeah, Roger learned, man. He was looking pretty strong there. He went through fucking all 270 pounds of John from Canada.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool. It was a good war too. They were going back and forth. They were trading rounds.
Yeah, I like it when matches or when challenge matches and stuff like that are a war versus just a flash fest. I mean, yeah, I want some of the entertainment, and if there's just flash pin after flash pin, then they're obviously just on different levels, and it styles do make matches, but when it comes to a flash pin fest, it's like, was that really a good pairing? Come on.
Hey, man, names get views. The era we're living in, there's a formula for people to watch, and it's not exactly, doing the right thing, praising God and Jesus Christ and talking about being holy and righteous and fucking doing the Christian thing, you're going to fucking lose viewers real quick saying that shit.
Yes,
nowadays it's about it. You gotta think about like what a psychopath desires. A psychopath wants, they want drama, they want power, they want money. It's all basically the same thing. Like there's this common agenda where they want to be superior, they want to be supreme. It's just classic psychopathy. So how do you placate viewership into being entertained? Because so you create a drama, you create a spectacle that they can relate to enough where they engage in it, but at the same time value themselves as superior.
I think the demographic is I think a psychopathic demographic is the minority. By far.
Really? Like we live in a society where you can have baby genitals mutilated in hospitals. So like the word hospital doesn't even mean anything anymore. So what does psychopath mean these days other than to just pay taxes? Who besides a psychopath would pay taxes?
Sorry, I'm getting comments on on the side. That's funny. Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, those Delta boys, man, they're wound up tight. They're fucking crazy, dude.
There's just a certain level of where training takes over for that kind of stuff, and at that point, it's more autonomy than anything.
And he's back.
There we go. All right, Jen. So I got a pretty heavy day tomorrow, so I'm gonna get off of here.
Okay. Well,
it's good to see you, dude.
All right, y'all.
I hope I'm the reason you're here. I'm so that at least I have some form of relevance of why I even exist. I want to be able to say, see, look, I did increase your viewership. I increase your outreach.
It's always an interesting conversation, buddy.
Yeah.
So, all right, y'all take care.
Bye-bye.
You too.
And Shubich is back in the chat, as promised. You want to come join us again, David? May as well. But I'm not sure how much longer this is going to be going on. You can come back and tell me if you're actually going to have a decent practice tomorrow. Although I imagine probably not with things going on in New York. But I haven't been able to get up there for a while, and The Harrisburg group has not answered me at all as to whether they're going to be having anybody showing up there. So I may just be practice less tomorrow, which is okay. We get together on Sunday. In fact, I could get together with two of them on Sunday. That would make up for it. Us at noon and maybe New Jersey later in the day. But, oh, yes.
I've been doing pronation at the start of, like, if I can't get fucking started on some training, these pronation machines were like the only muscle that I'm engaging is literally pronation. It's such a good pump, and I don't have like any bicep or tricep pain while I'm doing it. I get like this crazy good pump.
Yeah, I figured that was the case too, but you wouldn't be doing practice because folks going to Rochester. But
hey, does Shubich know how tall a Mac table is? I'm trying to figure out how tall a Mac table is.
I thought it was the same height as the others. It's just the pads are different.
The same height, like based off of what? Like the top of their pad is the same height as the regulation pad? Because there's like a bunch of different heights.
I don't know. That I don't know. That's a question for Carnegie.
I would like this question answered because it's giving me anxiety.
Well, unless somebody in the chat knows the answer, you will not get an answer tonight.
See, I'm just telling you, dude. I've looked into Mac, and I'm like trying to just find my little autism corner where I can look at the numbers, and I can't find them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I can go onto arm wrestling, and they'll fucking show me a regulation table, and I can have my little autism schematic to look at.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about?
Got me. I haven't the slightest idea.
All right, I'll show you. Hold on.
No, I mean, I just don't know the answer to your question, is what I meant. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Eon is kind of probably kind of busy because he has the big event tomorrow. So I would hope by now Eon is in bed, getting ready for running things tomorrow morning. I also hope that Theron found his passport. I guess somebody stole his bags out of the car, and he had lost the passport. But I think he'd heard that they'd found some of his stuff. So I hope he got his passport back, or he's not going anywhere. But here's all right. Let's see. So what do you got there?
See, I'm just saying, everything is clearly defined. Where's that for Mac? I need Mac arm wrestling, major arm wrestling championships to give me their damn version of this.
You got me.
Where is it, man? This is all I got right now.
I haven't the foggiest notion.
This is all I have.
You haven't seen one of those things in a long time. A grid pattern for the the drawings.
Well, I'm sorry if I can't afford fucking $20,000 a fucking year.
No, I'm just saying, no, it's not a criticism. I'm just saying, hell, I haven't seen that for ages. Used to do that kind of stuff in shop class when they had shop class when I was in school. Back in the dark.
I went to shop class and I learned how to do a lot of stuff in shop class.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying they don't have it anymore. They've taken, you have the Votex, but a lot of, it used to be everybody took shop. Now they don't anymore. And it's definitely went probably in the wrong direction.
Well, they specialized. Like in elementary school, only one teacher actually had like woodworking tools in their class, right? And you had to be in that teacher's class to get access.
No, we had separate shops in the junior high when I was in the junior high.
Yeah, I was getting there. Okay, I was getting there. And then in middle school, we had a proper shop class. My sister took shop class there. I took shop class there. Then in high school, it was an art school, and you had to go to the other high school to get access to the automotive shop.
No, the junior high, we had wood shop, and we had print shop back when when you were still setting print line type, in the the clamps that you're pulling the individual letters out of that big big boxy sort of thing. But once again, remember, I was taking shop class in the early 1960s. But
yeah, I took shop class around 9/11, right after 9/11.
No, I got out of junior high school in 1966. Graduated from William Allen.
What did troublemakers do in shop class when you were in shop class?
Oh God, I don't remember. Of course, I was never a troublemaker. I was such a good little brownie.
I mean, come on, there was never like an accident in the shop.
Oh, we probably threw shit around, but I don't. You got me. See, back then, you got to remember. Back then, the shop teachers were allowed to beat the shit out of you too if they caught you misbehaving.
Yeah, I got in trouble in shop class one time.
And the one that really was the gym teachers. Not only were they bigger, but they had the nice big paddles.
No, I almost got lynched in shop class. We had a drafting room, so we were all sitting at like little miniature drafting tables when we were in class, and then you like go into the other room, and that was the actual shop. So we're in the drafting room, and the teacher's not there, and I like damaged my friend's dust cover for his floppy disk, and he started screaming about how I ruined his homework. And so everyone started chasing me around the room, and the shop class teacher walks in as they're throwing the desks at me. It's like fucking like one of those Nintendo games, like running down the wall and you're like shooting at the bird flying by, Anyways, I got in trouble for that. That was kind of funny. I was getting yelled at by the shop teacher for getting lynched.
Yeah, it would seem like I'd be yelling at the people that were doing the lynching, not the lynchee.
Well, the new generation, it's all about efficiency. And what you'll find with any kind of policy enforcement, it's easier to police the minority than the majority. So if the majority is trying to do you physical harm, then you as the minority will be arrested for causing a disturbance.
I'll take your word for it.
It's pretty effective too, because it shows your allegiance to the mob, so the mob doesn't turn on you as well, while also de-escalating the situation because you're taking away the agitator to their lawless, violent behavior.
Well, I'll tell you. I'm thinking, what do you think, Wood? We have the two of us. Cole is busy flipping pancakes. We have 22 people watching, one of which is probably me, because since I have the other screen up. Is it time to call it a night early tonight? What do you think?
You just don't want to talk about arm wrestling with me. Just admit it.
Well, I mean, we're talking about all sorts of stuff, and watching the chat here, it's not we're not exactly fascinating everybody, but no, if you want to talk about arm wrestling, we've been talking about shop class and everything else, but I mean, I think you just have to admit occasionally when things get slow, you have to admit it and pull the plug. But
is that what you do to your dogs?
I don't have any dogs, thank you. No pets.
Oh, that's smart. I'm kind of the same way, man. I'm over it. I hate having animals around. It's like I'm on a farm, bro. What are they for?
The Drew says, what did I miss? Not all that much, to be perfectly honest with you, Drew.
We talked about Daniel Propopchik running an international paramilitary company posing as electrical workers, and how he had one of his underlings try to take out someone who was supplying North American elite arm wrestling with their pancakes. And it's been pretty dynamic. Pretty dynamic.
I'm wondering if I close my other screen, which has the where I was watching it. Like, see, if I type anything on this screen, it will come up as Ryan. Or so I have to bring up another one with me. But if I close that, we're now 21 watching. So if I close
So
that out of it, yep,
you-
yeah,
do you think-
I was definitely one of the 21 because as soon as I hit to close it, it would drop to 20. So
Do you think that anyone will be able to create an arm wrestling league that's free of performance enhancing chemicals?
oh, if the people go where the incentives are, if they can come up with, sufficient incentives that it is to your advantage to sure.
But
Now, whether they will or not, but I mean, it's
all of the incentives are to take steroids. Like the entire arm wrestling incentive right now is if you take steroids, no one will say wrong about you taking steroids.
well, no. But what I'm saying is, if for example, I mean, is it going to happen? No, probably not. Could it happen? Yes. I mean, how it would happen is you'd have to have a league that has sufficient financial incentives to have people want to go to it and want to follow the rules for it. And one of the rules would be that you would have very severe drug testing, so you would not be able to, use them at all.
Well, I mean, let's compare it to horse racing. Like, could you imagine a horse racing league where it was generally untested and it was allowable for pretty much the horses to consume any sort of substance before their match? You know? I mean, like...
Well, that's what I'm saying. At present, the incentive in arm wrestling, first of all, there's just not that much money in it. But even if there was, the incentive now is to use drugs because you're going to be doing better. You're going to have that as an advantage. Now, if there was, because whatever they've tried to test, it has just been weak or ineffective, or they just go somewhere else. But, so once again, I'm saying, is it possible? Yes. Is it going to happen? Most likely, no.
Would you consider it the trait of a psychopath to take steroids for a competitive advantage?
No, because it depends on what what you're doing. I mean, obviously, when you're taking a substance that is not natural to your body, there are certain trade-offs, but that does not necessarily mean that the trade-off is sufficient that you are harming yourself enough that I would call you psychopathic. No.
Well, I mean, you're not causing yourself harm. You're improving your odds and performance by taking these things that are...
Well, no, but you are causing, if you are using certain drugs, in the long term, you are probably causing yourself harm.
Now, what about someone's arm breaking? Let's say you just like take a perfect, crazy amount of all of these steroids, right? And you turn into this super fast, super strong, super durable human, right? Almost like a super soldier. You're so modified, right? And you break someone's arm in competition in a professional competitive match of arm wrestling. I mean, is it?
Or are you saying does that make you a psychopath?
I think there's some moral implications to possibly cause someone else harm under the the pretense of the probability of you causing them harm increases by taking these foreign substances.
Yes, but the other individual knows that you are doing this and knows that, or somebody is doing it and knows the risk.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That's weird. That's like telling a fucking kid they can go get into a fight with an adult and they know the risks.
Yeah, Ryan you're right, you're obvious. Yeah, Ryan let the dog out, and I made a note of that. That was, I think it's now 55 minutes ago, but that Ryan let the dog out. I thought, yes, he let the dog out. He ain't coming back. And I called that one. But hey, he's at a rough day.
Well, I say in another 19 and a half minutes, we turn this off.
The wife putting him to work so he can get all this stuff done before before he goes in for the operation later this week. Yeah, that's what you missed, Drew. You know, Ryan is definitely going in for an operation because of his, you know.
Yeah, they're going to do a really good job. They're going to cut his bicep off so they can reattach his shoulder, and then they're going to reattach his bicep after they reattach the other thing. So it'll be a 2-for-1. It'll be one torn, and they'll cut the other one, and they'll put the two back together.
Yeah, I definitely think I'd want to have some questions answered better than he has gotten them answered so far.
I mean, and then you're over here talking about reversing the anthropology of your shoulder. Like, what the fuck kind of operation is that, dude?
Well, from what I gather, it and maybe I am describing it poorly because it's not an oddity. From what I understand, that has in some quarters actually become the more common, method of doing things.
Well, where they just like remove your collarbone completely and just
I don't think it'll touch the collarbone at all. We're talking shoulder here. You're not even close.
Well, you said it was the cartilage was wearing out and it was bone on bone on the shoulder, and the only other bone in the shoulder is the acromion cap that attaches to the collarbone. And if you're removing the acromion cap so that your shoulder can reverse the anthropology by sticking out, then why would you keep the collarbone? Because all that's going to do is going to tear into the fucking rotator cuff and fucking deltoid and cause more damage. So you might as well remove the collarbone too.
Well, no, I mean, let's give me half a minute here, and let's see if I can find this. Pull up a picture for you here. No, I do not. What's a stupid thing? Went to the pictures it's importing. I do not want to import. I want to look at a damn picture. You hunk of shit computer. Let's see. Where are we here? I don't know. Naturally, I'm not. Oh, no, here we go. Okay, here we go. Let's see. There and all right. Now, share screen, window, there. Okay. Now here's what you got. Okay, so now here, what I'm talking about, here you have basically, as you see there, it's the,
So
the
it's
humor.
the scapula. It's bone on bone with the scapula.
Yeah, it's basically bone. It's bone on bone there, and then you have somewhat of a what do you call that? A spur underneath.
Somewhat of a spur. It looks like you have a testicle hanging out. You got a whole fucking nut sack hanging off the bottom of that fucking shoulder, bro.
I don't know. That's where we're talking about here. Is
that like a tumor? Like, what is that thing, dude? It's almost as big as the whole shoulder joint. Look at that thing.
Are you talking about this down here?
Yeah, what is that, bro?
I haven't the foggiest idea. It's
fucking.
No, it's not the same color as bones. I don't know. You got me.
A tumor. Is that a tumor?
I haven't the foggiest freaking idea.
So
but the
you're
point
just
is,
talking about that little cut. You're
we're
talking about
nowhere near. Point is, we're nowhere near the collarbone. Is the point?
What do you mean? The collarbone is right there. If you go right above the ball.
But it's not. Yeah, right. But it's not here. Here's what is moving and scraping.
So they're going to remove your scapula?
Well, they're not going to remove a damn thing now because I'm not having anything done, period.
But what were they going to do? You said reverse the
once again, I'm, you'd have to, like I say, you'd have to look it up. I can tell you what it is again, but apparently it's the more popular format today, but it is a reverse. What did I say? What did I get? Reverse total shoulder anthroplasty. But you got me. I don't know.
So dogs, like if with the dog, if they got a shallow hip socket on their rear leg, they'll fucking they'll take the ball off.
Yeah, I don't know.
And they'll just presume that the fucking muscles of the joint will stabilize it even without the ball structure in the center.
Mm-hmm. I don't know.
How crazy is that? Isn't that insane?
I don't know. All I know is that's basically what it looks like, and I am not. I'm not going to do it. Let's see. The other Paul in. Hey, you're in the morning. Shouldn't you be in sleep? Shouldn't you be asleep by now? But the other Paul in. I presume you're meaning Paul in as in Junior.
Yeah, I got it. Fucking bullshit, bro.
But yes, you're right. You should be in bed because if the pay-per-view is starting at noon and you people are before the pay-per-view, now admittedly, I think you were towards the end of the parade, but even so, it's now 12:38 in Rochester, New York. So
Who's the
maybe
pay-per-view?
maybe you should get your ass in bed. Just as a suggestion.
Who's the pay-per-view?
The pay-per-view. I can pull it up. Let's see. The pay-per-view. There's 3. Let's see. Okay, let me go back to this again. Let's see. Ian Carnegie. Pull up his, and he has them posted. What they have is, prior to the pay-per-view, they have 6 matches. Let's see.
Who's hosting the event?
6 matches. The new order for the non-pay-per-view is Tim Clark versus Jim Gonzalez, Tyler St. Dennis versus Rich Kastner, John Erdwoods.
The MAC event is tomorrow?
That is, I'm sorry?
How do you sign up for the MAC event? How are they hosting the how do you pay for the pay-per-view?
Well, I know that there is a Tim, among others, I know Tim Lewis has something on his page with a discount if you if you go on to that. But I know Tim. But anyway, and then like I say, Paul Lynn Jr. is 5th of 6th. But
all I'm getting is why are Jeff Dave's arms so big when I Google MAC arm wrestling pay-per-view?
Okay, then you have pay-per-view fight card at 12 noon. Sean Crowther versus Jason Constantini, right? J.J. Jackson versus Jeff Radford, right? Dakota Shipton versus Matt Wiles, right? And Jason Constantini versus Sean Crowther, left. Okay, so the 2 of them are both left and right. Then at 1 o'clock, you have Rick Heidebrecht versus Joe Yaros, left. Jamie Staken, I'm sorry. No, it is Staken versus Kevin Keeler, right. Jeff Radford versus John Brownell, left. And Brandon Elsesser versus Tyler Balsden, left. So actually, you have John Brownell has a right before the pay-per-view and a left during the pay-per-view. And then the last one is John Theron versus Tim Lewis, left. Dave Morocco versus Janet Wyas, right. John Spellin, Rick Heidebrecht, Heidi Corder versus Jocelyn Brisson, right. And Brandon Elsesser versus Alan Ford, right. So they have a total of 19 altogether. 6 before the pay-per-view, and then
number 5 pencil. Number 5 pencil. Scantron.
So they have a total of 19 matches altogether. 6 before the pay-per-view and 13 on pay-per-view.
Oh, look at all these chads on this piece of paper. How do you even count this?
Let's see, premstream.com. Get the pay-per-view on premstream.com.
Premstream.com, huh?
Yeah, what does it say? It says Prem. In fact, I'll tell you what. Let me pull that up. Hang on a minute here. Let's do this. Let's see if I can put this up on the screen.
You got to log in. I hate this shit, dude. I fucking hate this shit. Why do I have to fucking log in? God damn it.
All right. And this is under Ian Carnegie's. See if I can get this. See if we can get the quiz to call. Let's see. Ian Carnegie. Okay, let's not be disagreeable here, computer. Come on. Yeah, it's being disagreeable. But
wow, they want $14. It's such a weird number. How did they come up with 14?
I don't know.
We must secure the payment for our pollers. I mean, what does 14 mean, dude? There's only 12 matches. How do you pay fucking 24 people based off of $14? It's fucking weird, man.
You got me. All right.
Damn, we busy tonight.
Okay, now.
No breaks for me.
Yeah, Carnegie. Yes, things being my computer is being disagreeable. There we are. And yeah, for some reason when I'm watching the this on StreamYard, and then I'm trying to bring the Ian Carnegie's page up on Safari. And let's see. Alrighty. Getting there slowly. Come on, it's not be disagreeable here, computer. It's on your mind. All right. Let's go. Good crap. Yeah, let's see. Okay, we're getting warm here. Okay, here we go. Let's see. That's all right. Now, seeing that. All right, let's not be disagreeable here, computer. There we go. And there we are. Now go to present and share screen and window and all right. Moved on me naturally. Yes.
Hey, David A. Shell.
There we are. Share. Okay, there you should be. There you got it.
Is this the Mac? Oh, this is. Oh, look at that, dude. Are those people on the left? Are those guys that are having the super matches?
No, it's just Edon. They're just miscellaneous friends of Ian Carnegie.
Oh.
No, it's just photos. This is on Ian Carnegie's page.
You have like 10 times more mutual friends than I have friends.
Well, he's at the max. He's at 5,000. Unless they've changed it, they hold you to 5,000. But that's whatever. Premstream.com is the what we're looking for there. So what I will do is stop sharing it. If somebody says, hey, I didn't get that yet, share it again. I can share it again. But
I didn't think you just want to hear me complain. I think that's why you took that off the screen.
Yeah. The other Paul Lynn, good night, guys. I hope it won't let you down. Paul, have a good time and do your best. And that's all anybody can expect.
So the open tournament at 3:00, is that also pay-per-view or is that just a normal stream? Or is
but that probably isn't even. I don't even know if they're going to put that on.
Oh, so I'm going to pay for the pay-per-view so I can see the open tournament, and then not only are they not going to stream it.
Well, I said I don't know. I mean, they're, you're paying for the actual, obviously the matches that everybody wants to see. Now, whether they keep the camera live during the tournament, I have no freaking idea.
The card says 12 matches, but then at the bottom it says more matches coming. Does that mean like the open tournament 3 p.m.? Because there's more matches coming at 3 p.m. when the open tournament starts.
I have not the slightest idea. See, free preliminary stream and pay-per-view. Whether you buy the paper, what you're saying is at 3:00 or 3:30, are they going to let it continue running from the pay-per-view people? Are they going to put it up without being on pay-per-view? I have not the slightest frigging idea.
Yeah, I don't know. All I know is if they have a live chat, I'm going to spam it with Vermont has the best maple syrup.
You got me. I have not the slightest idea.
Well, that's all you need to know. If anyone asks about me, you just tell them I said Vermont has the best maple syrup.
Well, of course, and then they will say, and how people say, how does a fucking Texan know that? What does a Texan know about Vermont maple syrup?
Well, I'll have you know, my ancestors were directly involved with irritating Canadians so much they lit the goddamn Steam's paint cane. Wow, that's interesting. Where do you get that?
You get it from Walmart here. It's made here in Louisiana, though.
Is that a glass bottle?
Yeah.
Man, that's nice, dude. It's like a time machine before things were all poison in the grocery store.
Pure cane syrup. Made in Abbeville, Louisiana. But they sell it out the Walmarts here. But that's they love that here.
Yeah, I bet, dude.
That's maple?
No. It's pure cane syrup.
All right. Oh, we have a disagreement here. Captain Obvious says New Hampshire is the
No,
best.
I don't need people giving false answers, all right? I mean, New Hampshire has its quirks, but one of them is not syrup.
I wonder if that's the place they was talking about where even IHOP has the like local syrup in their restaurant.
Maybe where you are, man, the IHOP where I am here in Austin is fucking sad. I don't know. I haven't been there in years. I gave up on it. You know?
Yeah, it depends on who's running the place, man. They can really managers and IHOPs that if you get a bad manager in an IHOP, man, it could be bad experience for the IHOP.
I'm just real picky about my eggs these days, and I know IHOP doesn't give a fuck, man. They'll just fucking pour a crate on the fucking griddle and burn it, you know?
I guess not over here, man. We care about every plate we put out, but you know.
Well, I mean, like, do you use actual eggs?
You use both. We got both.
That's what I'm saying, dude. It's weird, you know?
All you gotta do whenever you order your eggs, tell them you want shell eggs.
That's weird, dude. That's so fucking weird. I have to be like, I don't want the eggs from the carton, actually.
Well, it's not from a carton, it's from a big bag, but I rather them eggs. They already mixed up and they fluffier, and I like them.
Captain Obvious prefers Aunt Jemima. Well, yeah, while Aunt Jemima was still on the package, but before they figured they better take her off because, oh, good, it wasn't right having this black woman on a package.
Right.
I think Harlan is behind all the racism, and it's some giant ploy so he doesn't have to look at anything that reminds him of his ex-girlfriend or whatever.
I'll tell you one thing. He definitely watches every show,
huh? Does he?
Yeah, every time I get on here, he sends me a message on Facebook.
Yeah, dude, he's done that to me before, but honestly, I don't usually. I'm like, dude, after AWU, I just don't even log into that website. I fucking check on it every once in a while, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Well, Obvious can't make up his mind, so we'll shout out to Mrs. Butterworth, too.
Spoken like a real fat boy. He likes all the syrups.
What are those things? Have you ever had buttered pickled jalapenos? Is that what I'm thinking of?
Butter pickled jalapeno. Yeah, no. It's like I've had the butter pickles.
Yeah.
But not the butter jalapeno pickles.
Yeah, I think there's a jalapeno one where they pickle it with butter, just like pickles. It pretty much takes all the spice out of it. I mean, that layer of kind of vinegary sharpness is still there, but there's no spice to it anymore.
That's cool. I don't know. Sometimes I get like nacho cheese at some places, and the jalapenos won't be spicy at all. Just a good
Yeah.
jalapeno flavor, you know.
I think the A&M did that. I think their agricultural department developed some like low spice jalapenos. Now it's like Russian roulette. Do you get one that's hot or do you get one that's
Well,
nothing?
they probably mixed them with a bell pepper or something like that, or a red pepper, some kind of pepper that's not spicy.
Honestly, if I'm going spicy, I like I think it's Ghost. I think it's called Ghost Pepper.
I tell you what, IHOP has serrano peppers, and that is about as hot as you need them, buddy.
I don't know. Ghost Pepper I've found has like a really good aftertaste out of
Yeah.
like jalapeno, like I was saying earlier, it's kind of like that sharp vinegar. I mean, that's pretty much all you get out of it, you know? But Ghost Pepper, I mean, with all of its pain and suffering, it has this long lasting high flavor aftertaste.
Yeah.
Thanks, but I'd rather have my taste buds still there when I'm done.
Yeah, I ate a piece of that chip challenge one time. That was the worst mistake of my life.
Yeah, you got to do it right. I usually like if I do Ghost Pepper. Have you ever heard of turmeric, that orange stuff?
Yeah.
I mean, like Ghost Pepper powder is kind of orange too. But anyways, I usually do like 4-to-1. So like however, like 4 times as much turmeric as I add Ghost Pepper, just so that there's something for it to bind to and like really calm it down. Because like even like an extra pinch of Ghost Pepper can fucking ruin your whole day.
Yeah. I'm gonna try to say this without sounding too racist, I guess. But anyway, my wife worked with some Spanish ladies, and they cooked their rice, and they put a bunch of turmeric in it to make it like a yellowish orange color.
Yeah, I put a bunch of turmeric in some eggs once. That was a mistake.
Captain Obvious says, nah.
Yeah, I'll put like turmeric on like a fish fillet. You know?
I like the habanero wings from Wingstop. I know that.
Yeah, just like some real lean meat. I feel like you can get away with adding a lot of seasoning.
Yeah.
I always like. I mean, I've always had good things, but at the same time, I guess it's just not my neck of the woods. But gator, you know.
We got lots of that here.
You said you're from where? Shreveport?
Houma.
Homer?
Yep. Nothing but swamp.
Mm-hmm. And that's what part of the state?
It's mid-south.
Yeah.
At the bottom, right in the middle. It's about an hour from New Orleans.
So I probably, when I went over, what was that? 10? From what's the interstate from New Orleans to Houston?
Interstate 10, and then you got to get to 90 to get to me though. Interstate
Does
90.
20 go through Louisiana?
How would not? 20, yeah, 20's in Louisiana.
Which one's inland?
20 goes all the way up to North Louisiana.
So I-10 is the one that's like right there.
I-10 goes from west to east or east to west, whatever, all the way through Texas and Mississippi. I mean, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida.
So if I went over 10, did I go right past you then or not?
If you can get to 10, you're gonna go, and you go all the way down 10, you're gonna pass about 45 minutes away from me.
Yeah.
You'd have to get off 10, get on 90.
Yeah, the fraternity conference in at New Orleans, and then went over to Houston, and then up to saw some pullers up in the. I actually went up to visit Popeye in College Station. I think it was College Station, and then went up to what's his name? The folks up in. Finally ended up in Dallas with. Oh God, I hear it. These names will pop into my head as soon as I stop, stop trying to think about them. But, made the rounds, Texas, and then I went to Oklahoma and friends and relatives in Missouri. Put 5,160 some miles on the car and 3 weeks last July and August. Pennsylvania over to through Ohio, Indiana, went to a tournament in St. Louis and dropped down by way of first time I'd ever been in Arkansas, driven in Arkansas. Through Arkansas, went to what's his name? Cody Bird's place in northern Mississippi. And down and saw Trevor Clouch, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, southern Mississippi. I even had a brief visit with what's his name? The guy in nursing. Just got out with a nursing degree. He's been to tournaments in Texas. Shit. I can't remember these names.
I don't know.
The giant baby.
Yeah, what's shit. Whatever. Like
Palmer.
I say, it's
Palmer.
Yeah, William Palmer. William Palmer. Wanted to see a couple people over there, and they're just and then some of them just Houston. You say, oh, I'm from the Houston area. Yeah, that could be 2 hours apart.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Houston's its own nation. It's even got it's got everything, dude. It's crazy.
And that was back when we were still talking to Robert Kelly, so I saw him on a north in Oklahoma City.
How did you fall out with Robert Kelly? What did you do? What did you do wrong?
Well, he was supposed to come. He was going to run our run the electronics for Winter Blast, and he just basically did the old bullshit. He was claiming he couldn't show up because he was afraid of shitting Nanya. Basically bullshit. He just wanted to go to somewhere else. Basically backed out of us.
Yeah, Captain Obvious. I have pulled with RJ Mullen and his son. Very strong guys.
I don't know. From my experience with Robert Kelly before he went off the rails, but he seems to be like kind of pretty consistent, like ultra professional only, no drama, no bullshit allowed. He just wants his Instagram story to promote his company or whatever.
Yeah, well, I went. I'm looking at the members of this chat here. So I refresh myself on some names here, but saw a number of people in wandering around Texas, but whatever. Yeah, Palmer. Yeah, Palmer was. Like he was in school that day, didn't have extra time, and whatever.
You ever let your fingernails?
Cullen went up to. Obviously, I couldn't think of Cullen's name. Saw Cullen Hamlin, north of Texas, and Clinton Pickering was up in Dallas, and yeah.
You ever let your fingernails grow out extra long because you're going to have a match with someone you don't like? You want to scratch them up.
No. I always clip my nails before I go. I don't want to scratch nobody on the table.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I grew up rock climbing, so I like trim my nails like almost like compulsively,
Yeah.
I'm always like, oh, there's a little bit of white showing. Better trim that off,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But
you ever been cut by someone's fingernail in a match?
Nope. Can't say I did. Yeah, a couple other people who had known that, going through and would have seen some other folks, but just somebody was just too damn busy. Was working. Hey, but like I said, it was out 3 weeks in a day, and hit Wanted to see some folks up in Nebraska. I'd never been to Nebraska, but they had something the day before I was there, so they weren't getting together.
So, what's the percentage of arm wrestling in America right now, like competitive arm wrestling, that's behind a paywall?
What do you mean? What percentage? I'm not sure I understand the question.
Like, of all arm wrestling competitive that's taking place in North America, what percentage of those competitive instances are isolated by a paywall?
Oh, relatively small. Relatively small. I mean, you're talking the amount of arm wrestling going on. Oh, no, very little. I mean,
But
yeah,
there is a paywall now. There is a
oh yeah, with some, but 10%. I mean, the vast majority are not.
So 10% of competitive arm wrestling can only be viewed through a paywall.
If that. I mean, that or less. I mean, just look at when you look at Facebook, which is really the only one I pay any attention to, and just the number of things that are going on as opposed to the number that are behind a paywall. Oh God, no. The vast majority are available. And even the paywall ones, usually what they'll do will be a paywall, and then they'll basically free it up later. But no, in fact, of all the events now that I've gone to up here in the Northeast, the only thing that that has ever been a case of that they don't want you to take pictures as behind the paywall is the things that the knuckles up that they're running out of basically the Fort Lee, New Jersey area. Other than that, I don't think I've been to any event in the 5 years I've been. Well, it's been, how many years has it been? Let's see. Yeah, all the years I've been doing. Well, it was about 7 years. So I've been going on 7 years, and I'm trying to think. Of course, they're increasing now, but trying to think how many events have I been to that have not been available, or they told you don't take pictures of it. And other than that, and maybe, well, I take it back when what you call it, like when they were still doing before COVID, when they were still doing the who the hell was doing that? I'm drawing a blank on the name of it again. But I've been very few. The hell was that? That was
day labor.
No, the arm. What the hell? Shit. They're out of
day labor market anymore. Do day laborers even get hired, or is it like a?
Oh, who was a? God damn it! Why am I drawing a blank here? Yeah, honest to God, my mind's going. But no, I've almost relatively few. Like I say,
the day labor market. I mean, it's like really hard to navigate. I kind of feel like there's got to be some online methods that people are using. I'm just not privy to. Maybe it's those union cards. Maybe that's how you become a day laborer.
No,
Can you day labor with a union card, right? Isn't that basically?
Well, no, I mean, no, private sector unionized jobs are a very small percentage. I think like 6% of private sector jobs are unionized. The union is much more in a public employment these days between education and government.
So 6% of people actually have employers that follow OSHA standards.
No, I'm not saying that. No. Whether you're union or not, you still have to, follow, government standards. But I'm saying,
bullshit.
Well, let's rephrase that. You are supposed to. Now, does everybody obey the law? No.
Well, do unions ever break OSHA standards?
If it's to their advantage, anybody will break OSHA standards if it's their advantage.
Bullshit. I thought that was the whole point of unions is you did it the right way.
No, the whole point of union is to have greater wages and benefits.
Well, you get the greater wage because the insurance will actually cover you for a lower rate because you follow all OSHA recommendations.
No, well, but the point is when you are injured at work, like for example, Ryan is not in a Grondin is not in a union job. He was injured at work. It's covered by workers' comp.
What is that?
Workers' compensation. It's basically a governmental system whereby you are giving up your right to sue your employer in order to be covered by workers' compensation, by the medical bills. Now, if someone is who is not your employer has created an unsafe situation, they are not necessarily immune to lawsuits.
I've
But
always been
you are
told
not
to
sue your
report
employer.
all on-the-job injuries as recreational-related injuries.
Oh, Stephanie Spencer is back.
What happens if you report an on-the-job injury as a recreational injury?
Well, I mean, if you hurt yourself outside of work and report it as once again, you were committing fraud. Now,
Yeah, but what if I get hurt on the job and I say, "Oh, what actually happened on the playground after work"?
Why would you want to do that?
I don't know. That's what I've always been told to do.
Well, it's because somebody is corruptly telling you that they do not want to have your injury on their record because their workers' compensation insurance rates will be based on how many injuries they have. So if an employer is telling you when you injure yourself on the job that you should pretend that you injured yourself out of work, they are doing so corruptly.
I thought it was because it's better for insurance. Like your insurance, like if
well,
I
their
go to the
insurance
doctor
is-
and I'm like, I got hurt on the playground versus I go to the doctor and I got hurt at work, that I get a better result if I tell the doctor I got hurt on the playground.
No, you may possibly, if you are with a workers' compensation doctor, they may try to limit you as to which doctors you can see, but they really can't do that. But no, absolutely not. I mean, there are some doctors, in fact, that will not. Well, there are some doctors that do not want to handle workers' compensation claims because it's the paperwork is pain in the rear, or they consider it a pain in the rear.
So if I'm
injured, you are limiting yourself.
So if I'm injured at work and I report it as a recreational injury, there'll be less oversight and less regulations for the treatment.
Well, no, there are physicians that would agree to treat you in a recreational sort of thing that would not want to treat you as a workers' comp claim simply because they do not want to deal with the additional paperwork. Does not say that you're going to get any better treatment from any given doctor, but there are some doctors that would not want to handle workers' compensation claims.
So to see a doctor, I have to tell them I didn't get hurt at work.
To see certain doctors, if it is a doctor that does not want to handle workers' compensation claims, then yes, you would have to lie to them and put it through as a non-workers' comp.
Well, isn't that coercive?
No, you're saying this is your decision.
Well, I mean, it sounds coercive based on the parameters and the possible outcomes. I feel like I'm being coerced. If I want proper care off of this physician that I know will give me a good standard of care, I have to lie to them about where I got injured.
If you want to go to that physician, now you are assuming that physician will give you better care than a physician that does accept workers' comp, and that does not necessarily follow.
I don't know. That's what I've always been told, and that's what I always do. You never report an injury as at work. You just don't do that. Maybe it's the paperwork. Maybe it's the dyslexia, and they just know I can't fill out paperwork, so they don't want me to fucking stare at it and ask them questions while I'm holding the clipboard. No one likes people to ask. Man, do you know anyone who likes being asked questions when someone's holding a clipboard while they ask you questions?
Well, they're going to have to answer questions whether it's workers' comp or not. Some people feel workers' compensation, since it involves the government, is somewhat a pain, and so they won't, they don't want those cases. But that does not necessarily suggest that you will get worse treatment from a non-workers' comp doctor.
Does the government lower your social credit score if you report on the job injuries?
No. There is no social credit score.
Will your ability to get employed be harmed by this social credit score because you report on the job in
illegal? No, illegal. Let's put it this way: if somebody does that, first of all, it won't be the government. If an employer does that because you have, there's legalities involved there. No.
Well, I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what's legal and what's not legal, because apparently it would be illegal if they fired me for reporting it as an on-site injury.
Correct.
But it's legal for them to coerce me into not reporting it.
No, it absolutely is not. It is absolutely not legal for them to coerce you. Your question was, if I want to go to Dr. X, who does not take workers' comp claims, I would have to lie to him and say, no, this was not a workers' comp. This was something that I did outside. But your employer cannot coerce you to do that. No.
And there's no ramifications for me lying and saying it didn't happen at work. But if I get hurt,
yes, you are. The point is, you are at the risk. If you make a decision to lie on an insurance matter, yes, I mean you are subject to perjury charges. Absolutely.
So what these? So is an insurance company going to come after me for not reporting on the job injuries?
If it is a private insurer that is handling it because it should have been on the workers' comp insurer, yes, they very well could.
Oh no!
I mean, if you injure yourself at work and so you say, "I'm going to report this workers' comp claim," I'm going to report it as an outside claim that will go on my personal insurance.
So my private insurance policy is at risk because of this conversation.
They could just say, "Hey, we shouldn't be paying for this." Certainly. They say, why are we paying for this? This should have been paid by the company, your employer's workers' comp claim. And you were instead charging us where we should not have been charged. Yeah. Absolutely. Let's see. Yeah, yes, you're right. Obvious. Dronin is still letting the dog out after
we were supposed to turn this off 24 minutes ago, but these chats from Stephanie about how she's making human beef jerky is kind of unnerving. But I mean, I guess that's what she's into.
Now Ryan is gone. Ryan said, I think it was, as I recall, it was like was it 11? I think it was 11:48. I thought he won't be back. Or was it 10:48? I think it was 11:48. But it was well before midnight. It was before midnight, where it is now 1:17 on the East Coast. Thank you. But anyway, yes, we are now at 17, and quite frankly, unless anybody can see why we should drag this on, talking about workers' compensation, it's beyond me. I think we should pull the plug.
Well, we're here doing a general service for this YouTube channel to keep its metrics above board, so we can continue to watch you get money off of this.
Well, baloney is my attitude.
It's a Ponzi scheme.
Actually, we'll be finding out whether I can even close it down, because as I said to this thing, it doesn't say getting out of it. It talks about stream this to your audience, where up in the corner it normally would have said that I could get out of it. I'm not sure if I can even close it down. I mean, I can get out of it. But
Shell, have you ever sold Ponzi schemes for a living? Like cut knives or
no.
Did you ever participate in a Ponzi scheme as a child, as a rite of passage? You know, maybe for like school fundraising or anything?
No, I mean, was I ever engaged in? Did I ever, sell anything? But yeah, but I mean, a Ponzi scheme. No.
I think I've sold chocolate and I've sold popcorn for Ponzi schemes.
Well, but how was that a Ponzi scheme? If you were selling something, people are getting something for their money. Now, could they get it cheaper if they went to the CVS? Very possibly, but they realize that they are being charged more because it is supporting your theoretically charitable organization.
Yeah, a charitable
That's not a Ponzi.
organization that owns 1,000 acres in some pine forest.
No. Yeah. No. I mean, that's not a Ponzi scheme. That people know that if they're buying, Girl Scout cookies, they're probably paying more than they would pay for the cookies if it was on the shelf at the local, whatever the hell you have down there, Albertsons or whatever. And but they realize, hey, we're supporting, this organization.
Yeah, well, you know what? I think that charging a quarter the price of an instrument to rent it for a year so you can be in band is a Ponzi scheme. And then for that same people that allow their students to go to a third party organization that has a monopoly on instrument rentals to then turn around and say, oh, well, since you also paid that erroneous fee for the instrument rental, can you also sell this chocolate for us? Because we need more money from you.
Well, I'll tell you what. A Ponzi scheme is, looking at on Wikipedia, thank you, is a form of fraud that lures investors and pays profits to earlier investors with funds from more recent investors. So no, that has absolutely nothing to do with whether
Wait,
you're.
I get it. So Ukraine is a Ponzi scheme.
No.
I don't know. Look, first you said that the Confederates and the Palestinians had no correlation, and now you're saying Ukraine isn't a Ponzi scheme.
No,
I don't know if I can take you seriously. How am I supposed to take you seriously?
Listen to the definition again. A Ponzi scheme is where you take money from an investor to pay off previous investors. In other words, you're not really doing anything of value. So that's why Girl Scout cookies or whatever. There's nothing to do with a Ponzi scheme.
How is Ukraine not a Ponzi scheme?
How are they taking your? Well, once again, let's go back to the definition. How are you? If we give aid to Ukraine, and you could say we should or shouldn't, but how is that? Once again, a Ponzi scheme is a form of fraud.
Let's go from
a form of fraud.
We'll go
form
from
of fraud which lures investors and pays profits to earlier investors with funds from more recent investors. How does that have anything to do with giving military and or commercial aid to Ukraine?
The military industrial complex and the oligarchy politicians getting $6 million vacation.
Well, wait. Now you can say that people are making money on this, and you can say they're charging for this, but it is not a Ponzi scheme. A Ponzi scheme,
totally a Ponzi scheme.
No, listen to it again. A Ponzi scheme is that you are paying a form of fraud that lures investors and pays profits to earlier investors with funds from more recent investors.
Yeah.
That has nothing to do with giving aid.
The entire American arms trade is a Ponzi scheme. All of our munitions are overpriced. It's all inflated. You're talking about $2 million for a missile?
No, but that is not. If prices are higher than they are needed, that is not a Ponzi scheme.
That is totally a Ponzi scheme. If you unilaterally take a bunch of investors, aka taxpayers' money, and you use fraud to pay off other investors, aka corrupt politicians in Ukraine, where they've constantly been corrupt politicians stealing shit, now you're using one Ponzi scheme to fund another Ponzi scheme.
Okay, but you're talking about two different groups of people here. If there are politicians in Ukraine that are corrupt, and there certainly are some, that is one group. The Ponzi scheme is when the person that is doing the transferring is illicitly profiting by paying off somebody by bringing in additional money to pay off the first person.
So you're telling me the big guy isn't getting any kind of pushbacks or kickbacks? The big guy gets not. The big guy is not getting 10% of Ukraine, right?
If they are, that's corruption. That is not a Ponzi scheme.
That's a Ponzi scheme because it's not corruption because it's plain as day. So we're beyond corruption. We're just talking about Ponzi scheme.
So what you're saying is all corruption. You're saying that all corruption is Ponzi schemes.
Yes, they're all one and the same.
That's where you're wrong. You are absolutely wrong.
Well, because now you're talking
about
Ponzi
scheme is a very specific form
only the Sith
of
talking
fraud.
Absolutes. Only the Sith talking absolutes.
A Ponzi scheme is a very specific form of fraud described as I described it. Corruption is far broader subject than a Ponzi scheme. They are two different things.
Corruption creates the ability to use public utilities as a Ponzi scheme. That's what corruption is utilizing a public service and funding as a Ponzi scheme.
Are they both
what corruption is? You're corrupting publicly funded services into a Ponzi scheme. That's what corruption is.
So what I'm saying is corruption corruption? Yes. Is a Ponzi scheme a form of fraud? Yes, it is, but they are not the same. A Ponzi
the Venn diagram is almost the same, but you're right, absolutely, that they are different things.
We agree.
Their correlation, and the causation that they have for each other is very intimate in most scenarios where you'll encounter one or the other. Ponzi schemes and corruption go hand in hand.
Okay.
Are you telling me that there's Ponzi schemes that aren't corrupt? What's an uncorrupted Ponzi scheme?
Okay, let me just get on. Let's see. Okay, I'm trying to get on. Okay, blast it. How do I star? I want to put a comment up for Stephanie. So she said, I'm coming on. This thing's being a pain in the rear. I want to put the link on for her. So why the hell can't I get
Luja Market Hub? We are incorruptible Ponzi police. What?
Why can I not? Why is it not letting me?
Slippery slope. Why leaders should find minor acts of Ponzi scheme. The Enron Ponzi scheme. The basics of evidence for fraud and corruption investigators. Is that the one? That one sounds good.
Hang on a minute, Stephanie.
You can't run a Ponzi scheme without a bank. Is that the one I should read? Why would I need a bank to run a Ponzi scheme?
You don't need a Ponzi. No.
What about owning a bank would be in my benefit if I was running a Ponzi scheme? What if I was running the Federal Reserve and a Ponzi scheme at the same time? Would that be in my benefit? Like, could I use the Federal Reserve to boost the benefits of my Ponzi scheme?
All right. Hang on. Hang on a minute. We're just a minute. I'm trying to get something here. I'm not concentrating on you because I'm trying to bring up another thing so I can get Stephanie.
Oh, are you researching the Confederate?
No, I'm not. I'm not researching anything. I'm bringing up the YouTube, which I'd closed a while back. I'm bringing up here, and so that
I'll let you in on a secret. It's
Hang on a minute.
Always the French.
Just relax. Just relax here. I can't bring it up on Ryan's thing here. I have to bring up the YouTube again, which is of course taking its good old time. All right. Chat. There. Edit.
If I was gonna eat anything, it would be from a French pastry chef. Telling me you wouldn't eat like a delicacy from a French
Okay,
chef.
Stephanie, I just put the link in the chat if you want to come on. Okay, there she is. She found it. All right, Stephanie, add to stage. Hi there, Stephanie.
How's it going?
Well, I'll let you decide that.
Well,
Ryan let the dog out about almost 2 hours ago, and I figured he wouldn't be back, and he isn't.
well, that's too bad.
Mm-hmm.
I just got out on the road to DoorDash, and tomorrow I'm going to CT Fletcher's gym to do strict curls, and I'm pretty excited about that. It's going to be fun. And then we're going to go to arm wrestling practice, which I haven't been to in Orange County for a little while. It's going to be me and the kids and Camille. So I'm going to start getting some practice in for my super match with Katie. I guess she's pretty fast, so I'm going to have to catch her or get in the strap or just work on my hits.
I heard that if you lose your super match, you have to go on a date with a random contributor, whoever the top contributor is during the event. You have to go on a date with that person. So I don't know if anyone's listening, but during the live stream of Stephanie Spencer's super match, if you are the top donator, she will go on a date with
out of his butt right
if you
now.
lose.
Andrew, you have no clue what you're talking about.
What? I'm just saying. I heard.
Where did you get that information?
The top donator gets to go on a date with you if you lose your super match.
I'm not going on a date with anybody. Dude, you're crazy. What about you, Dave? What's going on? What practices are you going to?
Well, at the moment, I don't know of any, unfortunately. I have no tournaments this weekend, and I put something up to ask if Harrisburg was getting together, and nobody responded. And Shubich and those people are not getting together because there's something going on in New York. So tomorrow I may have nothing. Now, Sunday is ours. I'll go to ours on Sunday, and if I really wanted to for a weekend, I could go on to somebody later in the day, assuming they get together. But at the moment, it looks like nothing tomorrow.
Wow.
Yep, haven't found anything.
So you're going to relax then, sleep in?
Well, yeah, like say Sunday I'll have practice, but I won't tomorrow.
Yeah, I know I've gone to tournaments specifically because no one was going to show up to practice, so I might as well go. You ever gone to a tournament just because no one was going to practice?
No, there's the two tournaments tomorrow are not that close, so I'm not going to go to either of them. There's the one that we had up on. There's a tournament following the challenge matches of the pay-per-view, but that's about 4.5 hours at least, and then there's one that's probably a good 5 hours in Virginia tomorrow. Those are the two closest ones to here.
I was trying to decide which one to go to. Based on how far everything was from the gym that we're doing our competition at. And that's how I chose to go to Orange County because, well, first of all, Scott Wynn's having a barbecue and that sounds really fun. But also Derek Smith is doing drills and I feel like I could really use that for, I would really like to try it. But there was hardly anyone signed up and it was mostly guys and it was going to have to drive inland. And then it was going to be a 3.5 hour drive home. And the other one, it's like 2 hours to drive to the gym. And then if we get a hotel and then go tomorrow, it's only 45 minutes to get to Orange County. Mm-hmm. And then probably less than 3 hours to get home. Just, it depends on the traffic. Like, I don't know what the holiday traffic's going to be like. So, not that I didn't want to go to Orange County. I just haven't been I've been to ArmFest, but I haven't been to the practice since Tony left. But that has nothing to do with not going. I just been behind and had to not take my time to go drive to practice and use my time to DoorDash or.
And you're in what, San Diego County?
Yeah.
Do you have any rubber bands in your car?
No, it's in my hair. So anyway, I'm looking forward to the weekend. I think it's going to be pretty fun. I don't know if I'm going to get a PR on the curls or not, and I'm trying not to let stuff like that bother me. Like, you don't have to always beat your last lift.
Mhm.
You know,
There we go. Rabone's on the case.
what is that?
Training on the job.
Sir.
Band training
Oh,
at the IHOP.
Got my band
Stephanie,
at work for sure.
Stephanie, have you ever worked as a plumber?
no. What does that mean? Is there something behind that?
It means whatever you want it to mean, Stephanie. I'm on board. I saw that smile on your face. I'm okay with it. Where are we going with this?
No.
What kind of plumbing are you experienced with? It sounds like
He
maybe
gets a smile out of you and then turns it creepy around, huh?
No, seriously. I actually I think out of all the different, I'm like, even like framing, dude, I feel like plumbing is a better arm wrestling training experience than framing. And framing's pretty good, dude, especially when you're strong enough to start twisting the whoop-dies out of the boards and shit.
So I have not pulled Jocelyn, and I think that she's amazing. When I saw her benching on Facebook, and she is, I like being a big woman. Like, I used to be skinny, and now I'm bigger. Like, I have wider shoulders, and I enjoy that feeling that I get when I walk up to the bar and deadlifting hundreds of pounds. Like, imagine the first time you pull over 400 pounds for your squat or deadlift. That feeling, some women can relate to it because some women lift that heavy. But then I saw her, and she was just, I was like, oh, could I get as big as her? Could I even fit that size on my frame? Like, she made me want to eat more, train harder, get stronger, get bigger. That when I look at her, that's what I think of with a question in the chat about her. And her arms are like so big. Like, oh, could I ever get there? But I think that my frame isn't that way. Like, I've never weighed more than 248 pounds. I don't know how much she weighs, but it's hard to tell in a picture, but I just feel like she's just big and strong and like, oh, goals. But then there's other people who are like trying to say, well, you can change your body composition and get smaller and be leaner and be just as strong. I don't know.
I think blood cuff therapy is probably going to be the best bet when it comes to sheer gains in mass.
Well, I am starting strongman training. I've officially finished this month of powerlifting, and now I'm going to be training strongman, and my strongman competition is in August. And as far as that goes, the person who I look at is Danielle, because, man, that girl, she's lean, she's great, she's fast, she's strong, she's been to like the Arnold's and all these things. She's amazing. She's very inspirational. And so both of those two, like, I mean, it doesn't mean like they're better than me or something. It just means that they inspire me. Like, I'm inspired by them.
The way that girl look, I don't care if you're a man or a woman. When she's across the table from you, you're gonna feel that.
Yeah.
I'm saying, like,
that was a good lock in there, got real tight. And just
Yeah, her
ooh.
setup was fucking perfect, man. Her setup was
Stayed
textbook.
tight with her riser just stayed nice and rolled over and boom.
When I first started powerlifting with a trainer who was in a commercial gym before I went to the powerlifting gym, one of the first things he said to me was to surround myself with people who were stronger than me. And I didn't realize the value of that until I went to California Elite to train with like some of the strongest people in the world. And then we just got so used to being around them that when you would go to other places and there are people who weren't that upbuilding strong people around you, that gives you something to work for. I just learned the value of that. And so what I'm saying as far as arm wrestling goes, those two girls are the ones who I feel like if I was going to surround myself by people who were going to help me get stronger, those two would be the ones. Not like I wouldn't be around Sarah or Gabby, but they seem so elite and far away. Not like Canada's not far away, but like that I would never really get a chance to work with them unless they were doing a seminar or something.
You know, supination is supinate. You should do that supinating instead of pronating. You'll get a fucking it'll be nasty. It's sickening. I hate it. It's like literally I avoid it as much as I can. But if you did that supinated, you would get the most disgusting power. That fucking
That's a good idea.
Okay, guys, I got to go back to work. I just hopped on really quick.
I'm dyslexic, so I gotta figure out how to wrap it the other way, and that's hard for dyslexic people.
Yeah,
so,
I feel.
Don't make fun of me because I'm handicapped.
Hey, Stephanie.
Yeah.
You know what's cool about the internet?
I just grab it like that, though.
You can associate with anyone.
Okay.
You don't have to go anywhere. You just turn on the internet. Bam, you can find anyone. So
which is super fun. Yeah.
Well, it's just cool to see like 100 to 200 pound deviation of overall strength because someone specialized in a single lift. And then it's also interesting to see, you know, max capacity of specialization that each body part can take based on frame and weight category. And it's just really nice. You can like look around on the internet and be like, all right, well, I can try this hard and it looks like there's no injuries until I hit this weight. So I should be pretty safe until then, you know, and you can judge your outlook in like the risk and reward and be like, you know, it'd be really cool to bench 600 pounds, but it really looks like 315 is about as much as I'm really to invest. Or like maybe, you know, 500 is as much as you're willing to invest in a bench, you know? I mean, 500 was world class at one point, but, you know, once you start getting...
I am not going to put on a bench shirt. I think that I'm not sure because I've never tried, but I might be claustrophobic because when they put me in the MRI, I was not liking it. So I'm not interested in trying the bench shirt. I think that it probably not work for my personality. So the multiply is not something I personally would participate in, but I would not mind helping someone else get all their gear on and be a handler. But the multiply, no interest for me personally.
So do you ever do a single ply during your training split?
Never. I like the knee wraps. It's been I think I finally found somebody fun to wrap my knees. One of the guys who does boxing. So I realized they wrap their hands. I bet he'd do a good job at wrapping my knees. And I'll see what kind of a training we do for the squats and if that's something I can work in for the strongman. Because I think I've been using the axle bar for squats, which is totally different.
I've only ever used like ace wraps. What are knee wraps? How strong are they?
They're really strong. If you could go, I think maybe you could go on my YouTube channel and see some different knee wrap happening at the gym. Like I posted a couple of them. One of my daughter, I don't remember if it was one. I've done so many videos. I don't know what is actually on the page, but there's for sure there's some knee wrap videos on there. And I think that the tighter you pull it and the more I'm like screaming when you're doing it, the better it's going to be. But to be good at a good one, you're going to have to be fast. You're going to have to wrap each knee really fast, pull me up, I get under the bar, I do my squat, and then you come and take them off. And at first I was resistant to try them, but once I did, they were so fun. But you have to be around the right people. Just like maybe even like arm wrestling, it can be fun if you go to practice and you're around the right people. Just like if you're at the gym lifting and you're not around the right people. It's the support and love of the sport that each person has for the other. Somebody's going to spot you. Someone will help you wrap your knees. Somebody's going to help you with technique. And it's like, and they're there because they love the sport and they have fun together.
What if I could just like create a personality, do each one of those things, and I can just train by myself?
I definitely, my daughter, I remember her telling me, she's like, I rap my knees
Ramon's like,
myself
what the
because I'm a bad bitch. That's what she said. And she did. She wrapped her knees herself. But I kind of have more leaning towards, I want to conserve all of my energy for the lift. So that means I'm going to be resting in between each lift. So, and I want someone to hand the bench off to me and then take the bar away. But I see some people do self handoffs. And I don't want to wrap my own knees, and I just want to sit there and rest, full rest.
Spoiled.
Well, there's a science to it. It's
I don't know. I mean, you say that, but at the same time, like, I guess I put soft limits on myself when I train. Like, I used to train based around walking to the water fountain and back. I would just get a compulsive trip to the water fountain between each set, so I got my steps in while I'm not doing my actual work.
I'm decide. Well, you go ahead and do that.
Well, you got to realize that I've always trained like a cripple, so I've never really done legs. So every one of my training sessions is based around the upper body. So I can always just walk it off if my legs aren't tired.
Captain Obvious says you need a wrap man.
I know. I was just messaging back.
I want to see what I could deadlift.
A knee wrap guy.
But, try it.
Huh?
I had a discussion with
I was saying I want to see what I could deadlift. I was talking to my buddy about it the other day. He deadlifts.
This guy, this 600-pound bench presser, was talking about how he thinks that neoprene elbow wraps could add up to 35 pounds an arm on your bench press or your overhead press. And he's like, because he was like talking about like the tension of the elbow wrap during the bottom half of the press and how it gives.
Well, I really don't have to worry about any of that because I have the people who are the best at the gym helping me.
Stephanie, is there tournaments for people who do it without any wraps and just free?
Yes, there's different categories.
Okay.
So there's tested and untested for powerlifting, and then there's raw, classic raw, and multiply.
Have you ever done like any rows with elbow wraps?
I've not done any elbow wraps. I've had sleeves.
So yeah, sleeves. Sorry, just like neoprene sleeves on your elbows. You ever done rows? Because I think like at least a 20-pound strength loss on my row if I'm wearing a sleeve.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just thinking about food right now. The kids are making a meatloaf, and I think it's out of the oven, and I'm going to go home and eat it. Does that sound good?
Mm-hmm. Got to get your protein.
I know, and I was going to bring some in the cooler so I can, because I think that meatloaf is a perfect blend if you have just enough breadcrumbs in it to have like snack in between lifting.
Oatmeal.
In the
You
cooler.
put oatmeal in the meatloaf.
We made kosher meatloaf with matzah.
I have no idea. Oh, it's matzah. Is that cheese?
No.
It's
unleavened bread.
Yes. Thank you, Dave.
Is that the cheese that has like the
No,
thick?
it is not.
Not cheese at all. It is unleavened bread.
Oh.
I think Andrew's just trying to piss me off. He's testing my patience, and I'm trying to come on and have a nice conversation, but the kids just texted me and said dinner was done. So I want to leave on a good note. Cole, I would love to see you deadlift.
Okay.
Come to San Diego anytime.
I wish I could come all the way up over there. I got some family in California.
I really could use a corner man for my super match. I don't know who's coming. And guess what? The morning of my super match, they're doing a big, huge deadlift competition with like 3 different lifts. And I'm so hungry for deadlifts that I'm really sad they're doing it on the same day because we planned the super match way before that. So if it's in the back of your mind that you'd like to come to San Diego and test out your strength on the different deadlifts, and then be the corner guy, or even I think we might be trying to get together a round robin for the guys so they're not bored. Anybody who's not going to I think there's going to be another tournament in like not Northern California, but like maybe an hour and a half away. I think Brandon Allen do his fun.
Some super heavyweight round robins.
Yeah, I think there'll be some people. But anyway, time to go have dinner. And I love you guys. I love coming on, and it's always entertaining to me and fun.
No, we are glad to have you.
And I have been seriously talking to my friend about doing our own podcast, just us. And I've had a lot of talks about just remembering my own motto in life as I was younger, like in my 20s, that I just wasn't worried about what other people thought of me. And I feel like when you sit around worrying what everybody thinks of you, you miss out on a lot of things. And you make it so important. And I'm trying to work on that for myself personally. I feel like I just need to worry about what the kids will think about being a good example and a good mom. And that's it. But this is an adult show, the kids are never going to hear this. They're never going to see this. And if we're talking about something that's a little bit racy, but I mean, why life is something I did in life, or maybe I don't need to brag about it or whatever, but I'm just trying to laugh and have as much fun as the next person and just be myself. I don't like fake people.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I can't stand fake people neither.
And I hope nobody looks at me and feels like I'm fake. I might have fake body parts, but I am not a fake person.
I thought you said you felt claustrophobic under the bench shirt because of your fake.
I never tried the bench shirt, but I said that I felt claustrophobic when I got in the MRI.
Dude,
And
I mean,
I
mean,
not
dude,
know
that's
I
just
was going to feel that way until I got in the machine, and I felt it immediately. And I was so surprised. I was like, take me out. Like, I barely got a couple inches in. I was like, take me out. And I had to reschedule for a different one that was bigger, and it just wasn't big enough. My shoulders are wide, and they were doing an MRI on my shoulder, and I had to open my shoulder up and squeeze my other arm in. Squeeze, like it was touching the side.
Yeah.
So
they do have something called an open air MRI. Now it's not wide open, but it is definitely more than the thing with a hole in it.
Yeah, and that's what I got rescheduled for after I had the squishing one, because then I had to do one. It was at my tricep. That's what I went in for, the tricep, and then my pec. My 2 injuries, but anyway, I'm gonna go have some meatloaf, and I'm gonna have a fun weekend, and I'll see you guys next Friday.
Captain Obvious says he loves your sense of humor.
Oh,
good luck, Stephanie. Good luck on your super match.
Thank you. Talk to you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So I have to ask you, Cole, what is the other end of the band attached to? What's your,
Dude, honestly, I shouldn't really be putting it on there. It's the
I'm just wondering, is this some rack of something you're about to pull some dishes?
It's a shelf, one of them triangles that hold a shelf up, screwed into the wall, and it's got a little bar for support going diagonal.
Yeah.
Is it structural or is it drywall? We'll find out eventually.
It's drywall and structural, so it's not smart.
Yeah, I was waiting for a pile of dishes to come down on top of yours.
I'll fix it. Yeah, and it's a 120-pound band too. So
I used to do pull-ups on door frames until I started ripping the fucking molding off.
Yeah.
I ripped the molding off a door, and I was like, maybe door frame pull-ups aren't a good play.
Yeah, let me try to hang on that.
You know what's fun though is pull-ups on brick garage doors, because they always have that one row of brick that sticks out a little bit farther.
Yeah. Just doing pull-ups is good.
There was one point where like I could just even if they didn't clean the grout out, I could hang on there.
Well, just started doing a push-up regimen finally, and I'm too heavy for these push-ups, man. I'm so sore. Feel like I lifted about 300-pound bench pressing, but they'll get easier.
All right. Yeah, if you're heading in the right direction and not too old, even if you're too old, you can still heading in the right direction. It'll get better.
Yeah, I'm 37. I mean, I'm getting too old, but I got a lot of life in arm wrestling left, I believe. I just
Oh, yeah.
started, so
Oh, gone, yeah.
I wish I'd have found this 4 years ago, and I'm sure a million other people said that, but oh man.
Yeah,
Well,
I wish I had known the anatomy of the arm and how you could structure and develop it. I wish I'd known these things a lot sooner, because I was like focusing on just like blatant obvious things, like just making like my finger work the right way, you know, with all the rotational loads and all of that wrist structure. That's a whole nother level.
Well,
you're a young pup. I found the sport at age 66.
yeah. Well, what I say is God does things for a reason, so I found it at this age for a reason instead of when I was younger. So I don't know. I'm much bigger than I've ever been right now, so it's got me changing my whole life around and losing weight at a slower, steady pace and gaining muscle. So
Mm-hmm.
the sport has definitely done that for me right now. I've lost like 40 pounds in the last 16 months. I've went up and down a little bit, struggling with it, but the last 4 or 5 months, I've been on a steady, slow decline on my weight, and I'm starting to feel really good. And everything's getting connected. My elbow don't hurt no more. I'm about 17 months in, so
yeah, I always hear this.
Excited about next year.
What do they say about going on a diet that your inflammation rate goes down? Like the whole inflammatory.
Gonna feel better. It just depends on what you're doing, though.
Metabolism.
I've lost 100 pounds before in like 6 months, and I felt terrible. I looked terrible, and I did it again. I did it twice in my life, and I never kept it off. So now I'm walking and doing light weights and a little bit of heavy weight sometimes, but slowly cutting it off. I'm not per se on a diet. I usually only eat once a day, though.
So what's your core macro list? Like what are the new daily nutrients?
I'm not none of that works for me, dude. If I eat, when I start eating, I don't stop till I'm full, too full. So it's a sickness or something I have that I'm trying to control it. My stomach has shrunk a little bit, so I don't eat as much now.
If I cut weight long enough, eventually I'm gonna have to eat some beef liver. I'm gonna have to eat something with some actual minerals in it. And if
trying to make sure I'm burning more calories than I'm taking in, and I'm not drinking my sugar or my fruit. I'm not drinking my fruit. I eat my fruit. You know what I mean? No orange juice and apple juice. All that stuff's terrible.
Yeah, so those are macros. Those are like your major, just like the main focus. Those are macros.
Sugar, really.
Yeah.
I'm probably pre-diabetic. Don't know.
So what I mean? Carbohydrates, that would be your macro. Like
carbohydrates, protein. I'm not cutting out rice and bread. I try not to eat so much bread and rice. And if I got another option, I'll go with it. But if they cook dinner and it's a pot of rice with chicken or so, you know what I mean? Something like that in it. I'm not going to be like, let me go get me something healthy to eat. You know what I mean? I'm just going to eat it, dude. You know what I mean? And enjoy it.
What's your opinion on peas?
Peas?
Yeah, the little green things.
Yeah. I mean, they're great.
I feel like those are like the gateway drug to rice, Like if you wanted to trick someone into eating rice, you would add peas.
Green beans.
Ah, see, there's another one.
Green beans and ham and with some rice. Yes, sir.
That does sound nice.
Well, I lost 188, and I've kept off. I'm now down. I gained some of it back, but I'm down about 130.
That's impressive.
So I got 50 something back on.
Did you have an operation or did you?
No.
No? Wow.
No,
changed your whole lifestyle, huh?
Yeah.
I'm guessing no white, no bread, no rice, no pasta.
I really don't know this was a case of no, but it was just a case of certainly limiting amounts and
yeah.
See, what I do is I put my cheat meal in all my meals. I eat all my lean meat breaded. So that's my cheat. Yeah, I like all of my fillets are breaded.
Like baked breaded, or you frying it breaded?
Either or.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna turn down some fried pork chops. I don't know what you're talking about, lean meat.
I usually bake with butter.
Yeah.
You know, get that nice golden crisp going on.
Yeah, I'm just gonna, like I said, I've been pretty much eating one meal a day. Not always, but for the most part, only dinner, and that's been working for me.
You ever coat a piece of bread in an egg before you bake it?
No, but I do it on the cut out the center of a piece of bread on the grill at work, and I drop an egg in the middle of it. I forget what that's called.
That's nice. It's like a
There's
Danish
a name for it, but I grill it in butter with the egg in it.
An egg Danish?
No, there's
egg pastry.
I might remember later.
Well, I'll tell you. Now I'm just pulling this up here. I've kept track of. I'm still writing down everything I eat. But I had a friend that watched me basically for 8 weeks, and then after that I was on my own. But now this was week 8, and just to give you an idea, this was like I say, it was different amounts. But on Saturday, July the 12th, 2014, and of course I was getting up late, going to bed late, and all that. But 11:55 a.m., 8 egg whites, 1 whole egg, half an avocado, half a cup of oatmeal with brown sugar Splenda, and some vitamins, whatever. 3:50 in the afternoon, 8 ounces of 85-15 ground round, half cup of brown rice, 2 tablespoons of salsa, 2.5 cups of cucumber, 9 ounces fresh tomato, and dressing, low-calorie dressing. 7 o'clock at night, 8 ounces grilled chicken breast, 2 cups of asparagus, 8-ounce white potato, 2 teaspoons of salsa, and some vitamins. 11:15 at night, 8 ounces again of the ground round, and which I probably should have done, half a cup of quinoa, 2 teaspoons of salsa, and 11.5 ounces of V8 juice.
What the fuck is a teaspoon of salsa, my man?
The salsa was, that spice. It's a condiment.
Picante.
Picante sauce or something?
Stuff you put on Mexican food.
Yeah, picante.
Bro, what the fuck are you talking about?
That's delicious
That could be
on
anything,
eggs.
dude. That could be cilantro and fucking tomato.
But anyway, David, you take all that, and I eat all that one time at the end of the day. And I try to do it about 3 hours before bed. But I'm having trouble snacking all the way to bed because I'm so used to eating right before bed. But
so the point is there, but as you could hear there, it was a lot more of the green vegetables and whatever than it was rice. But you heard the rice, you heard of course. Then I was brown rice. I'm doing white rice, but brown rice, potato and whatever. But now it wasn't pasta, but like a couple of days later, the same thing in the morning. The egg whites, whole egg, salsa, avocado, half cup of oatmeal, brown sugar Splenda. And then now just let's see, 8-ounce tilapia, non-fat yogurt, 1 cup of cucumbers, chicken breast, 8-ounce chicken breast, 5-ounce fresh tomato, cup of cucumber. So I
Man,
was eating every couple of hours and whatever.
I went on a diet right before I started arm wrestling, and I just was eating chicken. I got all the chicken I want here. I got 100 chicken breasts here if I want to eat 100 chicken breasts. You know what I mean? But man, I started getting sick when I started cooking it. The smell of it made me sick after about a month of eating it.
No, but like the meal diary that I'm finishing this week, I now go, basically I go Saturday to Friday, because I was always the first 8 weeks I was reporting into the guy on Saturday. And so I'm now on week 522.
Wow.
Now here, once again, I'm not as careful, but because I'm, especially when I'm traveling, that I have to, go out and, but I'm eating stuff like, let's see, Tuesday. Okay, Tuesday I didn't go anywhere, so it wasn't that bad. 8 ounces of ring of bologna. That's not the greatest thing in the world, but then I just had something that before I went out. Then I came back. I had another 7 ounces of ring of bologna, 4 ounces of pasta, 3/4 ounces of butter, and 1.25 ounces Parmesan cheese. Later on that day,
Parmesan cheese, man.
White seedless grapes, cream cheese, and at night a can of sardines.
If American cheese and Parmesan cheese switched market prices, no one would complain.
Well, this is a grated Parmesan, like it used to be BJ's, used to be their house brand, but they don't have it anymore. So it's basically Kraft grated Parmesan. But no, I'm
last time I checked, it was like $15 to $30 for a block of Parmesan, just like a normal, just like a palm-sized block of Parmesan. It's crazy.
It's like $11.
Well, so it depends on what you get, where you get it. You can get cheese for
fucking cheese.
Well, okay, I've been
Slice with a wheel, like a I forget how much was it.
I'm just saying.
Well,
you could buy Parmesan for $11, or you could go get like a dozen eggs and a steak and like some peppers and fucking put all of that and eat all of that, or you could go get that block of Parmesan.
I'm trying to think. 17. What was it? The pepper jack cheese. This is a house brand at BJ's, which is a regional club like Station. I'm trying to think. I think it was like 2.5 pounds. No, it wasn't that much. Pound and a half. I want to say a pound and a half for $7.99. Something like that. And then as far as now it's a soft
ground beef, 70 30 ground beef.
Well, lately, actually, I haven't been buying beef because that's been getting quite expensive. I did this time, and no, if I get beef, I'll get 93% lean.
Oh,
I'll get 93% lean, and then chicken breasts, and or chicken thighs, which thighs aren't as good as a breast as far as for you. It's fattier, but no, I'll get chicken thighs. But usually boneless, skinless. But if occasionally I'll get just a skin in. Okay, then I keep to eat the skin. So what? It's not the greatest, but once again, it's not that bad either.
I don't know. Carrots are one of my go-tos. If I'm actually dieting and like trying to cut weight, carrots are good. You get your fiber,
We only have the tomatoes in the backyard now, so I go through tomatoes in the summer quite a bit.
I mean, if you're losing weight, you just got to have a calorie deficiency.
Yeah.
That's all.
I don't know, man. I really feel like it's a whole different game. I when I was younger, it was basically as long as the fire is burning, dude, it doesn't matter. You're just gonna like you can gain or lose weight on a whim just by changing your schedule, you know. But I feel like now that I've gotten older, like if I want to gain or if I want to lose weight for sure, losing weight is like a long term thing. It's no longer just like, okay, well, I'm just gonna change my schedule up and drop fucking weight, you know?
Well, the Drew, I'm going to disagree with the Drew on something here. Drew said the fat in meat doesn't make you fat; carbs do. Well, yes and no. If you eat enough calories of protein that if you do not have if you have a calorie surplus, you're not going to lose weight. Whether it's the calorie surplus is from carbohydrate, fat, or protein.
Yeah,
I feel like the way that you implement your diet like schedule, like one meal a day is a really good way to like gain weight, in my opinion. Versus
yeah. I
like
mean, you got to realize my body's probably opposite of most bodies. So
Well, and that's it too.
I just like when I think about
listen,
so
I
like
was 387 now. 347. So whatever I'm doing is working. I'm very not like super comfortable, but I'm more comfortable than I ever been. I didn't really put myself on a diet, but eating once a day of like for how long I've been doing it slowly is shrinking my stomach, so that one meal I'm eating at the end of the day is becoming less and less. So,
well, if it works for you, that's what counts.
yes.
You said something right now that would cause some diet people to cringe. You said end of day.
Yes.
Meaning right before you go to bed. That will cause a lot of diet people are going, oh my God, you don't want to do that. Because then it's sitting there when you fall asleep.
Yeah, about 2 or 3 hours before I go to sleep,
If it works for you, hey.
It has been. It's better than per se. Lived a normal life, which I work nights, so I'm usually sleeping all day and up all night. So per se, I wake up in the morning and eat breakfast. My problem is controlling myself, and I know my problem, so it's good for me to even say. I'm not ashamed. I know what's going on.
Yeah, know yourself.
I just gotta overcome it. So instead of a normal person might make them 2 eggs, some toast, maybe, and 2 pieces of bacon. I'm gonna eat 5 eggs, 3 pieces of toast, full of jelly. Grits, 6 sausage, four bacon. You know what I mean? And down here we call it gourmand. We call it gourmand when you full, but be gourmand right off the bat. And just eat all day.
I mean, 6 eggs used to be a small meal for me. I mean, that would be like a pathetic appetizer. Only 6 eggs,
There's something in my mind, system, DNA, bloodline, something. When we start eating, sometimes, not always, I could eat a small meal and I want to pick at everything until I'm just stuffed. And it's a real sickness.
Well, and Drew, there once again, I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you there on, what you eat. It's certainly true that depending on what you eat is going to affect the efficiency. My point is that you can gain weight eating anything. You can lose weight eating anything. It's not going to be as efficient. It's not going to be as healthy. But
calories are a form of energy, and I've lit high-calorie snacks on fire as fuel to start fires before. And all I'm saying is there's different ways to run your caloric fire inside your body. And, I enjoy the effects of the 1 meal a day diet because you have that whole daily cycle where it's just like, okay, well, this is eating time, this is digestion time, and then this is the rest of the time, But I've also had really good performance. My sleep was terrible, but I had really good performance eating constantly. But like in a normal person.
I think where we're disagreeing here, Drew, is you're talking body composition as opposed to pounds. And so once again, I'm not disagreeing with you completely, but
I mean, I think all he's saying is the meat. When you eat 3,000 calories of meat, is going to burn more fat because your body works harder to burn.
okay, then that is
I
true.
think that's what he's saying. You know what I mean?
No, that's true. That's absolutely true.
It really depends on your genetic background and how you metabolize. And then also, like, I had to go off on a tangent about a bunch of processed foods and how all processed foods are theoretically poison. And it's not really fat. It's just like damage your body is sustaining that's impeding its ability to like, do the natural process.
Let me say one more thing about the way I'm doing it for me. You know what I mean? And a lot of people say everything, this, that. I'm doing something that I think is working for me, but I feel better like when I wake up in the morning and I have an empty stomach when I have to maybe go to work. If I'm off of work, I'll try to eat a small breakfast. I do better at home. But anyway, I feel better like when I have an empty stomach. If I eat something, I get droopy and lazier. So I don't know what that is, you know, like
that's just nature, bro. That's nature. That's what we are designed to do. I mean, I'm the same way, dude. If I got to get some work done, I don't eat anything because the longer I'm hungry, the more work I'm gonna get fucking done. I hate that shit. You gotta take your lunch break. Nah, bro. I'm gonna fucking take my lunch break at the end of my shift. Why don't you just let me get my 8 in real quick? God damn.
Yeah, well, here once again, I still maintain though that what is the best diet for you is one that you can maintain without struggling. Because if it's something you absolutely hate, you're as soon as you get sick and tired of it, up you're going to go.
Well, what do you think about like if I have like a really strict diet, but then every once in a while I eat like a half gallon of ice cream?
No, fine.
I mean, if that's just something you can do, if you can eat that, listen, if you can eat that half a gallon of ice cream and then go back to the way you were before, that's like a crackhead or a meth head. Oh, I'm just gonna smoke this one crack and I'm not gonna do it. I'm done. Just this weekend, you know? No, it's the same sickness for some people, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, dude,
like,
it doesn't.
I did that. I put myself on a strict diet. And I had a cheat day on my off day where I'd go out to eat a burger or some kind of meal and whatever I wanted. And then that one cheat day turned into 2 cheat days, turned into eating back regular the way every day. You know what I mean? So
here once again, but get back to what I've been saying all along, and you might very well be right on that, Drew, with the 85, 80, whatever the heck, 93. But the point is, it's what will work for you.
Yeah.
I mean, there's certain principles, yes, you have to follow. But
the whole point of fatty content in ground beef is you have burn off. You know, on like 30-10 or 80-20, you don't need to add a fucking stick of butter to cook it. You know, but if I had like 93-7, I might add a fucking quarter stick or half a stick of butter.
Yeah, that I use.
Maybe an egg or something so that there's some.
No, that I don't. I just have
fats to protect the lean proteins from heat. You know,
spray it or olive oil, man.
Dude, yeah, olive oil is great. The only thing is, olive oil is a little bit of a pain to clean up. You know, whereas like butter just leaves like a natural char. I mean, I can clean up butter a lot easier than olive oil.
No, and actually, what I'm doing a lot of times with the beef is I'm crumbling it up, basically frying it up not as a beef patty and throwing it in crushed tomatoes for a sauce on the pasta. Not eating it as a burger.
Yeah.
You ever had fried tomato? I had that the other day. It was
of course, dude.
I didn't realize that a tomato could taste so good.
Fried green tomatoes. You can't do it with a red tomato. It'll bust all apart and go all over the place. It's got to be.
Oh, green. the place that was doing these fried tomatoes, they already had the tomatoes like portioned out, so it wasn't like a full tomato. It was like a little a little dish of a tomato.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, fried green tomatoes they're good.
Maybe they were like cherry halves or something. They weren't that big. You know, maybe they were tomato halves.
Over here, I eat a lot of seafood too. So.
See,
Yeah, I've always been partial to calamari.
Yeah.
That's the Drew. The inverse relationship, Drew, between what's yummy and what's good for you. Not necessarily. But
I had an opportunity to eat octopus, man, but I couldn't do it. I just don't feel right eating an octopus. You know, I feel like they're like, if anything sentient, you know. I mean, I say that, but I'm over here eating a fucking squid, so how much better am I? You know?
Yeah, Drew wonders you're talking from a tin. You know, he's talking from the back room at the IHOP where he's working.
It sounds weird in here.
So not the greatest acoustics.
Yeah,
Yo, I saw a.
I'm in my office, so it's a little tiny office. IHOP, so.
Is sailfish the same as a swordfish? Are they
No,
different?
not at all. A sailfish has a big sail fin on the back of it, and a swordfish has a big old sword.
What, doesn't the sailfish also have a long tip nose?
I don't think it's as sharp though.
Well, one of those two fishes, it looks like a freaking steak. Like it looks like a beef steak.
Oh yeah.
Like I saw some cuts for sale, and I was like, that looks like it's.
That's good too.
Used to like monkfish or salmon, but they both gotten very expensive.
I got salmon here at work, so I eat it pretty often. IHOP has salmon.
Everything that's like frozen fish that's for sale in Austin is like majority salmon. It's actually like rare to find anything besides salmon for sale that's frozen fish around here. Lots of Jews, I guess. We had some feds come to town a few years ago, cosplaying as white supremacists, and now there's like all this rampant anti-Semitism in this area now.
I get a lot of fresh seafood off the boats over here, so I really love that.
When you say seafood, what are you talking? What kind of
shrimp, crab, flounder, oysters, crawfish, and I go catch a lot speck sometimes. I can catch about 100 of them in about 4 or 5 hours. It's fun.
What's a speck?
Speckled trout. My favorite, man. The best fish. No gamey taste, just white, pretty meat.
What do you do with 100 fish?
I clean them and I cook them the next day.
Will you dry them out? You do a dry
smoke?
smoke?
No, God, no. I clean them as soon as I get home, and then I put them in a big bowl of ice water, and then the next day I cook them.
Yeah, shouldn't you be in bed? It's 3:21 in Nova Scotia, there, pal.
What does the ice water do?
Just keeps it fresh, cold, and the water just that's just the best way to keep seafood is on really cold.
I feel like
shrimp, it's okay just to mix it in ice, and keep it cold. But like fish fillets, you want to have it underwater with ice on top of it. It just keeps it fresher, and when you cook it, it comes out good. I do it with shrimp too. After I peel it, I put it underwater. Put ice on top. It's just the way we was taught over here, But the speckled trout's probably like 16 to 17, 18 inches. And you can catch 2 at a time, dude. Down in Grand Isle.
Like legally 2 at a time, or like physically, like they'll like latch onto each other, and that's how.
No, I run like a Carolina rig. It's got two hooks on it. I use a thing called Sparkle Beetle. They got the little tail on the end and just an eye on the top of it. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but
You talking about the lure?
yeah, it's called a Sparkle Beetle. It's old school, but red eye and a red tail. Put two of them on there, catch two at a time. It's fun, dude. And then speckled trout. The reason I like them, they don't have like no sharp fins or gills or anything, and they're really
Safe to
clean
handle.
fish. Huh?
A safe handling fish.
That, yeah, and they're pretty. They got a big mouth, like they open their mouth real big, but they got they got some little teeth, but on the tip of their lip, they got one sharp big tooth. It's pretty cool. But they're real pretty though, man. They got speckles all down the side of them, so they call them speckled trout.
Like a little gold and black tiger stripe.
No, specks, man. They're kind of like I don't know. Hold on. I got pictures on my phone of it. I can show you. Let's see.
Yeah, because too many beer burgers, they're barbecue burgers, sausages, and beer. This leads me to the question: they drink Canadian beer up there? Is it Molson, or is that like the Australians? Nobody drinks Australian Fosters except non-Australians. You drink Molson up there, or you say screw that crap? I'll drink something else.
I just can't decide if I should just have a half cup of yogurt with added
It's
sugar.
hard. It's hard to see on here, dude. But
a half gallon of ice
no
cream.
Yeah, it is.
You gotta zoom in, man. You gotta pull on the picture.
I gotta take that background off too for it to work.
Yeah.
Probably have to modify the contrast or something to make the camera.
No, it's a virtual background. There you go.
Hold on.
Be good.
I had two of them on the line right there. Hold on.
There we go. Yeah.
Man, you are a big motherfucker, dude. Holy shit.
Yeah, I'm about 20 pounds down from that picture probably. That was like 3-4 months ago. But yeah, I had two of them on the line right there, man. Catching them two at a time. If you can see it, I don't know if y'all can see it, but
you ever caught a bird?
Yeah, definitely. The seagull. If you fish with shrimp over here, you'll throw your line in there with shrimp on it, and a seagull will come down and get it.
I fucking hate that shit, dude. I had that shit happen to me one time, and I really don't like fishing around birds, man. It's not cool.
Yeah. I showed y'all my daughter, huh? With her damn belt. Hold on. I'm jealous as hell of that girl. With her Louisiana State Championship belt.
For pulling, for arm wrestling?
Yeah, my daughter, she got first place left-handed in Louisiana. It's an open division.
How old is she?
15.
15?
That's wild.
This is my whole everybody I arm wrestle with. We showed up to our tournament not too long ago.
Yeah.
Everybody almost won except one guy.
Yeah, that was a really good turnout for Louisiana State. I didn't recognize you in the video. I was looking for you.
I'm in there. I got a pretty big win too on a guy. I don't really want to brag about it or nothing, but he was.
Yeah, there was a few upsets at that tournament, and the super heavyweight class
I think he was ranked 80 on AERS on the AERs left-handed, and I got a pin on him. So
yeah, there were a few upsets just in the super heavies actually.
Yeah, there was a few. Especially
it was pretty interesting, very interesting.
Yeah, it was. It was fun. Everybody came to pool, that's for sure, boy. They don't play over here, man.
No, it's probably one of the best state championships I know of. I mean, if not the best state championship.
It's tough, man. Usually BJ Fokakis comes. He had the belt for like the last 2 years, and Michael Todd and all used to come, but they went to Mississippi last year. I hope they're gonna be there again this year. I'm sure they will be.
Trying to remember if I saw something. Would Trevor Clouch come over to Louisiana State?
I don't know him, so I'm not too
He's
sure.
Hattiesburg, Mississippi.
Louisiana State is stacked, dude.
We had a lot of people from Mississippi. Yeah, we are stacked, but I get on this show. There's not nobody over here doing what y'all doing, so that's why I like y'all are doing some cool stuff over there, man. Got this podcast going. Got a good group of guys. I wish they'd do that over here. A lot of them are old school, though.
Well, I'm just glad that you're here to help out and make sure that 98% has the longest running consecutive podcast related to arm wrestling.
Dude, I done told y'all I think this is the coolest thing getting on here, how David and Ryan and 98 and I was doing this, and opens it up and lets people come in here.
Everybody's welcome.
Really good idea.
We almost went into singles figures there for a while. We were down to 11. Now back up to 12, but I'm thinking we're approaching 6 hours, so I'm thinking in the near future.
Probably I got to go here in a minute anyway. I got a bunch to do. I'm at work. I'm slacking, but I really enjoy getting on here.
Yeah, it's good to see you, big guy.
Yep. Couldn't spend much time till now. I was busy earlier, boy. I was just getting it.
You got to figure out where to hook up that rubber band and not have to worry about if that.
No, I got other places. I do it here. I got a picture on my I got a video on my YouTube. I don't know if you ever went to look at it, but I got 3 girls pulling on it while I'm trying to hold it. And a guy commented on the video afterwards, like, man, if that thing snaps, you're gonna take out your whole crew. And I'm like, I didn't even think of that, man. Every server we had in the building was pulling on that thing. If it would have snapped, they would have all busted their heads open.
Yeah, dude, that's a big liability. You do not the workman's. We were just doing the whole insurance deal earlier about going to the doctor.
Oh, hey y'all, I gotta go cook a ticket actually. If y'all leave before I get back, thank y'all and good night.
Probably be a couple of minutes. So have a good one.
Okay.
All right. Bye-bye. Yeah, I figured we're now at 5 hours, 59 minutes, and 16 seconds. So I think we'll hit 6 and call it a night. But, and let's see. I think what I can do with Ryan here. Let's see, since he's obviously not going to remove. I don't know if I can actually remove him. I don't know if I could. Well, he still stays there, even though I removed him. Just the 3 of us. And
so is he's still registered as the host for the stream?
Yeah, so I guess that's why he's probably not. Yeah, he's me and him as whatever. But yes, there we just hit boing, boing, 6 hours. So why don't we call it a night? And,
all right, good morning.
And like I said, I don't have to get up to go to practice apparently. But
I hope you have a bright and early morning.
Well, I'm since I'm by myself, unless the phone rings and I hear it, I will not be bothered.
You're supposed
So,
to say that's what I'm having right now. All the lights are still on and it's morning time.
yeah, well, but it's dark out. So anyway, have a delightful night. And folks, good seeing you again. I'm going to take Cole out, remove him, and because I think what I have to do, like I said, take everybody out, and then, like I say, normally where it would say close it up, it says stream live to your audience. I don't even know if I'll shut it off, but we'll see. But anyway, see ya. See y'all. Let's see. Select destination. I'm going to do that. It's not going to let me off.